section 25 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 7, Part 1. General account of Kamtschatka continued, of the inhabitants, origin of the Kamtschatkas, discovered by the Russians, abstract of their history, numbers, present state, of the Russian commerce in Kamtschatka, of the Kamtschatka habitations and dress, of the Kurele Islands, the Koreki, the Shutsky. The present inhabitants of Kamtschatka are of three sorts: the natives or Kamtschatkas, the Russians and Cossacks, and a mixture of these two by marriage. Mr. Steller, who resided some time in this country, and seems to have taken great pains to gain information on this subject, is persuaded that the true Kamtschatkas are a people of great antiquity and have for many ages inhabited this peninsula, and that they are originally descended from the Mongolians, and not either from the Tungusian Tartars as some, or the Japanese as others, have imagined. The principal arguments by which he supports these opinions are that there exists not among them the trace of a tradition of their having migrated from any other country, that they believe themselves to have been created and placed in this very spot by their god Kautku, that they are the most favoured of his creatures, the most fortunate and happy of beings, and that their country is superior to all others, affording means of gratification far beyond what are anywhere else to be met with, that they have a perfect knowledge of all the plants of the country, their virtues and uses, which could not be acquired in a short time, that their instruments and household utensils differ greatly from those of any other nation, and are made with an extraordinary degree of neatness and dexterity, which implies they are both of their own invention, and have been long in arriving at so great perfection, that antecedently to the arrival of the Russians and Cossacks among them, they had not the smallest knowledge of any people except the Koreki, that it is but of late they had an intercourse with the Kureles, and still later, and happened by means of a vessel being shipwrecked on their coast, that they knew anything of the Japanese, and lastly, that the country was very populous at the time the Russians first got footing in it. The reasons he alleges for supposing them to be originally descended from the Mongolians are that many words in their language have terminations similar to those of the Mongolian Chinese, such as ong, ing, oing, ching, cha, choing, kasi, kasung, etc., and, moreover, that the same principle of inflection or derivation obtains in both languages, that they are in general undersized, as are the Mongolians, that their complexion, like theirs, is swarthy, that they have black hair, little beard, the face broad, the nose short and flat, the eyes small and sunk, the eyebrows thin, the belly pendant, the legs small, all which are peculiarities that are to be found among the Mongolians, from the whole of which he draws this conclusion, that they fled for safety to this peninsula from the rapid advances of the eastern conquerors, as the Laplanders, the Samoyeds, etc., were compelled to retreat to the extremities of the north by the Europeans. The Russians, having extended their conquests and established posts and colonies along that immense extent of coast of the frozen sea, from the Genesee to the Anadyr, appointed commissaries for the purpose of exploring and subjecting the country still farther eastward. They soon became acquainted with the wandering Koryaks inhabiting the north and northeast coast of the Sea of Okhotsk, and without difficulty made them tributary. These being the immediate neighbours of the Kamtschatkas, and likewise in the habit of bartering with them, a knowledge of Kamtschatka followed of course. The honour of the first discovery is given to Fyodor Alexeyev, a merchant who is said to have sailed from the river Kovyma round the peninsula of the Shutsky in company with 7 other vessels about the year 1648. The tradition goes that being separated from the rest by a storm, near the Chutskoy Nos, he was driven upon the coast of Kamtschatka, where he wintered, and the summer following coasted round the promontory of Lopatka into the Sea of Okhotsk and entered the mouth of the Tigil, but that he and his companions were cut off by the Koryaks in endeavouring to pass from thence by land to the Anadyrsk. This in part is corroborated by the accounts of Simeon Deshnev, who commanded one of the 7 vessels and was thrown on shore at the mouth of the Anadyr. Be this as it may, since these discoveries, if such they were, he did not live to make any report of what they had done. Volodymyr Atlasov, a Cossack, stands for the first acknowledged discoverer of Kamtschatka. Footnote: it is proper to remark that Atlasov sent an advance party under the command of a subaltern called Lucas Moloskov, who certainly penetrated into Kamtschatka and returned with an account of his success before Atlasov set out, and is therefore not unjustly mentioned as the discoverer of Kamtschatka. End footnote. This person was sent, in the year 1697, from the Fort Yakutsk to the Anadyrsk in the quality of commissary, with instructions to call in the assistance of the Koryaks, with a view to the discovery of countries beyond theirs, and to the subjecting them to a tribute. In 1699 he penetrated, with about 60 Russian soldiers and the same number of Cossacks, into the heart of the peninsula, gained the Tigil, and from thence, levying a tribute in furs, in his progress crossed over to the river Kamtschatka, on which he built the higher Kamtschatka Ostrog, called VIII, where he left a garrison of 16 Cossacks, and returned to Yakutsk in 1700 with an immense quantity of rare and valuable tributary furs. These he had the good sense and policy to accompany to Moscow, and, in recompense for his services, was appointed commander of the fort of Yakutsk, with farther orders to repair again to Kamtschatka, having first drawn from the garrison at Tobolsk a reinforcement of 100 Cossacks, with ammunition and whatever else could give efficacy to the completion and settlement of his late discoveries. Advancing with this force towards the Anadyrsk, he fell in with a bark on the river. Footnote: this river empties itself into the Yenisei. End footnote. Tunguska, laden with Chinese merchandise, which he pillaged, and, in consequence of a remonstrance from the sufferers to the Russian court, he was seized upon at Yakutsk and thrown into prison. In the meantime, Potop Seryukov, who had been left by Atlasov, kept peaceable possession of the garrison of Verchnai, and though he had not a sufficient force to compel the payment of a tribute from the natives, yet, by his management and conciliating disposition, he continued to carry on an advantageous traffic with them as a merchant. On his return to the Anadyrsk, with the general goodwill of the natives of Kamtschatka, himself and party were attacked by the Koryaks, and unfortunately all cut off. This happened about 1703, and several other successive commissaries were sent into Kamtschatka with various success during the disgrace and trial of Atlasov. In 1706, Atlasov was reinstated in his command and appointed to conduct a second expedition into Kamtschatka, with instructions to gain upon the natives by all peaceable means, but on no pretence to have recourse to force and compulsion. But, instead of attending to his orders, he not only, by repeated acts of cruelty and injustice, made the natives exceedingly hostile and averse to their new governors, but likewise so far alienated the affections of his own people that it ended in a mutiny of the Cossacks and their demand of another commander. The Cossacks, having carried their point in displacing Atlasov, seized upon his effects, and after once tasting the sweets of plunder and living without discipline or control, in vain did his successors attempt to reduce them to military discipline and subjection. 3 successive commanders were assassinated in their turn, and the Cossacks, being thus in open rebellion to the Russian government, and with arms in their hands, were let loose upon the natives. The history of this country from that period till the grand revolt of the Kamtschadales in 1731 presents one unvaried detail of massacres, revolts, and savage and sanguinary recounts between small parties from one end of the peninsula to the other. What led to this revolt was the discovery of a passage from Okhotsk to the Bolshevika, which was first made by Kosmo Sokolov in the year 1715. Hitherto the Russians had no entrance into the country but on the side of Anadyrsk, so that the natives had frequent opportunities of both plundering the tribute, as it was carried by so long a journey out of the peninsula, and harassing the troops in their march into it. But by the discovery of this communication, there existed a safe and speedy means, as well of exporting the tribute as of importing troops and military stores into the very heart of the country, which the natives easily saw gave the Russians so great an advantage as must soon confirm their dominion, and therefore determine them to make one grand and immediate struggle for their liberty. The moment resolved upon for carrying their designs into execution was when Bering should have set sail, who was at this time on the coast with a small squadron, and had dispatched all the troops that could well be spared from the country to join Palutsky in an expedition against the Shutsky. The opportunity was well chosen, and it is altogether surprising that this conspiracy, which was so general that every native in the peninsula is said to have had his share in it, was at the same time conducted with such secrecy that the Russians had not the smallest suspicion that anything hostile to their interests was in agitation. Their other measures were equally well taken. They had a strong body in readiness to cut off all communication with the Fort Anadyrsk, and the eastern coast was likewise lined with detached parties, with a view of seizing on any Russians that might by accident arrive from Okhotsk. Things were in this state when the commissary Chikerdin marched from Verchnai with his tribute, escorted by the troops of the fort, for the mouth of the Kamtschatka River, where a vessel was lying to convey them to the Anadyr. Besides waiting for the departure of Bering, the revolt was to be suspended till this vessel should be out at sea, notice of which was to be given to the different chiefs. Accordingly, the moment she was out of sight, they began to massacre every Russian and Cossack that came in their way, and to set fire to their houses. A large body ascended the river Kamtschatka, made themselves masters of the fort and Ostrog the commissary had just quitted, put to death all that were in it, and, except the church and fort, reduced the whole to ashes. Here it was that they first learned that the Russian vessel in which the commissary had embarked was still on the coast, which determined them to defend themselves in the fort. The wind fortunately soon brought the vessel back to the harbour, for had she proceeded in her voyage, nothing probably could have prevented the utter extirpation of the Russians. The Cossacks finding, on their landing, that their houses had been burnt to the ground, and their wives and children either massacred or carried off prisoners, were enraged to madness. They marched directly to the fort, which they attacked with great fury, and the natives as resolutely defended, till at length, the powder magazine taking fire, the fort was blown up, together with most of those that were in it. Various rencontres succeeded to this event, in which much blood was spilled on both sides. At length, two of the principal leaders being slain, and the third, after dispatching his wife and children to prevent their falling into the enemy's hand, having put an end to himself, peace was established. From that period everything went on very peaceably till the year 1740, when a few Russians lost their lives in a tumult which was attended with no farther consequences, and, except the insurrection at Bolsheretsk in 1770, which hath been already noticed, there has been no disturbance since. Though the quelling the rebellion of 1731 was attended with the loss of a great number of inhabitants, yet I was informed that the country had recovered itself, and was become more populous than ever when, in the year 1767, the smallpox, brought by a soldier from Okhotsk, broke out among them for the first time, marking its progress with ravages not less dreadful than the plague, and seeming to threaten their entire extirpation. They compute that near 20,000 died of this disorder in Kamtschatka, the Koreki country, and the Kurele Islands. The inhabitants of whole villages were swept away. Of this we had sufficient proofs before our eyes. There are no less than 8 ostrogs scattered about the bay of Awatska, all which, we were informed, had been fully inhabited, but are now entirely desolate, except St. Peter and St. Paul, and even that contains no more than 7 Kamtschadales, who are tributary. At Puratunka Ostrog there are but 36 native inhabitants, men, women, and children, which, before it was visited by the smallpox, we were told, contained 360. In our road to Bolsheretsk, we passed 4 extensive ostrogs, with not an inhabitant in them. In the present diminished state of the natives, with fresh supplies of Russians and Cossacks perpetually pouring in, and who intermix with them by marriage, it is probable that in less than half a century there will be very few of them left. By Major Beam's account, there are not now more than 3,000 who pay tribute, the Kurele Islands included. I understood that there are at this time, of the military, in the 5 forts of Nishnai, Verchnai, Tigil, Bolsheretsk, and St. Peter and St. Paul, about 400 Russians and Cossacks, and near the same number at Engiga, which, though to the north of the peninsula, is, I learned, at present under the commander of Kamtschatka. To these may be added the Russian traders and emigrants, whose numbers are not very considerable. The Russian government established over this country is mild and equitable, considered as a military one, in a very high degree. The natives are permitted to choose their own magistrates from among themselves, in the way and with the same powers that had ever been used. One of these, under the name of Toyon, presides over each ostrog. is the referee in all differences, imposes fines, and inflicts punishment for all crimes and misdemeanors, referring to the governor at Kamtschatka such only as he does not choose, from their intricacy or heinousness, to decide upon himself. The Toyon has likewise the appointment of a civil officer, called a corporal, who assists him in the execution of his office, and in his absence acts as his deputy. By an edict of the present Empress, no crime whatsoever can be punished with death, but we were informed that in cases of murder, of which there are very few, the punishment of the knout is administered with such severity that the offender for the most part dies under it. The only tribute exacted, which can be considered as little more than an acknowledgment of the Russian dominion over them, consists, in some districts, of a fox's skin, in other of a sable's, and in the Kurili Isles of a sea otter's. But as this is much the most valuable, one skin serves to pay the tribute of several persons. The Toyons collect the tribute in their respective districts. Besides the mildness of their government, the Russians have a claim to every praise for the pains they have bestowed, and which have been attended with great success, in converting them to Christianity, there remaining, at present, very few idolaters among them. If we may judge of the other missionaries, from the hospitable and benevolent pastor of Paratunka, who is a native on his mother's side, more suitable persons could not be set over this business. It is needless to add that the religion taught is that of the Greek Church. Schools are likewise established in many of the ostrogs, where the children of both the natives and Cossacks are gratuitously instructed in the Russian language. The commerce of this country, so far as concerns the exports, is entirely confined to furs, and carried on principally by a company of merchants instituted by the present Empress. This company originally consisted of 12, and 3 have been lately added to it. They are indulged with certain privileges, and distinguished by wearing a golden medal as a mark of the Empress's encouragement and protection of the fur trade. Besides these, there are many inferior traders, particularly the Cossacks, scattered through the country. The principal merchants, for the time they are here, reside at Bolsheretsk, or the Nishnai Ostrog, in which 2 places the trade almost wholly centres. Formerly this commerce was altogether carried on in the way of barter, but of late years every article is bought and sold for ready money only, and we were surprised at the quantity of specie in circulation in so poor a country. The furs sell at a high price, and the situation and habits of life of the natives call for few articles in return. Our sailors brought a great number of furs with them from the coast of America, and were not less astonished than delighted with the quantity of silver the merchants paid down for them. But on finding neither gin shops to resort to, nor tobacco, or anything else that they cared for, to be had for money, the roubles soon became troublesome companions, and I often observed them kicking them about the deck. The merchant I have already had occasion to mention gave our men at first 30 roubles for a sea otter skin, and for others in proportion, but finding that they had considerable quantities to dispose of, and that he had men to deal with who did not know how to keep up the market, he afterward bought them for much less. The articles of importation are principally European, but not confined to Russian manufactures. Many are English and Dutch. Several likewise come from Siberia, Bukharia, the Kalmucks, and China. They consist of coarse woolen and linen cloths, yarn stockings, bonnets and gloves, thin Persian silks, cottons and pieces of nankeen, silk and cotton handkerchiefs, brass coppers and pans, iron stoves, files, guns, powder and shot, hardware such as hatchets, bills, knives, scissors, needles, looking glasses, flour, sugar, tanned hides, boots, etc. We had an opportunity of seeing a great many of these articles in the hands of a merchant who came in the Empress's Gallio from Okhotsk, and I shall only observe generally that they sold for treble the price they might have been purchased for in England. And though the merchants have so large a profit upon these imported goods, they have still a larger upon the furs at Raiatea, upon the frontiers of China, which is the great market for them. The best sea otter skins sell generally at Kamtschatka for about 30 rubles apiece. The Chinese merchant at Raiatea purchases them at more than double that price, and sells them again at Pekin at a great advance, where a farther profitable trade is made with some of them to Japan. If, therefore, a skin is worth 30 rubles in Kamtschatka, to be transported first to Okhotsk, thence to be conveyed by land to Raiatea, a distance of 1,364 miles, thence on to Pekin, 760 miles more, and after this to be transported to Japan, what a prodigiously advantageous trade might be carried on between this place and Japan, which is but about a fortnight's, at most 3 weeks' sail from it. All furs exported from hence across the Sea of Okhotsk pay a duty of 10%, and sables a duty of 12%. And all sorts of merchandise of whatever denomination imported from Okhotsk pay half a ruble for every pood. Footnote £36 English end footnote. The duties arising from the exports and imports, of which I could not learn the amount, are paid at Okhotsk, but the tribute is collected at Bolsheretsk, and, I was informed by Major Beam, amounted in value to 10,000 rubles annually. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 7, Part 2. General account of Kamtschatka continued, of the inhabitants, origin of the Kamtschadales, discovered by the Russians, abstract of their history, numbers, present state, of the Russian commerce in Kamtschatka, of the Kamtschadale habitations and dress, of the Kurele Islands, the Koreki, the Shutski. Continued. There are 6 vessels of 40 to 50 tons burthen employed by the Empress between Okhotsk and Bolsheretsk, 5 of which are appropriated to the transporting of stores and provisions from Okhotsk to Bolsheretsk, except that once in 2 or 3 years some of them go round to Owatska and the Kamtschatka River. The 6th is used only as a packet boat and always kept in readiness and properly equipped for conveying dispatches. Besides these, there are about 14 vessels employed by the merchants in the fur trade amongst the islands to the eastward. One of these we found frozen up in the harbour of St. Peter and St. Paul, which was to sail on a trading voyage to Unalashka as soon as the season would permit. It is here to be observed that the most considerable and valuable part of the fur trade is carried on with the islands that lie between Kamtschatka and America. These were first discovered by Bering in 1741, and being found to abound with sea otters, the Russian merchants became exceedingly eager in searching for the other islands seen by that navigator to the southeast of Kamtschatka, called in Muller's map the Islands of Seduction, St. Abraham, etc. In these expeditions they fell in with three groups of islands. The first, about 15 degrees to the east of Kamtschatka, in 53 degrees north latitude. The second, about 12 degrees to the eastward of the former, and the third, Unalashka, and the islands in its neighborhood. These trading adventurers advanced also as far east as Shumagin's Islands, so called by Bering, the largest of which is named Kodiak. But here, as well as on the continent at Alaska, they met with so warm a reception in their attempts to compel the payment of a tribute that they never afterward ventured so far. However, they conquered and made tributary the three groups before mentioned. In the Russian charts, the whole sea between Kamtschatka and America is covered with islands, for the adventurers in these expeditions frequently falling in with land, which they imagined did not agree with the situation of other laid down by preceding voyages, immediately concluded it must be a new discovery, and reported it as such on their return. And since the vessels employed in these expeditions were usually out 3 or 4 years, and oftentimes longer, these mistakes were not in the way of being soon rectified. It is, however, now pretty certain that the islands already enumerated are all that have yet been discovered by the Russians in that sea to the southward of 60 degrees of latitude. It is from these islands that the sea otter skins, the most valuable article of the fur trade, are for the most part drawn, and as they are brought completely under the Russian dominion, the merchants have settlements upon them where their factors reside for the purpose of bartering with the natives. It was with a view to the farther increase and extension of this trade that the Admiralty of Okhotsk fitted out an expedition for the purpose of making discoveries to the north and northeast of the islands above mentioned, and gave the command of it, as I have already observed, to Lieutenant Sindh. This gentleman, having directed his course too far to the northward, failed in the object of his voyage. For, as we never saw the sea otter to the northward of Bristol Bay, it seems probable that they shun those latitudes where the larger kind of amphibious sea animals abound. This was the last expedition undertaken by the Russians for prosecuting discoveries to the eastward, but they will undoubtedly make a proper use of the advantages we have opened to them by the discovery of Cook's River. Notwithstanding the general intercourse that, for the last 40 years, hath taken place between the natives, the Russians, and Cossacks, the former are not more distinguished from the latter by their features and general figure than by their habits and cast of mind. Of the persons of the natives, a description hath been already given, and I shall only add that their stature is much below the common size. This Major Beam attributes, in a great measure, to their marrying so early, both sexes generally entering into the conjugal state at the age of 13 or 14. Their industry is abundantly conspicuous, without being contrasted with the laziness of their Russian and Cossack inmates, who are fond of intermarrying with them, and, as it should seem, for no other reason but that they may be supported in sloth and inactivity. To this want of bodily exertion may be attributed those dreadful scorbutic complaints which none of them escape, whilst the natives, by constant exercise and toil in the open air, are entirely free from them. Referring the reader for an account of the manners, customs, and superstitions of the Kamtschatkas at the time the Russians became first acquainted with this country to Krasheninnikov, I shall proceed to a description of their habitations and dress. The houses, if they may be allowed that name, are of three distinct sorts: yurts, balagans, and log houses, here called izbars. The first are their winter, the second their summer habitations, the third are altogether of Russian introduction, and inhabited only by the better and wealthier sort. The yurts, or winter habitations, are constructed in the following manner: an oblong square of dimensions proportional to the number of persons for whom it is intended, for it is proper to observe that several families live together in the same yurt, is dug in the earth to the depth of about 6 feet. Within this space strong posts or wooden pillars are fastened in the ground at proper distances from each other, on which are extended the beams for the support of the roof, which is formed by joists resting on the ground with one end and on the beams with the other. The interstices between the joists are filled up with a strong wickerwork, and the whole covered with turf, so that a yurt has externally the appearance of a round, squat hillock. A hole is left in the centre, which serves for chimney, window, and entrance, and the inhabitants pass in and out by means of a strong pole instead of a ladder, notched just deep enough to afford a little holding to the toe. There is likewise another entrance in the side, even with the ground, for the convenience of the women, but if a man makes use of it, he subjects himself to the same disgrace and derision as a sailor would, who descends through lubber's hole. The yurt consists of one apartment of the form of an oblong square. Along the sides are extended broad platforms, made of boards and raised about 6 inches from the ground, which they use as seats, and on which they go to rest, after strewing them with mats and skins. On one side is the fireplace, and the side opposite is entirely set apart for the stowage of provisions and kitchen utensils. At their feasts and ceremonious entertainments, the hotter the yurts are made for the reception of the guests, the greater the compliment. We found them at all times so hot as to make any length of stay in them to us intolerable. They betake themselves to the yurts the middle of October, and, for the most part, continue in them till the middle of May. The balagans are raised upon 9 posts, fixed into the earth in 3 rows, at equal distances from one another, and about 13 feet high from the surface. At the height of between 9 and 10 feet, rafters are passed from post to post and firmly secured by strong ropes. On these rafters are laid the joists, and the whole being covered with turf constitutes the platform or floor of the balagan. On this is raised a roof of a conical figure by means of tall poles fastened down to the rafters at one end and meeting together in a point at the top, and thatched over with strong coarse grass. The balagans have 2 doors placed opposite each other, and they ascend to them by the same sort of ladders they use in the yurts. The lower part is left entirely open, and within it they dry their fish, roots, vegetables, and other articles of winter consumption. The proportion of yurts to balagans is as 1 to 6, so that 6 families generally live together in one yurt. The log houses, isbas, are raised with long timbers piled horizontally, the ends being let into one another and the seams caulked with moss. The roof is sloping like that of our common cottage houses and thatched with coarse grass or rushes. The inside consists of 3 apartments. At one end is what may be called the entry, which runs the whole width and height of the house and is the receptacle of their sledges, harness, and other more bulky gears and household stuff. This communicates with the middle and best apartments, furnished with broad benches for the purpose, as hath been above mentioned, of both eating and sleeping upon. Out of this is a door into the kitchen, one half of which is taken up by the oven or fireplace, so contrived, by being let into the wall that separates the kitchen and the middle apartment, as to warm both at the same time. Over the middle apartment and kitchen are 2 lofts, to which they ascend by a ladder placed in the entry. There are 2 small windows in each apartment, made of talc, and, in the houses of the poorer sort, of fish skin. The beams and boards of the ceiling are dubbed smooth with a hatchet, for they are unacquainted with the plane, and, from the effects of the smoke, are as black and shining as jet. A town of Kamtschatka is called an ostrog, and consists of several of the 3 sorts of houses above described, but of which balagans are much the most numerous, and I must observe that I never met with a house of any kind detached from an ostrog. St. Peter and St. Paul consists of 7 log houses or isbas, 19 balagans, and 3 yurts. Paratunka is of about the same size. Karachin and Neekchekin contain fewer log houses, but full as many yurts and balagans as the former, from whence I conclude that such is the usual size of the ostrogs. Having already had occasion to mention the dress of the Kamtschadale women, I shall here confine myself to a description of that of the men. The outermost garment is of the shape of a carter's frock. Those worn in summer are of nankeen. In winter they are made of skins, most commonly of the deer or dog, tanned on one side, the hair being left on the other, which is worn innermost. Under this is a close jacket of nankeen or other cotton stuffs, and beneath that a shirt of thin Persian silk of a blue, red, or yellow colour. The remaining part of their dress consists of a pair of tight trousers, or long breeches of leather, reaching down to the calf of the leg, of a pair of dog or deerskin boots, with the hair innermost, and of a fur cap with 2 flaps, which are generally tied up close to the head, but in bad weather are let to fall round the shoulders. The fur dress presented to me by a son of Major Beam, as already mentioned, is one of those worn by the Toyons on ceremonious occasions. The form exactly resembles that of the common exterior garment just described. It is made of small triangular pieces of fur, checkered brown and white, and joined so neatly as to appear to be one skin. A border of 6 inches breadth, wrought with threads of different coloured leather, and producing a rich effect, surrounds the bottom, to which is suspended a broad edging of the sea otter skin. The sleeves are turned up with the same materials, and there is likewise an edging of it round the neck and down the opening at the breast. The lining is of a smooth white skin. A cap, a pair of gloves, and boots, wrought with the utmost degree of neatness, and made of these same materials, constitute the remainder of this suit. The Russians in Kamtschatka wear the European dress, and the uniform of the troops quartered here is of a dark green faced with red. As the people situated to the north and south of this country are yet imperfectly known, I shall conclude the account of Kamtschatka with such information concerning the Kurile Islands and the Koreki and Chutski as I have been able to acquire. The chain of islands, running in a southwest direction from the southern promontory of Kamtschatka to Japan, extending from latitude 51 degrees to 45 degrees, are called the Kuriles. They obtained this name from the inhabitants of the neighborhood of Lopotka, who, being themselves called Kuriles, gave their own name to these islands on first becoming acquainted with them. They are, according to Spanberg, 22 in number, without reckoning the very small ones. The northernmost, called Shumska, is not more than 3 leagues from the promontory Lopatka, and its inhabitants are a mixture of natives and Kamsha-Adales. The next to the south, called Paramusia, is much larger than Shumska and inhabited by the true natives. Their ancestors, according to a tradition among them, having come from an island a little farther to the south, called Onikuten. These 2 islands were first visited by the Russians in 1713, and at the same time brought under their dominion. The others in order are at present made tributary down to Ushashir inclusive, as I am informed by the worthy pastor of Paratunka, who is their missionary and visits them once in 3 years, and speaks of the islanders in terms of the highest commendation, representing them as a friendly, hospitable, generous, humane race of people, and excelling their Kamshadale neighbors, not less in the formation of their bodies than in docility and quickness of understanding. Though Ushashir is the southernmost island that the Russians have yet brought under their dominion, yet I understand that they trade to Urup, which is the 18th, and, according to their accounts, the only one where there is a good harbour for ships of burthen. Beyond this, to the south, lies Nadigsta, which was represented to us by the Russians as inhabited by a race of men remarkably hairy, and who, like those of Urup, live in a state of entire independence. Footnote: Spanberg places the island here spoken of in 43 degrees 50 minutes north latitude, and mentions his having watered upon it, and that this watering party brought off 8 of the natives, of whom he relates the following circumstances: that their bodies were covered all over with hair, that they wore a loose striped silk gown reaching as low as their ankles, and that some of them had silver rings pendant from the ears, that, on spying a live cock on deck, they fell on their knees before it, and likewise before the presents that were brought out to them, closing and stretching forth their hands, and bowing their heads at the same time down to the ground, that, except the peculiarity of their hairiness, they resembled the other Kurile Islanders in their features and figure, and spoke the same language. The journal of the ship Castricom also mentions this circumstance of the inhabitants of the country discovered by them, and called Yeso, being hairy all over the body. End footnote. In the same direction, but inclining somewhat more to the westward, lie a group of islands which the Japanese call Yeso, a name which they also give to the whole chain of islands between Kamtschatka and Japan. The southernmost, called Matmai, hath been long subject to the Japanese, and is fortified and garrisoned on the side toward the continent. The two islands to the northeast of Matmai, Kunachir and Zeleni, and likewise the three still farther to the northeast, called the Three Sisters, are perfectly independent. A trade of barter is carried on between Matmai and the islands last mentioned, and between those again and the Kuriles to the northward, in which, for furs, dried fish and oil, the latter get silk, cotton, iron, and Japanese articles of furniture. Footnote: this accounts for what Krasheninnikov says that he got from Paramusia a japanned table and vase, a scimitar and a silver ring, which he sent to the cabinet of Her Imperial Majesty at Petersburg. And if what Mr. Steller mentions, on the authority of a Kurile, who was interpreter to Spanberg in his voyage to Japan, is to be credited, that nearly the same language is spoken at Kunashir and Paramusia, it cannot be questioned that some intercourse has always subsisted between the inhabitants of this extensive chain of islands. End footnote. The inhabitants of as many of the islands as are brought under the Russian dominion are at present converted to Christianity, and probably the time is not very distant when a friendly and profitable intercourse will be brought about between Kamtschatka and the whole of this chain of islands, and which will draw after it a communication with Japan itself. This may eventually be greatly facilitated by a circumstance related to me by Major Beam, that several Russians, who had been taught the Japanese language by two men belonging to a vessel of that nation, which had been shipwrecked. Footnote: the vessel here spoken of was from Satsuma, a port in Japan, bound for another Japanese port called Osaka, and laden with rice, cotton, and silks. She sailed with a favorable wind, but before she reached her destination, was driven out to sea by a violent storm, which carried away her masts and rudder. On the storm's abating, not one of the crew, which consisted of 17, having probably never made other than coasting voyages, knew where they were or what course to steer. After remaining in this situation 6 months, they were driven on shore near the promontory Lopatka, and having cast out an anchor, began to carry on shore such articles as were necessary to their existence. They next erected a tent, and had remained in it 23 days without seeing a human being, when chance conducted a Cossack officer called Andrew Chinnikov with a few Kamschadales to their habitation. The poor unfortunate Japanese, overwhelmed with joy at the sight of fellow creatures, made the most significant tenders they were able of friendship and affection, and presented their visitors with silks, sabres, and a part of whatever else they had brought from the ship. The treacherous Chinnikov made reciprocal returns of kindness and goodwill, and after remaining with them long enough to make such observations as suited his designs, withdrew from them in the night. The Japanese, finding that their visitors did not return, knew not what course to take. In despair they manned their boat, and were rowing along the coast in search of a habitation, when they came up with their vessel, which had been driven ashore, and found Chinnikov and his companions pillaging her and pulling her in pieces for the sake of the iron. This sight determined them to continue their course, which Chinnikov perceiving, ordered his men to pursue and massacre them. The unfortunate Japanese, seeing a canoe in pursuit, and which they could not escape, apprehended what was to follow. Some of them leaped into the sea, others in vain had recourse to prayer and entreaties. They were all massacred but 2, by the very sabres they had presented to their supposed friends a few days before. One of the two was a boy about 11 years old named Gauga, who had accompanied his father, the ship's pilot, to learn navigation. The other was a middle-aged man, the supercargo, and called Chap. Chinikov soon met with the punishments due to his crimes. The two strangers were conducted to Petersburg, where they were sent to the academy with proper instructors and attendants, and several young men were, at the same time, put about them for the purpose of learning the Japanese language. They were thrown on the coast of Kamtschatka in 1730. The younger survived the absence from his country 5, the other 6 years. Their portraits are to be seen in the cabinet of the Empress at Petersburg. VIII, Krashteninikov, Volume 3, Part 4, French edition. End footnote. On the coast of Kamtschatka hath been sent among those islands. The advantages that would accrue to the Russians by an immediate trade to Japan have been already adverted to and are too many and too obvious to need insisting upon. The Koreki country includes two distinct nations called the Wandering and Fixed Koryaks. The former inhabit the northern part of the Isthmus of Kamtschatka and the whole coast of the Eastern Ocean from thence to the Anadyr. The country of the Wandering Koryaks stretches along the northeast of the Sea of Okhotsk to the river Penskina and westward toward the river Kovymar. The Fixed Koryaks have a strong resemblance to the Kamtschadales and, like them, depend altogether on fishing for subsistence. Their dress and habitations are of the same kind. They are tributary to the Russians and under the district of the Ingiga. The Wandering Koryaks occupy themselves entirely in breeding and pasturing deer, of which they are said to possess immense numbers, and that it is no unusual thing for an individual chief to have a herd of 4,000 or 5,000. They despise fish and live entirely on deer. They have no balagans, and their only habitations are like the Kamtschatadale yurts, with this difference, that they are covered with raw deerskins in winter and tanned ones in summer. Their sledges are drawn by deer and never by dogs, which, like the latter, are likewise always spayed in order to be trained to this business. The draught deer pasture in company with the others, and when they are wanted, the herdsmen make use of a certain cry, which they instantly obey by coming out of the herd. The priest of Paratunka informed me that the two nations of the Koryaks and the Shutski speak different dialects of the same language, and that it bears not the smallest resemblance to the Kamtschadale. The country of the Shutski is bounded on the south by the Anadyr and extends along the coast to the Chutskoy Nos. Like the Wandering Koryaks, their attention is principally confined to their deer, of which their country affords great numbers, both tame and wild. They are a stout, well-made, bold, warlike race of people, redoubtable neighbours to both nations of the Koryaks, who often feel the effects of their depredatory incursions. The Russians have, for many years, been using their endeavours to bring them under their dominion, and, after losing a great many men in their different expeditions for this purpose, have not been able to effect it. I shall here conclude this article, since all we can say of this people of our own knowledge hath been laid before the reader in the preceding volume. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 8, Part 1. Plan of our future proceedings. Course to the southward along the coast of Kamtschatka, Cape Lopatka, past the islands Shumska and Paramusia, driven to the eastward of the Kuriles. Singular situation with respect to the pretended discoveries of former navigators. Fruitless attempts to reach the islands north of Japan. Geographical conclusions. View of the coast of Japan. Run along the east side. Past 2 Japanese vessels. Driven off the coast by contrary winds. Extraordinary effect of currents. Steer for the Bashies. Pass large quantities of pumice stone. Discover Sulphur Island. Pass the Pratas. Isles of Lima and Ladrön Island. Chinese pilot taken on board the Resolution. Journals of the officers and men secured. Our instructions from the Board of Admiralty having left a discretionary power with the commanding officer of the expedition, in case of failure in the search of a passage from the Pacific into the Atlantic Ocean, to return to England by whatever route he should think best for the farther improvement of geography. Captain Gore demanded of the principal officers their sentiments in writing respecting the manner in which these orders might most effectually be obeyed. The result of our opinions, which he had the satisfaction to find unanimous, and entirely coinciding with his own, that the condition of the ships, of the sails and cordage, made it unsafe to attempt, at so advanced a season of the year, to navigate the sea between Japan and Asia, which would otherwise have afforded the largest field for discovery. That it was therefore advisable to keep to the eastward of that island, and in our way thither to run along the Kuriles, and examine more particularly the islands that lie nearest the northern coast of Japan, which are represented as of a considerable size, and independent of the Russian and Japanese governments. Should we be so fortunate as to find in these any safe and commodious harbours, we conceived they might be of importance, either of places as shelter for any future navigators, who may be employed in exploring the seas, or as the means of opening a commercial intercourse among the neighbouring dominions of the 2 empires. Our next object was to survey the coast of the Japanese islands, and afterward to make the coast of China as far to the northward as we were able, and run along it to Macao. This plan being adopted, I received orders from Captain Gore, in case of separation, to proceed immediately to Macao, and at 6 o'clock in the evening of the 9th of October, having cleared the entrance of Owatska Bay, we steered to the southeast with the wind northwest and by west. At midnight we had a dead calm, which continued till noon of the 10th. The lighthouse at this time bearing north half west, distant 5 leagues, and Cape Gavaria south by west half west. Being luckily in soundings of 60 and 70 fathoms water, we employed our time very profitably in catching cod, which were exceedingly fine and plentiful, and at 3 in the afternoon a breeze sprung up from the west, with which we stood along the coast to the southward. A headland bearing south by west now opened, with Cape Gavaria lying about 7 leagues beyond it. Between them are 2 narrow deep inlets, which might probably unite behind what appears to be a high island. The coast of these inlets is steep and cliffy. The hills break abruptly and form chasms and deep valleys, which are well wooded. Between Cape Gaviria, which lies in latitude 52 degrees 21 minutes, longitude 158 degrees 38 minutes, and Ahwatska Bay, there are appearances of several inlets, which at first sight might flatter the mariner with hopes of finding shelter and safe anchorage. But the Russian pilots assured us that there are none capable of admitting vessels of the smallest size, as the lowland fills up the spaces that appear vacant between the high projecting headlands. Toward evening it again became calm, but at midnight we had a light breeze from the north, which increased gradually to a strong gale, and at noon the next day we found ourselves in latitude 52 degrees 4 minutes, longitude 158 degrees 31 minutes, when Cape Gaviria bore north by west 1/4 west, the south extreme southwest half west. We were at this time distant from the nearest shore about 3 leagues, and saw the whole country inland covered with snow. A point of land to the southward, which we place in latitude 51 degrees 54 minutes, formed the north side of a deep bay called Chinoiskoi, in the distant bottom of which we supposed a large river to empty itself, from the land behind being so unusually low. South of Chinoiskoi Bay, the land is not so rugged and barren as that part of the country which we had before passed. During the night we had variable winds and rain, but at 4 in the morning of the 12th it began to blow so strong from the northeast as to oblige us to double reef the topsails and make it prudent to stand more off the shore. At 6, the weather becoming more moderate and fair, we again made sail and stood in for the land. At noon our latitude was 51 degrees 0 minutes, longitude 157 degrees 25 minutes. The northernmost land in sight, being the point we have mentioned as first opening with Cape Gaviria, bore north-northeast. A headland with a flat top, which is in latitude 51 degrees 27 minutes, and makes the south point of an inlet called Girawara, bore north 1/4 east, and the southernmost land in sight west 3/4 north, distant 6 leagues. At this time we could just perceive lowland stretching from the southern extreme, but the wind veering round to the northwest, we could not get a nearer view of it. At 6 in the afternoon we saw from the masthead Cape Lopatka, the southernmost extremity of Kamtschatka. It is a very low, flat cape, sloping gradually from the high level land that we saw at noon, and bore west half north, about 5 leagues distant, and the high land northwest by west half west. As this point of land forms so marked an object in the geography of the eastern coast of Asia, we were glad to be able, by an accurate observation and several good angles, to determine its precise situation, which is in latitude 51 degrees 0 minutes, longitude 156 degrees 45 minutes. To the northwest of it we saw a remarkable high mountain, the top of which loses itself in the clouds, and at the same time the first of the Kurele Islands, called Shumska, appeared in sight, bearing west half south. The passage between this island and Cape Lopatka the Russians describe as being 3 miles broad and very dangerous, on account of the rapidity of the tides and the sunk rocks that are off the cape. From Cape Gaviria to Lopatka, the coast trends southeast. South of Chinoiskoi, the land is not so high and broken as between that bay and the mouth of Ahwatska, being only of a moderate elevation toward the sea, with hills gradually rising farther back in the country. The coast is steep and bold and full of white chalky patches. At noon, the weather falling again to a calm, afforded us an opportunity of catching some fine cod. We were at this time in 40 fathoms water and about 5 or 6 leagues from Cape Lopatka. Both in the fore and afternoon we had observations with different compasses for the variation and found it to be 5 degrees 20 minutes east. We stood on all night under an easy sail to the south-southwest, having the wind westerly. At midnight we sounded and had 60 fathoms, and at daybreak on the 13th we saw the second of the Kuriles Islands, called by the Russians Paramusia, extending from northwest by west to west half south. The land is very high and almost entirely covered with snow. At noon, the extremes bore from north-northwest half west to west-northwest half west, and a high-peaked mountain, from which some thought they saw smoke issuing northwest by west half west, about 12 or 14 leagues distant. At this time our latitude by observation was 49 degrees 49 minutes and our longitude 157 degrees 0 minutes. In the course of the day we saw many gulfs and albatrosses and several whales. Paramusia is the largest of the Kuriles under the dominion of Russia and well deserves a more accurate survey than we were at this time allowed to take. For, in the afternoon, the gale increasing from the west, we were never able to approach it nearer than we had done at noon, and were, therefore, obliged to be contented with endeavouring to ascertain its situation at that distance. We placed the south end of the island in latitude 49 degrees 58 minutes, the north end in latitude 50 degrees 46 minutes, and in longitude 10 minutes west of Lopatka, and as this position is found not to differ materially from that given by the Russians, it is probably very near the truth. Whilst we were abreast of this island, we had a very heavy swell from the northeast, though the wind had, for some time, been from the westward, a circumstance which we have already remarked more than once during the course of our voyage. In the night we tried for soundings, but found no ground with 50 fathoms of line. On the 14th and 15th, the wind blowing steadily and fresh from the westward, we were obliged to stand to the southward, and consequently hindered from seeing any more of the Kuriles Islands. At noon of the 16th, the latitude by observation was 45 degrees 27 minutes. The longitude, deduced from a number of lunar observations taken during the 3 days past, 155 degrees 30 minutes. The variation 4 degrees 30 minutes east. In this situation, we were almost surrounded by the supposed discoveries of former navigators, and uncertain to which we should turn ourselves. To the southward and the southwest were placed, in the French charts, a group of 5 islands called the Three Sisters, Zeleni and Kunashir. We were about 10 leagues, according to the same maps, to the westward of the land of Da Gama, which we had passed to the eastward in April last, at a distance rather less than this, without seeing any appearance of it, from which circumstance we may now conclude that if such land exists at all, it must be an island of a very inconsiderable size. Footnote: from Muller's account of the course steered by Captain Spanberg in his route from Kamtschatka to Japan, it appears that he must also undoubtedly have seen Da Gama's land. if it really has the extent given it in Mr. Danville's maps. Walton, who commanded a vessel in the same expedition, seems also to have looked in vain for this land on his return from Japan, and 3 years afterward, on account of some doubts that had arisen respecting Spanberg's course, Bering went directly in search of it as low as the latitude of 46 degrees. See Voyage et Découverte, etc., page 210, et seq. End footnote. On the other hand, if we give credit to the original position of this land fixed by Teixeira, footnote, see Book 6, Chapter 1, page 149, end footnote, it lay to the west by south, and as the company's land, footnote, this land was seen by the Dutchmen who sailed in the Castricom and Bresques, and imagined by them to be part of the continent of America. There now remains scarce any doubt of its being the islands of Europe and Naddigsta. See the journals of the Castricom and Bresques, published by Wetzer. End footnote. Staten Island. Footnote. This land was also discovered by the Castricom, and, from its situation as described in the journal of that vessel, it appears to be the islands of the Three Sisters, end footnote, and the famous land of Gesso. Footnote, the country of Gesso, which has so long been a stumbling block to our modern geographers, was first brought to the knowledge of Europeans by the Dutch vessels mentioned in the preceding notes. The name appears, from the earliest accounts, to have been well known both to the Japanese and the Kamtschatdales, and used by them indiscriminately for all the islands lying between Kamtschatka and Japan. It has since been applied to a large imaginary island or continent supposed to have been discovered by the Castricom and Bresques, and it may not, therefore, be improper to consider the grounds of this mistake as far as can be collected from the journals of this expedition. The object of the voyage in which those ships were engaged was to explore the eastern shore of Tartary, but, being separated by a storm off the southeast point of Japan, they sailed in different tracks along the east side of that island, and, having passed its northern extremity, proceeded singly on their intended expedition. The Castricom, commanded by De Vries, steering northward, fell in with land on the third day in latitude 42 degrees. He sailed along the southeast coast about 60 leagues in a constant fog, and having anchored in various places, held a friendly intercourse with the inhabitants. Thus far the journal. Now, as the islands of Matimai, Kunashir, and Zeleny appear, from Captain Spanberg's discoveries, to lie exactly in this situation, there can be no doubt of their being the same land, and the circumstances of the fog sufficiently accounts for the error of De Vries in imagining them to be one continent, without having recourse to the supposition of an earthquake, by which Mr. Muller, from his desire to reconcile the opinion generally received with the latter Russian discoveries, conceives the several parts to have been separated. The journal then proceeds to give an account of the discovery of Staten Island and Company's Land, of which I have already given my opinion, and shall have occasion to speak hereafter. Having passed through the Straits of De Vries, says the journal, they entered a vast, wild, and tempestuous sea, in which they steered, through mists and darkness, to the 48° latitude north, after which they were driven by contrary winds to the southward, and again fell in with land to the westward in latitude 45 degrees, which they unaccountably still imagined to be part of the continent of Yeso, whereas whoever examines Janssen's map of their discoveries, which appears to be exceedingly accurate as far as his information went, will, I believe, have no doubt that they were at this time on the coast of Tartary. Having traced this land 4 degrees to the northward, they returned to the southward through the straits they had passed before. It is not necessary to trouble the reader with a journal of the Bresques, as it contains no new matter and has been already republished and very satisfactorily animadverted upon by Mr. Muller. Voyages from Asia to America, etc., English translation, page 78, end footnote, were also supposed to lie nearly in the same direction, together with the group first mentioned, according to the Russian charts. We thought this coast deserved the preference, and accordingly hauled round to the westward, the wind having shifted in the afternoon to the northward. During this day we saw large flocks of gulls, several albatrosses, fulmars, and a number of fish, which our sailors called grampuses, but, as far as we could judge from the appearance of those that passed close by the ships, we imagined them to be the Kamtschatka, or swordfish, described by Krashennikov, to whom I refer the reader for a curious account of the manner in which they attack the whales. In the evening, a visit from a small land bird, about the size of a goldfinch, and resembling that bird in shape and plumage, made us keep a good lookout for land. However, at midnight, on trying for soundings, we found no ground with 45 fathoms of line. On the 17th, at noon, we were in latitude 45 degrees 7 minutes by observation, longitude 154 degrees 0 minutes. The wind now again coming to the westward obliged us to steer a more southerly course, and at midnight it blew from that quarter a fresh gale, accompanied with heavy rain. In the morning we saw another land bird, and many flocks of gulls and petrels bending their course to the southwest. The heavy northeast swell, with which we had constantly laboured since our departure from Lopatka, now ceased and changed suddenly to the southeast. In the forenoon of the 18th we passed great quantities of rockweed, from which, and the flights of birds above mentioned, we conjectured we were at no great distance from the southernmost of the Kuriles, and at the same time the wind coming round to the south enabled us to stand in for it. At 2 we set studding sails and steered west, but the wind increasing to a gale soon obliged us to double reef the topsails, and at midnight we judged it necessary to try for soundings. Accordingly we hove to, but finding no bottom at 75 fathoms, we were encouraged to persevere, and again bore away west with the wind at southeast. This course we kept till 2 in the morning, when the weather becoming thick, we hauled our wind and steered to the southwest till 5, when a violent storm reduced us to our courses. Notwithstanding the unfavourable state of the weather left us little prospect of making the land, we still kept this object anxiously in view, and at daylight ventured to steer west by south, and continued to stand on in this direction till 10 in the forenoon, when the wind suddenly shifting to the southwest brought with it clear weather. Of this we had scarcely taken advantage by setting the topsails and letting out the reefs, when it began to blow so strong from this quarter that we were forced to close reef again, and at noon the wind shifting 2 points to the west rendered it vain to keep any longer on this tack. We, therefore, put about and steered to the southward. At this time our latitude by observation was 44 degrees 12 minutes and longitude 150 degrees 40 minutes, so that, after all our efforts, we had the mortification to find ourselves, according to the Russian charts, upon a meridian with Nadezhda, which they make the southernmost of the Kuriles Islands, and about 20 leagues to the southward. But though the violent and contrary winds we had met with during the last 6 days prevented our getting in with these islands, yet the course we had been obliged to hold is not without its geographical advantages. For the group of islands, consisting of the three sisters, Kunashir and Zeleny, which, in Danville's maps, are placed in the track we had just crossed, being by this means demonstratively removed from that situation, an additional proof is obtained of their lying to the westward, where Spanberg actually places them, between the longitude 142 degrees and 147 degrees. But as this space is occupied in the French charts by part of the supposed land of Yesso and Staten Island, Mr. Muller's opinion becomes extremely probable that they are all the same lands, and as no reasons appear for doubting Spanberg's accuracy, we have ventured, in our general map, to reinstate the three sisters, Zeleny and Kunashir, in their proper situation, and have entirely omitted the rest. When the reader recollects the manner in which the Russians have multiplied the islands of the northern archipelago, from the want of accuracy in determining their real situation, and the desire men naturally feel of propagating new discoveries, he will not be surprised that the same causes should produce the same effects. It is thus that the Yessoian lands, which appear, both from the accounts of the Japanese and the earliest Russian traditions, to be no other than the southern Kuriles Islands, have been supposed distinct from the latter. The land of Da Gama is next on record, and was originally placed nearly in the same situation with those just mentioned, but was removed, as has already been suggested, to make room for Staten Island and the Company's land, and as Yesso and the southernmost of the Kuriles had also possession of this space, that nothing might be lost, they were provided for, the former a little to the westward and the latter to the eastward. As the islands of Zeleny and Kunashir, according to the Russian charts, were still to the southward, we were not without hopes of being able to make them, and therefore kept our head as much to the westward as the wind would permit. On the 20th, at noon, we were in latitude 43 degrees 47 minutes and longitude 150 degrees 30 minutes, and steering west by south, with a moderate breeze from southeast, and probably not more than 24 leagues to the eastward of Zeleny, when our good fortune again deserted us. For, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the wind veering round to the northwest began to blow so strong that we were brought under our foresail and mizzen staysail. We had very heavy squalls and hard rain during the next 24 hours, after which, the horizon clearing a little and the weather growing moderate, we were enabled to set the topsails, but the wind still continuing to blow from the northwest baffled all our endeavours to make the land, and obliged us at last to give up all further thoughts of discovery to the north of Japan. We submitted to this disappointment with the greater reluctance, as the accounts that are given of the inhabitants of these islands, mentioned at the end of the last chapter, had excited in us the greater curiosity to visit them. In the afternoon, the leash rope of the Resolution's foretopsail gave way and split the sail. As this accident had often happened to us in Captain Cook's lifetime, he had ordered the foot and leash ropes of the topsails to be taken out and larger fixed in their stead, and as these also proved unequal to the strain that was on them, it was evident that the proper proportion of strength between those ropes and the sail is exceedingly miscalculated in our service. This day a land bird perched on the rigging and was taken. It was larger than a sparrow, but in other respects very like one. The gale now abated gradually, so that in the morning of the 22nd we let out the reefs of the topsails and made more sail. At noon we were in latitude 40 degrees 58 minutes and longitude 148 degrees 17 minutes, the variation 3 degrees east. In the afternoon another little wanderer from the land pitched on the ship, and was so worn out with fatigue that it suffered itself to be taken immediately and died a few hours afterward. It was not bigger than a wren, had a tuft of yellow feathers on its head, and the rest of its plumage like that of the linnet. The sparrow, being stronger, lived a long time. These birds plainly indicating that we could not be at any great distance from the land, and the wind, after varying a little, fixing in the evening at north, our hopes of making the land again revived, and we hauled up to the west-northwest, in which direction the southernmost island seen by Spanberg, and said to be inhabited by hairy men, lay at the distance of about 50 leagues. But the wind, not keeping pace with our wishes, blew in such light airs that we made little way till 8 the next morning, when we had a fresh breeze from the south-southwest, with which we continued to steer west-northwest till the evening. At noon we were in latitude 40 degrees 35 minutes, longitude 146 degrees 45 minutes. The latter deduced from several lunar observations taken during the night. The variation of the needle we found to be 17 minutes east. In the evening we had strong squally gales attended with rain, and having passed in the course of the day several patches of green grass and seen a shag, many small land birds and flocks of gulls, it was not thought prudent, with all these signs of the vicinity of land, to stand on during the whole night. We therefore tacked at midnight and steered a few hours to the southeast, and at 4 in the morning of the 24th again directed our course to the west-northwest, and carried a press of sail till 7 in the evening, when the wind shifted from south-southwest to north and blew a fresh gale. At this time we were in the latitude of 40 degrees 57 minutes and the longitude of 145 degrees 20 minutes. This second disappointment in our endeavours to get to the northwest, together with the boisterous weather we had met with, and the little likelihood, at this time of the year, of its becoming more favourable to our views, were Captain Gore's motives for now finally giving up all farther search for the islands to the north of Japan, and for shaping a course west-southwest for the north part of that island. In the night the wind shifted to the northeast and blew a fresh gale, with hard rain and hazy weather, which, by noon of the 25th, brought us to the latitude of 40 degrees 18 minutes, in the longitude 144 degrees 0 minutes. Today we saw flights of wild ducks, a pigeon lighted on the rigging, and many birds like linnets flew about us with a degree of vigour that seemed to prove that they had not been long upon the wing. We also passed patches of long grass and a piece either of sugar cane or bamboo. These signs that land was at no great distance induced us to try for soundings, but we found no ground with 90 fathoms of line. Toward evening, the wind by degrees shifted round to the south, with which we still kept on to the west-southwest, and at daybreak of the 26th we had the pleasure of descrying high land to the westward, which proved to be Japan. At 8 it extended from northwest to south by west, distant 3 or 4 leagues. A low flat cape bore northwest 3/4 west, and seemed to make the south part of the entrance of a bay. Toward the south extreme, a conical-shaped hill bore south by west 3/4 west. To the northward of this hill there appeared to be a very deep inlet, the north side of the entrance into which is formed by a low point of land, and, as well as we could judge by our glasses, has a small island near it to the southward. We stood on till 9, when we were within 2 leagues of the land, bearing west 3/4 south, and had soundings of 58 fathoms, with a bottom of very fine sand. We now tacked and stood off, but the wind dying away, at noon we had got no farther than 3 leagues from the coast, which extended from northwest by north 3/4 west to south half east, and was, for the most part, bold and cliffy. The low cape to the northward bore northwest by west, 6 leagues distant, and the north point of the inlet south 3/4 west. The latitude by observation was 40 degrees 5 minutes and longitude 142 degrees 28 minutes. The northernmost land in sight we judged to be the northern extremity of Japan. Footnote: the only authentic survey of the eastern coast of Japan with which I am acquainted is that published by Janssen in his atlas, and compiled with great accuracy from the charts and journals of the Castricom and Bresques. I have therefore adopted, wherever the identity of the situations could be nearly ascertained, the names given in that map to the corresponding points and headlands seen by us along the coast. Janssen places the northern extremity of Japan in latitude 40 degrees 15 minutes. The point seen by us was in latitude 40 degrees 27 minutes. End footnote. It is lower than any other part, and, from the range of the highlands that were seen over it from the masthead, the coast appeared evidently to incline round to the westward. The north point of the inlet we suppose to be Cape Nambu, and the town to be situated in a break of the highland, toward which the inlet seemed to direct itself. Footnote: this town is called by Janssen Nabo. End footnote. The country is of a moderate height, consists of a double range of mountains. It abounds with wood, and has a pleasing variety of hills and dales. We saw the smoke of several towns or villages, and many houses near the shore, in pleasant and cultivated situations. During the calm, being willing to make the best use of our time, we put our fishing lines overboard in 10 fathoms water, but without any success. As this was the only amusement our circumstances admitted, the disappointment was always very sensibly felt, and made us look back with regret to the cod banks of the dreary regions we had left, which had supplied us with so many wholesome meals, and, by the diversion they afforded, had given a variety to the wearisome succession of gales and calms, and the tedious repetition of the same nautical observations. At 2 in the afternoon, the breeze freshened from the southward, and by 4 had brought us under close reefed topsails, and obliged us to stand off to the southeast. In consequence of this course, and the haziness of the weather, the land soon disappeared. We kept on all night until 8 the next morning, when the wind coming round to the north and growing moderate, we made sail and steered west-southwest toward the land, but did not make it till 3 in the afternoon, when it extended from northwest half-west to west. The northernmost extreme being a continuation of the highland, which was the southernmost we had seen the day before. The land to the west we conceived to be Hoffer Tafelberg, the high table hill of Janssen. Between the two extremes the coast was low and scarcely perceptible, except from the masthead. We stood on toward the coast till 8, when we were about 5 leagues distant, and having shortened sail for the night, steered to the southward, sounding every 4 hours, but never found ground with 160 fathoms of line. On the 28th, at 6 in the morning, we again saw land 12 leagues to the southward of that seen the preceding day, extending from west-southwest to west by north. We steered southwest obliquely with the shore, and at 10 saw more land open to the southwest. To the westward of this land, which is low and flat, are 2 islands, as we judged, though some doubts were entertained whether they might not be connected with the adjacent low ground. The hazy weather, joined to our distance, prevented us also from determining whether there are any inlets or harbours between the projecting points, which seem here to promise good shelter. At noon, the north extreme bore northwest by north, and a high-peaked hill over a steep headland west by north, distant 5 leagues. Our latitude at this time, by observation, was 38 degrees 16 minutes, longitude 142 degrees 9 minutes. The mean of the variation, from observations taken both in the fore and afternoon, was 1 degree 20 minutes east. At 3:30 in the afternoon we lost sight of the land, and, from its breaking off so suddenly, conjectured that what we had seen this day is an island, or perhaps a cluster of islands, lying off the mainland of Japan. But as the islands, called by Janssen the Schildpads, and by Mr. Danville Matsima, though laid down nearly in the same situation, are not equal in extent to the land seen by us, we must leave this point undecided. Having kept a southwest course during the remaining part of the day, we found ourselves at midnight in 70 fathoms water over a bottom of fine dark brown sand. We therefore hauled up to the eastward till morning, when we saw the land again, about 11 leagues to the southward of that which we had seen the day before, and at 8 we were within 6 or 7 miles of the shore, having carried in regular soundings from 65 to 20 fathoms over coarse sand and gravel. Unluckily, there was a haze over the land, which hindered our distinguishing small objects on it. The coast is straight and unbroken, and runs nearly in a north and south direction. Toward the sea the ground is low, but rises gradually into hills of a moderate height, whose tops are tolerably even and covered with wood. At 9 o'clock, the wind shifting to the southward and the sky lowering, we tacked and stood off to the east, and soon after we saw a vessel close in with the land, standing along the shore to the northward, and another in the offing, coming down on us before the wind. Objects of any kind belonging to a country so famous, and yet so little known, it will be easily conceived, must have excited a general curiosity, and accordingly every soul on board was upon deck in an instant to gaze at them. As the vessel to windward approached us, she hauled farther off shore, upon which, Fearing that we should alarm them by the appearance of a pursuit, we brought the ships to, and she passed ahead of us at the distance of about half a mile. It would have been easy for us to have spoken with them, but perceiving by their manoeuvres that they were much frightened, Captain Gore was not willing to augment their terrors, and, thinking that we should have many better opportunities of communication with this people, suffered them to go off without interruption. Our distance did not permit us to remark any particulars regarding the men on board, who seemed to be about 6 in number, especially as the haziness of the weather precluded the use of our glasses. According to the best conjectures we were able to form, the vessel was about 40 tons burthen. She had but one mast, on which was hoisted a square sail, extended by a yard aloft, the braces of which worked forward. Halfway down the sail came 3 pieces of black cloth at equal distances from each other. The vessel was higher at each end than in the midship, and we imagined, from her appearance and form, that it was impossible for her to sail any otherwise than large. At noon the wind freshened and brought with it a good deal of rain. By 3 it had increased so much that we were reduced to our courses. At the same time the sea ran as high as any one on board ever remembered to have seen it. If the Japanese vessels are, as Kempfer describes them, open in the stern, it would not have been possible for those we saw to have survived the fury of this storm. But as the appearance of the weather all the preceding part of the day foretold its coming, and one of the sloops had, notwithstanding, stood far out to sea, we may safely conclude that they are perfectly capable of bearing a gale of wind. Spanberg indeed describes 2 kinds of Japanese vessels, one answering to the above description of Kempfer, the other which he calls busses, and in which he says they make their voyages to the neighbouring islands, exactly corresponds with those we saw. Footnote: Ouide Muller, French edition, page 215, end footnote. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 8, Part 2. Plan of our future proceedings. Course to the southward along the coast of Kamtschatka. Cape Lopatka. Past the islands Shumska and Paramusia. Driven to the eastward of the Kuriles. Singular situation with respect to the pretended discoveries of former navigators. Fruitless attempts to reach the islands north of Japan. Geographical conclusions. View of the coast of Japan. Run along the east side. Past 2 Japanese vessels. Driven off the coast by contrary winds. Extraordinary effect of currents. Steer for the Bashies. Pass large quantities of pumice stone. Discover Sulphur Island. Pass the Pratas. Isles of Lima and Ladrön Island. Chinese pilot taken on board the Resolution. Journals of the officers and men secured. Continued. At 8 in the evening, the gale shifted to the west without abating the least in violence, and by raising a sudden swell in a contrary direction to that which prevailed before, occasioned the ships to strain and labour exceedingly. During the storm, several of the sails were split on board the Resolution. Indeed, they had been so long bent, and were worn so thin, that this accident had of late happened to us almost daily in both ships, especially when being stiff and heavy with the rain, they became less able to bear the shocks of the violent and variable winds we at this time experienced. The gale at length growing moderate and settling to the west, we kept up on a wind to the southward, and at 9 in the morning of the 30th we saw the land at the distance of about 15 leagues, bearing from west by north to northwest 1/4 west. It appeared in detached parts, but whether they were small islands or parts of Japan, our distance did not enable us to determine. At noon it extended from northwest to west, the nearest land being about 13 leagues distant, beyond which the coast seemed to run in a westerly direction. The latitude, by observation, was 36 degrees 41 minutes, longitude 142 degrees 6 minutes. The point to the northward, which was supposed to be near the southernmost land seen the day before, we conjectured to be Cape de Kennis, and the break to the southward of this point to be the mouth of the river on which the town of Gisima is said to be situated. The next cape is probably that called in the Dutch charts Boomtjes Point, and the southernmost, of which we were abreast at noon, we suppose to be near Low Point. Footnote: Lager Hoek, or Low Point, is placed by Janssen in latitude 36 degrees 40 minutes. End footnote. And that we were at too great a distance to see the low land, in which it probably terminates, to the eastward. In the afternoon, the wind veering round to the northeast, we stood to the southward, at the distance of about 18 leagues from the shore, trying for soundings as we went along, but finding none with 115 fathoms of line. At 2 the next morning it shifted to west, attended with rain and lightning, and blowing in heavy squalls. During the course of the day we had several small birds of a brown plumage, resembling linnets, flying about us, which had been forced off the land by these strong westerly gales. But toward the evening, the wind coming to the northwest, we shaped our course along with them to west-southwest in order to regain the coast. In the morning of the 1st of November, the wind again shifted to southeast, and bringing with it fair weather, we got 42 sets of distances of the moon from the sun and stars, with 4 different quadrants, each set consisting of 6 observations. These, agreeing pretty nearly with each other, fix our situation at noon the same day, with great accuracy, in longitude 141 degrees 32 minutes. The latitude by observation was 35 degrees 17 minutes. We found an error of latitude in our reckonings of the preceding day of 8 miles, and in this day's of 17, from whence, and from our being much more to the eastward than we expected, we concluded that there had been a strong current from the southwest. At 2 in the afternoon, we again made the land to the westward, at the distance of about 12 leagues, the southernmost land in sight, which we supposed to be White Point. Footnote: Witte Hoek, placed by Janssen in latitude 35 degrees 24 minutes. End footnote. Bore west-southwest half-west. A hummock to the northward, which had the appearance of being an island, bore north-northwest half-west, within which we saw from the masthead low land, which we took to be Sandown Point. Footnote: Sandoyen Neger Hoek, in latitude 35 degrees 55 minutes. Janssen. End footnote. We stood in toward the land till 5:30, when we hauled our wind to the southward. At this time we saw a number of Japanese vessels close in with the land, several seemingly engaged in fishing, and others standing along shore. We now discovered to the westward a remarkably high mountain with a round top rising far inland. There is no high ground near it, the coast being of a moderate elevation and, as far as we could judge, from the haziness of the horizon, much broken by small inlets. But to the southward of the hummock island before mentioned, there appeared at a great distance, within the country, a ridge of hills stretching in a direction toward the mountain and probably joining with it. As this is the most remarkable hill on the coast, we could have wished to have settled its situation exactly, but having only had this single view, were obliged to be contented with such accuracy as our circumstances would allow. Its latitude, therefore, we conceived to be 35 degrees 20 minutes, its longitude, estimated by its distance from the ships, at this time 15 leagues, 140 degrees 26 minutes. As the Dutch charts make the coast of Japan extend about 10 leagues to the southwest of White Point, at 8 we tacked and stood off to the eastward in order to weather the point. At midnight we again tacked to the southwest, expecting to fall in with the coast to the southward, but were surprised in the morning at 8 to see the hummock at the distance only of 3 leagues, bearing west-northwest. We began at first to doubt the evidence of our senses, and afterward to suspect some deception from a similarity of land. But at noon we found ourselves by observation to be actually in latitude 35 degrees 43 minutes, at a time when our reckonings gave us 34 degrees 48 minutes. So that, during the 8 hours in which we supposed we had made a course of 9 leagues to the southwest, we had in reality been carried 8 leagues from the position we left, in a direction diametrically opposite, which made, on the whole, in that short space of time, a difference in our reckoning of 17 leagues. From this error we calculated that the current had set to the northeast by north at the rate of at least 5 miles an hour. Our longitude at this time was 141 degrees 16 minutes. The weather having now the same threatening appearance as on the 29th of October, which was followed by so sudden and severe a gale, and the wind continuing at south-southeast, it was thought prudent to leave the shore and stand off to the eastward to prevent our being entangled with the land. Nor were we wrong in our prognostications, for it soon afterward began and continued till next day to blow a heavy gale, accompanied with hazy and rainy weather. In the morning of the 3rd, we found ourselves, by our reckoning, upward of 50 leagues from the land, which circumstance, together with the very extraordinary effect of currents we had before experienced, the late season of the year, the unsettled state of the weather, and the little likelihood of any change for the better, made Captain Gore resolve to leave Japan altogether and prosecute our voyage to China, hoping that as the track he meant to pursue had never yet been explored, he should be able to make amends by some new discovery for the disappointments we had met with on this coast. If the reader should be of opinion that we quitted this object too hastily, in addition to the facts already stated, it ought to be remarked, Kempfer describes the coast of Japan as the most dangerous in the whole world. Footnote: see Kempfer's History of Japan, Volume 1, pages 92, 93, 94, and 102. End footnote. That it would have been equally dangerous in case of distress to run into any of their harbours, where we know, from the best authorities, that the aversion of the inhabitants to any intercourse with strangers has led them to commit the most atrocious barbarities, that our ships were in a leaky condition, that our sails were worn out and unable to withstand a gale of wind, and that the rigging was so rotten as to require constant and perpetual repairs. As the strong currents which set along the eastern coast of Japan may be of dangerous consequence to the navigator who is not aware of their extraordinary rapidity, I shall take leave of this island with a summary account of their force and direction, as observed by us from the 1st to the 8th of November. On the 1st, at which time we were about 18 leagues to the eastward of White Point, the current set northeast and by north at the rate of 3 miles an hour. On the 2nd, as we approached the shore, we found it continuing in the same direction, but increased in its rapidity to 5 miles an hour. As we left the shore, it again became more moderate and inclined to the eastward. On the 3rd, at the distance of 60 leagues, it set to the east-northeast, 3 miles an hour. On the 4th and 5th, it turned to the southward, and at 120 leagues from the land, its direction was southeast, and its rate not more than 1.5 miles an hour. On the 6th and 7th, it again shifted to the northeast, its force gradually diminishing till the 8th, when we could no longer perceive any at all. During the 4th and 5th, we continued our course to the southeast, having very unsettled weather, attended with much lightning and rain. On both days we passed great quantities of pumice stone, several pieces of which we took up, and found to weigh from 1 ounce to 3 pounds. We conjectured that these stones had been thrown into the sea by eruptions of various dates, as many of them were covered with barnacles and others quite bare. At the same time we saw 2 wild ducks and several small land birds, and had many porpoises playing round us. On the 6th, at daylight, we altered our course to the south-southwest, but at 8 in the evening we were taken back and obliged to steer to the southeast. On the 7th, at noon, we saw a small land bird, our latitude by observation at this time being 33 degrees 52 minutes and longitude 148 degrees 42 minutes. On the 9th, we were in latitude 31 degrees 46 minutes, longitude 146 degrees 20 minutes, when we again saw a small land bird, a tropic bird, porpoises, flying fishes, and had a great swell from the east-southeast. We continued our course to the southwest, having the winds from the northward, without any remarkable occurrence, till the 12th, when we had a most violent gale of wind from the same quarter, which reduced us to the foresail and mizzen staysail, and as the weather was so hazy that we were not able to see a cable's length before us, and many shoals and small islands are laid down in our charts in this part of the ocean, we brought to with our heads to the southwest. At noon the latitude by account was 27 degrees 36 minutes, longitude 144 degrees 25 minutes. In the morning of the 13th, the wind shifting round to the northwest brought with it fair weather, but though we were at this time nearly in the situation given to the island of San Juan, we saw no appearance of land. We now bore away to the southwest and set the topsails, the gale still continuing with great violence. At noon, the latitude by observation was 26 degrees 0 minutes, longitude 143 degrees 40 minutes, and variation 3 degrees 50 minutes east. In the afternoon we saw flying fish and dolphins, also tropic birds and albatrosses. We still continued to pass much pumice stone. Indeed, the prodigious quantities of this substance which float in the sea between Japan and the Bashi Islands seem to indicate that some great volcanic convulsion must have happened in this part of the Pacific Ocean, and consequently give some degree of probability to the opinion of Mr. Muller, which I have already had occasion to mention, respecting the separation of the continent of Yesso and the disappearance of Company's Land and Staten Island. At 6 in the afternoon we altered our course to the west-southwest, Captain Gore judging it useless to steer any longer to the south-southwest, as we were near the meridian of the Ladrones or Marianne Islands, and at no great distance from the track of the Manila ships. In the morning of the 14th the weather became fine, and the wind, which was moderate, gradually shifted to the northeast and proved to be the trade wind. At 10, Mr. Trevennan, one of the young gentlemen who came along with me into the Discovery, saw land appearing like a peaked mountain and bearing southwest. At noon the latitude by observation was 24 degrees 37 minutes, longitude 142 degrees 2 minutes. The land, which we now discovered to be an island, bore southwest half west, distant 8 or 10 leagues, and at 2 in the afternoon we saw another to the west-northwest. This second island, when seen at a distance, has the appearance of two, the south point consisting of a high conical hill, joined by a narrow neck to the northern land, which is of a moderate height. As this was evidently of greater extent than the island to the south, we altered our course toward it. At 4 it bore northwest by west, but, not having daylight sufficient to examine the coast, we stood upon our tacks during the night. On the 15th, at 6 in the morning, we bore away for the south point of the larger island, at which time we discovered another high island bearing north 3/4 west, the south island being on the same rhomb line, and the south point of the island ahead west by north. At 9 we were abreast and within a mile of the middle island, but Captain Gore, finding that a boat could not land without some danger from the great surf that broke on the shore, kept on his course to the westward. At noon our latitude by observation was 24 degrees 50 minutes, longitude 140 degrees 56 minutes east. This island is about 5 miles long in a north-northeast and south-southwest direction. The south point is a high barren hill, flattish at the top, and when seen from the west-southwest presents an evident volcanic crater. The earth, rock, or sand, for it was not easy to distinguish of which its surface is composed, exhibited various colours, and a considerable part we conjectured to be sulphur, both from its appearance to the eye and the strong sulphurous smell which we perceived as we approached the point. Some of the officers on board the Resolution, which passed nearer the land, thought they saw steams arising from the top of the hill. From these circumstances, Captain Gore gave it the name of Sulphur Island. A low, narrow neck of land connects this hill with the south end of the island, which spreads out into a circumference of 3 or 4 leagues, and is of a moderate height. The part near the isthmus has some bushes on it, and has a green appearance, but those to the northeast are very barren and full of large detached rocks, many of which were exceedingly white. Very dangerous breakers extend 2.5 miles to the east and 2 miles to the west off the middle part of the island, on which the sea broke with great violence. The North and South Islands appeared to us as single mountains of a considerable height, the former peaked and of a conical shape, the latter more square and flat at the top. Sulphur Island we place in latitude 24 degrees 48 minutes, longitude 141 degrees 12 minutes. The North Island in latitude 25 degrees 14 minutes, longitude 141 degrees 10 minutes. The South Island in latitude 24 degrees 22 minutes and longitude 141 degrees 20 minutes. The variation observed was 3 degrees 30 minutes east. Captain Gore now directed his course to the west-southwest for the Bashi Islands, hoping to procure at them such a supply of refreshments as would help to shorten his stay in Macao. These islands were visited by Dampier, who gives a very favourable account both of the civility of the inhabitants and of the plenty of hogs and vegetables with which the country abounds. They were afterwards seen by Byron and Wallis, who passed them without landing. In order to extend our view in the daytime, the ships spread between 2 and 3 leagues from each other, and during the night we went under an easy sail, so that it was scarcely possible to pass any land that lay in the neighbourhood of our course. In this manner we proceeded without any occurrence worth remarking, with a fresh breeze from the northeast till the 22nd, when it increased to a strong gale, with violent squalls of wind and rain, which brought us under close reefed topsails. At noon of the 23rd, the latitude by account was 21 degrees 5 minutes and longitude 123 degrees 20 minutes. At 6 in the evening, being now only 21 leagues from the Bashi Islands, according to the situation in Mr. Dalrymple's map, and the weather squally, attended with a thick haze, we hauled our wind to the north-northwest and handed the fore topsail. During the whole of the 24th it rained incessantly, and the wind still blew a storm. A heavy sea rolled down on us from the north, and in the afternoon we had violent flashes of lightning from the same quarter. We continued upon a wind to the north-northwest till 9 o'clock, when we tacked and stood to the south-southeast till 4 in the morning of the 25th, and then wore. During the night there was an eclipse of the moon, but the rain prevented our making any observation. Unfortunately, at the time of the greatest darkness, a seaman, in stowing the main topmast staysail, fell overboard, but laying hold of a rope which providentially was hanging out of the forechains into the water, and the ship being quickly brought in the wind, he was got on board without any other hurt than a slight bruise on his shoulder. At 8, the weather clearing, we bore away, but the wind still blew so strong that we carried no other sail than the foresail, and the main topsail close reefed. About this time we saw a land bird resembling a thrush and a sugar cane. At noon the latitude by observation was 21 degrees 35 minutes and longitude 121 degrees 35 minutes. As our situation in longitude was now to the west of the Bashi, according to Mr. Dalrymple's maps, I perceived that Captain Gore was governed, in the course he was steering, by the opinions of Commodore Byron and Captain Wallis, with whom he sailed when they passed these islands, the former placing it near 4 degrees to the westward, or in longitude 118 degrees 14 minutes. In consequence of this opinion, at 2 we stood to the southward, with a view of getting into the same parallel of latitude with the islands before we ran down our longitude. At 6 we were nearly in that situation, and consequently ought to have been in sight of land, according to Mr. Wallace's account, who places the Bashees near 3 degrees more to the eastward than Mr. Byron. The gale at this time had not in the least abated, and Captain Gore, still conceiving that the islands must undoubtedly lie to the westward, brought the ships to, with their heads to the northwest, under the foresail and balanced mizzen. At 6 in the morning of the 26th, the wind having considerably abated, we bore away west, set the topsails, and let out the reefs. At noon, the latitude, by observation, was 21 degrees 12 minutes, and longitude 120 degrees 25 minutes. We saw, this day, a flock of ducks and many tropic birds, also dolphins and porpoises, and still continued to pass several pumice stones. We spent the night upon our tacks, and at 6 in the morning of the 27th again bore away west in search of the Bashees. I now began to be a little apprehensive lest, in searching for those islands, we should get so much to the southward as to be obliged to pass to leeward of the Pratas. In this case it might have been exceedingly difficult for such bad sailing ships as ours to fetch Macao, particularly should the wind continue to blow as it now did, from the north-northeast and north. As I had some doubts whether Mr. Dalrymple's charts were on board the Resolution, I made sail and hailed her, and having acquainted Captain Gore with the position of these shoals, and my apprehensions of being driven to the southward, he informed me that he should continue on his course for the day, as he was still in hopes of finding Admiral Byron's longitude right, and therefore ordered me to spread a few miles to the south. At noon the weather became hazy. The latitude, by reckoning, was 21 degrees 2 minutes, and longitude 118 degrees 30 minutes. And at 6, having got to the westward of the Bashees, by Mr. Byron's account, Captain Gore hauled his wind to the northwest under an easy sail, the wind blowing very strong, and there being every appearance of a dirty boisterous night. At 4 in the morning of the 28th, we saw the Resolution, then half a mile ahead of us, wear, and immediately perceived breakers close under our lee. At daylight we saw the island of Prata, and at 6:30 we wore again, and stood toward the shoal, and finding we could not weather it, bore away and ran to leeward. As we passed the south side, within a mile of the reef, we observed 2 remarkable patches on the edges of the breakers that looked like wrecks. At noon, the latitude found by double altitudes was 20 degrees 39 minutes, longitude 116 degrees 45 minutes. The island bore north 3/4 east, distant 3 or 4 leagues. On the southwest side of the reef, and near the south end of the island, we thought we saw from the masthead openings in the reef, which promised safe anchorage. The Prata shoal is of a considerable extent, being 6 leagues from north to south, and stretching 3 or 4 leagues to the eastward of the island. Its limit to the westward we were not in a situation to determine. The northeast extremity we place in latitude 20 degrees 58 minutes and longitude 117 degrees, and the southwest in latitude 20 degrees 45 minutes and longitude 116 degrees 44 minutes. For the remaining part of the day we carried a press of sail and kept the wind, which was northeast by north, in order to secure our passage to Macao. It was fortunate that, toward evening, the wind favoured us by changing 2 points more to the east, for, had the wind and weather continued the same as during the preceding week, I doubt whether we could have fetched that port, in which case we must have borne away for Batavia, a place we all dreaded exceedingly, from the sad havoc the unhealthiness of the climate had made in the crews of the former ships that had been out on discovery and had touched there. In the forenoon of the 29th, we passed several Chinese fishing boats, who eyed us with great indifference. They fish with a large dredge net shaped like a hollow cone, having a flat iron rim fixed to the lower part of its mouth. The net is made fast with cords to the head and stern of the boat, which being left to drive with the wind, draws the net after it, with the iron part dragging along the bottom. We were sorry to find the sea covered with the wrecks of boats that had been lost, as we conjectured, in the late boisterous weather. At noon we were in latitude, by observation, 22 degrees 1 minute, having run 110 miles upon a northwest course since the preceding noon. Being now nearly in the latitude of the Lima Islands, we bore away west by north, and after running 22 miles, saw one of them 9 or 10 leagues to the westward. At 6, the extremes of the islands in sight bore north-northwest half west and west-northwest half west, distant from the nearest 4 or 5 leagues. The depth of water 22 fathoms over a soft muddy bottom. We now shortened sail and kept upon our tacks for the night. By Mr. Bailey's timekeeper, the Grand Lama bore from the Prata Island north 60 degrees west 153 miles, and by our run north 57 degrees west 146 miles. In the morning of the 30th, we ran along the Lima Isles, which, like all the other islands on this coast, are without wood and, as far as we could observe, without cultivation. At 7 o'clock we had precisely the same view of these islands as is represented in a plate of Lord Anson's voyage. At 9 o'clock a Chinese boat, which had been before with the Resolution, came alongside and wanted to put on board us a pilot, which however we declined, as it was our business to follow our consort. We soon after passed the rock marked R in Lord Anson's plate, but instead of hauling up to the northward of the Grand Ladrone Island, as was done in the Centurion, we proceeded to leeward. It is hardly necessary to caution the mariner not to take this course, as the danger is sufficiently obvious. For, should the wind blow strong, and the current set with it, it will be extremely difficult to fetch Macao. Indeed, we might, with great safety, by the direction of Mr. Dalrymple's map, have gone either entirely to the north of the Lima Isles, or between them, and made the wind fair for Macao. Our fears of missing this port and being forced to Batavia, added to the strong and eager desires of hearing news from Europe, made us rejoice to see the Resolution soon after fire a gun and hoist her colours as a signal for a pilot. On repeating the signal, we saw an excellent race between 4 Chinese boats, and Captain Gore, having engaged with the man who arrived first to carry the ship to the Typa for $30, sent me word that, as we could easily follow, that expense might be saved to us. Soon after, a second pilot getting on board the Resolution, insisted on conducting the ship, and, without further ceremony, laid hold of the wheel and began to order the sails to be trimmed. This occasioned a violent dispute, which at last was compromised by their agreeing to go shares in the money. At noon, the latitude, by observation, was 21 degrees 57 minutes north and longitude 114 degrees 2 minutes east. The Grand Ladrone Island extending from northwest half north to north half west, distant 4 miles. The land of which the bearings are here given we conceived to be one island, but afterward found the western part to be the island marked Z in Mr. Dalrymple's chart of part of the coast of China, etc., which, at that time, we unfortunately had not on board. In obedience to the instructions given to Captain Clerke by the Board of Admiralty, it now became necessary to demand of the officers and men their journals and what other papers they might have in their possession relating to the history of our voyage. The execution of these orders seemed to require some delicacy as well as firmness. I could not be ignorant that the greatest part of our officers and several of the seamen had amused themselves with writing accounts of our proceedings for their own private satisfaction or that of their friends, which they might be unwilling, in their present form, to have submitted to the inspection of strangers. On the other hand, I could not, consistently with the instructions we had received, leave in their custody papers which, either from carelessness or design, might fall into the hands of printers and give rise to spurious and imperfect accounts of the voyage, to the discredit of our labours, and perhaps to the prejudice of officers who, though innocent, might be suspected of having been the authors of such publications. As soon, therefore, as I had assembled the ship's company on deck, I acquainted them with the orders we had received, and the reasons which I thought ought to induce them to yield a ready obedience. At the same time I told them that any papers which they were desirous not to have sent to the Admiralty should be sealed up in their presence, and kept in my own custody till the intentions of the board with regard to the publication of the history of the voyage were fulfilled, after which they should faithfully be restored back to them. It is with the greatest satisfaction I can relate that my proposals met with the approbation and the cheerful compliance both of the officers and men, and I am persuaded that every scrap of paper containing any transactions relating to the voyage were given up. Indeed, it is doing bare justice to the seamen of this ship to declare that they were the most obedient and the best disposed men I ever knew, though almost all of them were very young and had never before served in a ship of war. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 9, Part 1. Working up to Macao, a Chinese comprador, sent on shore to visit the Portuguese governor, effects of the intelligence we received from Europe, anchor in the Typa, passage up to Canton, Boca Tigris, Wampu, description of a sampan, reception at the English factory, instance of the suspicious character of the Chinese, of their mode of trading, of the city of Canton, its size, population, number of sampans, military force, of the streets and houses, visit to a Chinese, return to Macao, great demand for the sea otter skins, plan of a voyage for opening a fur trade on the western coast of America and prosecuting further discoveries in the neighborhood of Japan, departure from Macao, price of provisions in China. We kept working to windward till 6 in the evening, when we came to anchor by the direction of the Chinese pilot on board the Resolution, who imagined the tide was setting against us. In this, however, he was much deceived, as we found upon making the experiment that it set to the northward till 10 o'clock. The next morning he fell into a similar mistake, for at 5, on the appearance of slack water, he gave orders to get under way, but the ignorance he had discovered having put us on our guard, we chose to be convinced by our own observations before we weighed, and on trying the tide, we found a strong undertow, which obliged us to keep fast till 11 o'clock. From these circumstances it appears that the tide had run down 12 hours. During the afternoon we kept standing on our tacks between the island of Pulo and the Grand Ladrone, having passed to the eastward of the former. At 9 o'clock, the tide beginning to ebb, we again came to anchor in 6 fathoms water, the town of Macao bearing northwest 3 leagues distant, and the island of Pulo south half-west 2 leagues distant. This island lies 2 leagues to the north-northwest of the island marked Z in Mr. Dalrymple's chart, which we at first took to be part of the Grand Ladrone. It is small and rocky, and off the west end there is said to be foul ground, though we passed near it without perceiving any. In the forenoon of the 2nd, one of the Chinese contractors, who are called compradors, went on board the Resolution and sold to Captain Gore 200 pounds weight of beef, together with a considerable quantity of greens, oranges, and eggs. A proportionable share of these articles was sent to the Discovery, and an agreement made with the man to furnish us with a daily supply, for which, however, he insisted on being paid beforehand. Our pilot pretending he could carry the ships no farther, Captain Gore was obliged to discharge him, and we were left to our own guidance. At 2 in the afternoon, the tide flowing, we weighed and worked to windward, and at 7 anchored in 3½ fathoms of water, Macao bearing west 3 miles distant. This situation was indeed very ineligible, being exposed to the northeast and having shoal water, not more than 2½ fathoms deep to leeward. But as no nautical description is given in Lord Anson's voyage of the harbour in which the Centurion anchored, and Mr. Dalrymple's general map, which was the only one on board, was on too small a scale to serve for our direction, the ships were obliged to remain there all night. In the evening, Captain Gore sent me on shore to visit the Portuguese governor, and to request his assistance in procuring refreshments for our crews, which he thought might be done on more reasonable terms than the comprador would undertake to furnish them. At the same time I took a list of the naval stores, of which both vessels were greatly in want, with an intention of proceeding immediately to Canton, and applying to the servants of the East India Company, who were at that time resident there. On my arrival at the citadel, the fort major informed me that the governor was sick and not able to see company, but that we might be assured of receiving every assistance in their power. This, however, I understood would be very inconsiderable, as they were entirely dependent on the Chinese, even for their daily subsistence. Indeed, the answer returned to the first request I made gave me a sufficient proof of the fallen state of the Portuguese power. For, on my acquainting the Major with my desire of proceeding immediately to Canton, he told me that they could not venture to furnish me with a boat till leave was obtained from the hoppo, or officer of the customs, and that the application for this purpose must be made to the Chinese government at Canton. The mortification I felt at meeting with this unexpected delay could only be equalled by the extreme impatience with which we had so long waited for an opportunity of receiving intelligence from Europe. It often happens that, in the eager pursuit of an object, we overlook the easiest and most obvious means of attaining it. This was actually my case at present, for I was returning under great dejection to the ship when the Portuguese officer who attended me asked me if I did not mean to visit the English gentleman at Macao. I need not add with what transport I received the information this question conveyed to me, nor the anxious hopes and fears, the conflict between curiosity and apprehension which passed in my mind as we walked toward the house of one of our countrymen. In this state of agitation, it was not surprising that our reception, though no way deficient in civility or kindness, should appear cold and formal. In our inquiries, as far as they related to objects of private concern, we met, as was indeed to be expected, with little or no satisfaction. But the events of a public nature, which had happened since our departure, and now, for the first time, burst all at once upon us, overwhelmed every other feeling, and left us for some time almost without the power of reflection. For several days we continued questioning each other about the truth of what we had heard, as if desirous of seeking, in doubt and suspense, for that relief and consolation which the reality of our calamities appeared totally to exclude. These sensations were succeeded by the most poignant regret at finding ourselves cut off at such a distance from the scene where, we imagined, the fate of fleets and armies was every moment deciding. The intelligence we had just received of the state of affairs in Europe made us the more exceedingly anxious to hasten our departure as much as possible, and I therefore renewed my attempt to procure a passage to Canton, but without effect. The difficulty arising from the established policy of the country, I was now told, would probably be much increased by an incident that had happened a few weeks before our arrival. Captain Canton, in the Seahorse, a ship of war of 25 guns, had been sent from Madras to urge the payment of a debt owing by the Chinese merchants of Canton to private British subjects in the East Indies and Europe, which, including the principal and compound interest, amounted, I understood, to near £1,000,000 sterling. For this purpose, he had orders to insist on an audience with the Viceroy of Canton, which, after some delay, and not without recourse being had to threats, was at length obtained. The answer he received on the subject of his mission was fair and satisfactory, but immediately after his departure, an edict was stuck up on the houses of the Europeans and in the public places of the city, forbidding all foreigners on any pretence to lend money to the subjects of the emperor. This measure had occasioned very serious alarms at Canton. The Chinese merchants who had incurred the debt, contrary to the commercial laws of their own country, and denied in part the justice of the demand, were afraid that intelligence of this would be conveyed to Pekin, and that the emperor, who had the character of a just and rigid prince, might punish them with the loss of their fortunes, if not of their lives. On the other hand, the Select Committee, to whom the cause of the claimants was strongly recommended by the Presidency of Madras, were extremely apprehensive lest they should embroil themselves with the Chinese government at Canton, and by that means bring, perhaps, irreparable mischief on the company's affairs in China. For I was further informed that the mandarins were always ready to take occasion, even on the slightest grounds, to put a stop to their trading, and that it was often with great difficulty, and never without certain expense, that they could get such restraints taken off. These impositions were daily increasing, and indeed I found it a prevailing opinion in all the European factories that they should soon be reduced either to quit the commerce of that country or to bear the same indignities to which the Dutch are subjected in Japan. The arrival of the Resolution and Discovery at such a time could not fail of occasioning fresh alarms, and therefore, finding that there was no probability of my proceeding to Canton, I dispatched a letter to the English supercargoes to acquaint them with the cause of our putting into the Tigris, to request their assistance in procuring me a passport, and in forwarding the stores we wanted, of which I sent them a list as expeditiously as possible. The next morning I was accompanied on board by our countryman, who, pointing out to us the situation of the Typa, we weighed at 6:30 and stood toward it. But the wind failing, we came to at 8 in 3½ fathoms water. Macao bearing west-northwest 3 miles distant, the Grand Ladrone southeast by south. The Resolution here saluted the Portuguese fort with 11 guns, which were returned by the same number. Early on the 4th, we again weighed and stood into the Typa, and moored with the stream anchor and cable to the westward. The comprador whom we had first engaged with, having disappeared with a small sum of money, which had been given him to purchase provisions, we contracted with another, who continued to supply both ships during our whole stay. This was done secretly and in the night time, under pretence that it was contrary to the regulations of the port. But we suspected all this caution to have been used with a view either of enhancing the price of the articles he furnished, or of securing to himself the profits of his employment, without being obliged to share them with the mandarins. On the 9th, Captain Gore received an answer from the Committee of the English supercargoes at Canton, in which they assured him that their best endeavours should be used to procure the supplies we stood in need of as expeditiously as possible, and that a passport should be sent for one of his officers, hoping at the same time that we were sufficiently acquainted with the character of the Chinese government to attribute any delays that might unavoidably happen to their true cause. The day following, an English merchant from one of our settlements in the East Indies applied to Captain Gore for the assistance of a few hands to navigate a vessel he had purchased at Macao up to Canton. Captain Gore, judging this a good opportunity for me to proceed to that place, gave orders that I should take along with me my second lieutenant, the lieutenant of marines, and 10 seamen. Though this was not precisely the mode in which I could have wished to visit Canton, yet as it was very uncertain when the passport might arrive, and my presence might contribute materially to the expediting of our supplies, I did not hesitate to put myself on board, having left orders with Mr. Williamson to get the Discovery ready for sea as soon as possible, and to make such additions and alterations in her upper works as might contribute to make her more defensible. That the series of our astronomical observations might suffer no interruption by my absence, I entrusted the care of continuing them to Mr. Trevennan, in whose abilities and diligence I could repose an entire confidence. We left the harbour of Macao on the 11th of December, and sailing round the southeastern extremity of the island, we steered to the northward, leaving as we passed along Lantau Lin Tin and several smaller islands to the right. All these islands, as well as that of Macao, which lie to the left, are entirely without wood. The land is high and barren and uninhabited, except occasionally by fishermen. As we approach the Boca Tigris, which is 13 leagues from Macao, the Chinese coast appears to the eastward in steep white cliffs. The two forts commanding the mouth of the river are exactly in the same state as when Lord Anson was here. That on the left is a fine old castle, surrounded by a grove of trees, and has an agreeable romantic appearance. We were here visited by an officer of the customs, on which occasion the owner of the vessel, being apprehensive that, if we were discovered on board, it would occasion some alarm, and might be attended with disagreeable consequences, begged us to retire into the cabin below. The breadth of the river above these forts is variable, the banks being low and flat, and subject to be overflowed by the tide to a great extent. The ground on each side is level and laid out in rice fields, but as we advanced, it rose gradually into hills of considerable declivity, the sides of which are cut into terraces and planted with sweet potatoes, sugar canes, yams, plantains, and the cotton tree. We saw many lofty pagodas scattered over the country, and several towns at a distance, some of which appeared to be of a considerable size. We did not arrive at Wampu, which is only 9 leagues from the Boca Tigris, till the 18th, our progress having been retarded by contrary winds and the lightness of the vessel. Wampu is a small Chinese town, off which the ships of the different nations who trade here lie, in order to take in their lading. The river, higher up, is said by Mr. Sonoran not to be deep enough to admit heavy laden vessels, even if the policy of the Chinese had suffered the Europeans to navigate them up to Canton. But this circumstance I cannot take upon me to decide on, as no stranger, I believe, has been permitted to inform himself with certainty of the truth. The small islands that lie opposite to the town are allotted to the several factories which have built warehouses for the reception of the merchandise that is brought down from Canton. From Wampu I immediately proceeded in a sampan or Chinese boat to Canton, which is about 2 leagues and a half higher up the river. These boats are the neatest and most convenient for passengers I ever saw. They are of various sizes, almost flat at the bottom, very broad upon the beam, and narrower at the head and stern, which are raised and ornamented. The middle, where we sat, was arched over with a roof of bamboo, which may be raised or lowered at pleasure. In the sides were small windows with shutters, and the apartment was furnished with handsome mats, chairs, and tables. In the stern was placed a small waxen idol in a case of gilt leather, before which stood a pot containing lighted tapers made of dry chips or matches and gum. The hire of this boat was a Spanish dollar. I reached Canton a little after it was dark, and landed at the English factory, where, though my arrival was very unexpected, I was received with every mark of attention and civility. The Select Committee at this time consisted of Mr. Fitzhugh, the President, Mr. Bevan, and Mr. Raiatea. They immediately gave me an account of such stores as the India ships were able to afford us, and though I had not the smallest doubt that the commanders were desirous of assisting us with everything they could spare, consistently with a regard to their own safety and the interest of their employers, yet it was a great disappointment to me to find in their list scarcely any articles of cordage or canvas, of both which we stood principally in need. It was, however, some consolation to understand that the stores were in readiness for shipping, and that the provisions we required might be had at a day's notice. Wishing therefore to make my stay here as short as possible, I requested the gentlemen to procure junks or boats for me the next day, with an intention of leaving Canton the following one. But I was soon informed that a business of that kind was not to be transacted so rapidly in this country, that leave must be first procured from the Viceroy, that the hoppo, or principal officer of the customs, must be applied to for chops or permits, and that these favours were not granted without mature deliberation. In short, that patience was an indispensable virtue in China, and that they hoped to have the pleasure of making the factory agreeable to me for a few days longer than I seemed willing to favour them with my company. Though I was not much disposed to relish this compliment, yet I could not help being diverted with an incident that occurred very opportunely to convince me of the truth of their representations and of the suspicious character of the Chinese. The reader will recollect that it was now about 15 days since Captain Gore had written to the factory to desire their assistance in procuring leave for one of his officers to pass to Canton. In consequence of this application, they had engaged one of the principal Chinese merchants of the place to interest himself in our favour and to solicit the business with the Viceroy. This person came to visit the President whilst we were talking on the subject, and with great satisfaction and complacency in his countenance acquainted him that he had at last succeeded in his applications, and that a passport for one of the officers of the Ladrone ship, or pirate, would be ready in a few days. The President immediately told him not to give himself any farther trouble, as the officer, pointing to me, was already arrived. It is impossible to describe the terror which seized the old man on hearing this intelligence. His head sunk upon his breast, and the sofa on which he was sitting shook from the violence of his agitation. Whether the Ladrone ship was the object of his apprehensions or his own government, I could not discover. But after continuing in this deplorable state a few minutes, Mr. Bevan bade him not despair, and recounted to him the manner in which I had passed from Macao, the reasons of my journey to Canton, and my wishes to leave it as soon as possible. This last circumstance seemed particularly agreeable to him, and gave me hopes that I should find him equally disposed to hasten my departure. And yet, as soon as he had recovered the courage to speak, he began to recount the unavoidable delays that would occur in my business, the difficulty of gaining admittance to the Viceroy, the jealousies and suspicions of the mandarins respecting our real designs, which had risen, he said, to an extraordinary height from the strange account we had given of ourselves. After waiting several days with great impatience for the event of our application, without understanding that the matter was at all advanced toward a conclusion, I applied to the commander of an English country ship, who was to sail on the 25th, and who offered to take the men and stores on board, and to lie to, if the weather should permit, off Macao till we could send boats to take them out of his ship. At the same time he apprised me of the danger there might be of his being driven with them out to sea. Whilst I was doubting what measures to pursue, the commander of another country ship brought me a letter from Captain Gore, in which he acquainted me that he had engaged him to bring us down from Canton and to deliver the stores we had procured at his own risk in the Typa. All our difficulties being thus removed, I had leisure to attend to the purchase of our provisions and stores, which was completed on the 26th, and the day following the whole stock was sent on board. As Canton was likely to be the most advantageous market for furs, I was desired by Captain Gore to carry with me about 20 sea otter skins, chiefly the property of our deceased commanders, and to dispose of them at the best price I could procure. A commission which gave me an opportunity of becoming a little acquainted with the genius of the Chinese for trade. Having acquainted some of the English supercargoes with these circumstances, I desired them to recommend me to some Chinese merchant of credit and reputation, who would at once offer me a fair and reasonable price. I was accordingly directed to a member of the Hong, a society of the principal merchants of the place, who, being fully informed of the nature of my business, appeared sensible of the delicacy of my situation, assured me I might depend on his integrity, and that, in a case of this sort, he should consider himself merely as an agent, without looking for any profit to himself. Having laid my goods before him, he examined them with great care over and over again, and at last told me that he could not venture to offer more than $300 for them. As I knew from the price our skins had sold for in Kamtschatka that he had not offered me one half their value, I found myself under the necessity of driving a bargain. In my turn, I therefore demanded 1,000. My Chinese then advanced to 500, then offered me a private present of tea and porcelain amounting to 100 more, then the same sum in money, and lastly rose to $700, on which I fell to 900. Here, each side declaring he would not recede, we parted, but the Chinese soon returned with a list of India goods, which he now proposed I should take in exchange, and which, I was afterward told, would have amounted in value, if honestly delivered, to double the sum he had before offered. Finding I did not choose to deal in this mode, he proposed as his ultimatum that we should divide the difference, which, being tired of the contest, I consented to, and received the $800. The ill health, which at this time I laboured under, left me little reason to lament the very narrow limits within which the policy of the Chinese obliges every European at Canton to confine his curiosity. I should otherwise have felt exceedingly tantalized with living under the walls of so great a city, full of objects of novelty, without being able to enter it. The account given of this place by Pierre Lecomte and Du Halde are in every one's hand. The authors have lately been accused of great exaggeration by Mr. Sonnerat, for which reason the following observations, collected from the information with which I have been obligingly furnished by several English gentlemen who were a long time resident at Canton, may not be unacceptable to the public. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 9, Part 2. Working up to Macao, a Chinese comprador, sent on shore to visit the Portuguese governor, effects of the intelligence we received from Europe, anchor in the Typa, passage up to Canton, Boca Tigris, Wampu, description of a sampan, reception at the English factory, instance of the suspicious character of the Chinese, of their mode of trading, of the city of Canton, its size, population, number of sampans, military force, of the streets and houses, visit to a Chinese, return to Macao, great demand for the sea otter skins, plan of a voyage for opening a fur trade on the western coast of America and prosecuting further discoveries in the neighborhood of Japan, departure from Macao, price of provisions in China. Continued. Canton, including the old and new town and the suburbs, is about 10 miles in circuit. With respect to its population, if one may judge of the whole, from what is seen in the suburbs, I should conceive it to fall considerably short of an European town of the same magnitude. Lecomte estimated the number of inhabitants at 1,500,000, Du Halde at 1,000,000, and Mr. Sonnerat says he has ascertained them to be no more than 75,000. Footnote: J'ai vérifié moi-même avec plusieurs Chinois la population de Canton, de la ville de Tata et de celle de Bateau, etc. Voyage aux Indes, etc. par Monsieur Sonnerat, tome 2, page 14. End footnote. But as this gentleman has not favoured us with the grounds on which his calculation was founded, and, besides, appears as desirous of depreciating everything that relates to the Chinese, as the Jesuits may be of magnifying, his opinion certainly admits of some doubt. The following circumstances may perhaps lead the reader to form a judgment with tolerable accuracy on this subject. A Chinese house undoubtedly occupies more space than is usually taken up by houses in Europe, but the proportion suggested by Mr. Sonnerat of 4 or 5 to 1 certainly goes much beyond the truth. To this should be added that a great many houses in the suburbs of Canton are occupied for commercial purposes only by merchants and rich tradesmen whose families live entirely within the city. On the other hand, a Chinese family appears to consist, on an average, of more persons than an European. A mandarin, according to his rank and substance, has from 5 to 20 wives. A merchant from 3 to 5. One of this class at Canton had indeed 25 wives and 36 children, but this was mentioned to me as a very extraordinary instance. An opulent tradesman has usually 2, and the lower class of people very rarely more than 1. Their servants are at least double in number to those employed by persons of the same condition in Europe. If, then, we suppose a Chinese family 1/3 larger and an European house 2/3 less than each other, a Chinese city will contain only half the number of inhabitants contained in an European town of the same size. According to these data, the city and suburbs of Canton may probably contain about 150,000. With respect to the number of inhabited sampans, I found different opinions were entertained, but none placing them lower than 40,000. They are moored in rows close to each other, with a narrow passage at intervals for the boats to pass up and down the river. As the Tigris at Canton is somewhat wider than the Thames at London, and the whole river is covered in this manner for the extent of at least a mile, this account of their number does not appear to me in the least exaggerated. And, if it be allowed, the number of inhabitants in the sampans alone, for each of them contains one family, must amount to nearly 3 times the number supposed by Mr. Sonoran to be in the whole city. The military force of the province, of which Canton is the capital, amounts to 50,000 men. It is said that 20,000 are stationed in and about the city, and, as a proof of this, I was assured that, on the occasion of some disturbance that had happened at Canton, 30,000 men were drawn together within the space of a few hours. The streets are long, and most of them narrow and irregular, but well paved with large stones, and, for the most part, kept exceedingly clean. The houses are built of brick, 1 story high, having generally 2 or 3 courts backward, in which are the warehouses for merchandise, and, in the houses within the city, the apartments for the women. A very few of the meanest sort are built of wood. The houses belonging to the European factors are built on a handsome quay, with a regular facade of 2 stories toward the river, and disposed within partly after the European and partly after the Chinese manner. Adjoining to these are a number of houses belonging to the Chinese and hired out to the commanders of ships and merchants who make an occasional stay. As no European is allowed to bring his wife to Canton, the English supercargoes live together at a common table, which is kept by the company, and have each a separate apartment consisting of 3 or 4 rooms. The time of their residence seldom exceeds 8 months annually, and as they are pretty constantly employed during that time in the service of the company, they may submit, with the less regret, to the restraints they are kept under. They very rarely pay any visits within the walls of Canton, except on public occasions. Indeed, nothing gave me so unfavourable an idea of the character of the Chinese as to find that amongst so many persons of liberal minds and amiable manners, some of whom have resided in that country for near 15 years together, they have never formed any friendship or social connection. As soon as the last ship quits Whampoa, they are all obliged to retire to Macao, but as a proof of the excellent police of the country, they leave all the money they possess in specie behind them, which, I was told, sometimes amounted to £100,000 sterling, and for which they had no other security than the seals of the merchants of the Hong, the Viceroy, and Mandarins. During my stay at Canton, I was carried by one of the English gentlemen to visit a person of the first consequence in the place. We were received in a long room or gallery, at the upper end of which stood a table, with a large chair behind it, and a row of chairs extending from it on each side down the room. Being previously instructed that the point of civility consisted in remaining as long unseated as possible, I readily acquitted myself of this piece of etiquette, after which we were entertained with tea and some preserved and fresh fruits. Our host was very fat, with a heavy, dull countenance, and of great gravity in his deportment. He spoke a little broken English and Portuguese, and, after we had taken our refreshment, he carried us about his house and garden, and having shown us all the improvements he was making, we took our leave. Having procured an account of the price of provisions at Canton, as settled in the year 1780, which the reader will find at the end of this chapter, I have only to observe that the different articles are supposed to be the best of the kind, and that the natives purchase the same for nearly 1/3 less than the price, which in the list is fixed only for strangers. I had hitherto intended, as well to avoid the trouble and delay of applying for passports, as to save the unnecessary expense of hiring a sampan, which I understood amounted at least to £12 sterling, to go along with the stores to Macao, in the country merchant ship I have before mentioned. But having received an invitation from 2 English gentlemen, who had obtained passports for 4, I accepted, along with Mr. Phillips, their offer of places in a Chinese boat, and left Mr. Lanyon to take care of the men and stores, which were to sail the next day. In the evening of the 26th, I took my leave of the supercargoes, having thanked them for their many obliging favours, amongst which I must not forget to mention an handsome present of tea for the use of the ship's companies, and a large collection of English periodical publications. The latter we found a valuable acquisition, as they both served to amuse our impatience during our tedious voyage home, and enabled us to return not total strangers to what had been transacting in our native country. At 1 o'clock the next morning we left Canton, and arrived at Macao about the same hour the day following, having passed down a channel which lies to the westward of that by which we had come up. During our absence, a brisk trade had been carrying on with the Chinese for the sea otter skins, which had every day been rising in their value. One of our seamen sold his stock alone for $800, and a few prime skins, which were clean and had been well preserved, were sold for 120 each. The whole amount of the value in specie and goods that was got for the furs in both ships, I am confident did not fall short of £2,000 sterling, and it was generally supposed that at least 2/3 of the quantity we had originally got from the Americans were spoiled and worn out, or had been given away, or otherwise disposed of, in Kamtschatka. When, in addition to these facts, it is remembered that the furs were at first collected without our having any idea of their real value, that the greatest part had been worn by the Indians from whom we purchased them, that they were afterward preserved with little care, and frequently used for bedclothes and other purposes during our cruise to the north, and that, probably, we had never got the full value for them in China, the advantages that might be derived from a voyage to that part of the American coast, undertaken with commercial views, appear to me of a degree of importance sufficient to call for the attention of the public. The rage with which our seamen were possessed to return to Cook's River, and, by another cargo of skins, to make their fortunes at one time, was not far short of mutiny, and I must own I could not help indulging myself in a project which the disappointment we had suffered in being obliged to leave the Japanese archipelago and the northern coast of China unexplored first suggested, and, by what I conceived, that object might still be happily accomplished through means of the East India Company, not only without expense, but even with the prospect of very considerable advantages. Though the situation of affairs at home, or perhaps greater difficulties in the execution of my scheme than I had foreseen, have hitherto prevented its being carried into effect, yet, as I find the plan in my journal, and still retain my partiality for it, I hope it will not be entirely foreign to the nature of this work, if I beg leave to insert it here. I proposed then that the company's China ships should carry an additional complement of men each, making in all 100. 2 vessels, one of 200 and the other of 150 tons, might, I was told, with proper notice, be readily purchased at Canton, and as victualling is not dearer there than in Europe, I calculate that they might be completely fitted out for sea, with a year's pay and provision for £6,000, including the purchase. The expense of the necessary articles for barter is scarcely worth mentioning. I would by all means recommend that each ship should have 5 tons of unwrought iron, a forge and an expert smith, with a journeyman and apprentice, who might be ready to forge such tools as it should appear the Indians were most desirous of. For, though 6 of the finest skins purchased by us were got for a dozen large green glass beads, yet it is well known that the fancy of these people for articles of ornament is exceedingly capricious, and that iron is the only sure commodity for their market. To this might be added a few gross of large pointed case knives, some bales of coarse woolen cloth, linen they would not accept off from us, and a barrel or 2 of copper and glass trinkets. I have here proposed 2 ships, not only for the greater security of the expedition, but because I think single ships ought never to be sent out on discoveries. For where risks are to be run, and doubtful and hazardous experiments tried, it cannot be expected that single ships should venture so far, as where there is some security provided against an untoward accident. The vessels being now ready for sea, will sail with the first southwesterly monsoon, which generally sets in about the beginning of April. With this wind they will steer to the northward along the coast of China, beginning a more accurate survey from the mouth of the river Kayana, or the Nankin River, in latitude 30 degrees, which I believe is the utmost limit of this coast hitherto visited by European ships. As the extent of that deep gulf called Hwang Hai, or the Yellow Sea, is at present unknown, it must be left to the discretion of the commander to proceed up it as far as he may judge prudent, but he must be cautious not to entangle himself too far in it, lest he should want time for the prosecution of the remaining part of his enterprise. The same discretion must be used when he arrives in the Straits of Tessoy with respect to the islands of Yesso, which, if the wind and weather be favourable, he will not lose the opportunity of exploring. Having proceeded to the latitude of 51 degrees 40 minutes, where he will make the southernmost point of the island of Saghalien, beyond which the Sea of Okhotsk is sufficiently known, he will steer to the southward, probably in the beginning of June, and endeavour to fall in with the southernmost of the Kurili Islands. Urup or Nadezhda, according to the accounts of the Russians, will furnish the ships with a good harbour, where they may wood and water, and take in such other refreshments as the place may afford. Toward the end of June they will shape their course for the Shumagins, and from thence to Cook's River, purchasing, as they proceed, as many skins as they are able, without losing too much time, since they ought to steer again to the southward, and trace the coast with great accuracy from the latitude of 56 degrees to 50 degrees, the space from which we were driven out of sight of land by contrary winds. It should here be remarked that I consider the purchase of skins in this expedition merely as a secondary object for defraying the expense, and it cannot be doubted, from our experience in the present voyage, that 250 skins worth $100 each may be procured without any loss of time, especially as it is probable they will be met with along the coast to the southward of Cook's River. Having spent 3 months on the coast of America, they will set out on their return to China early in the month of October, avoiding in their route, as much as possible, the tracks of former navigators. I have now only to add that if the fur trade should become a fixed object of Indian commerce, frequent opportunities will occur of completing whatever may be left unfinished in the voyage of which I have here ventured to delineate the outlines. The barter which had been carrying on with the Chinese for our sea otter skins had produced a very whimsical change in the dress of all our crew. On our arrival in the Typa, nothing could exceed the ragged appearance both of the younger officers and seamen, for, as our voyage had already exceeded by near a 12-month the time it was at first imagined we should remain at sea, almost the whole of our original stock of European clothes had been long worn out or patched up with skins, and the various manufactures we had met with in the course of our discoveries. These were now again mixed and eked out with the gaudiest silks and cottons of China. On the 30th, Mr. Lanyon arrived with the stores and provisions, which were immediately stowed in due proportion on board the 2 ships. The next day, agreeably to a bargain made by Captain Gore, I sent our sheet anchor to the country ship, and received in return the guns, which she before rowed by. Whilst we lay in the Typa, I was shown a garden belonging to an English gentleman at Macao, the rock under which, as the tradition there goes, the poet Cam Owen used to sit and compose his Lusiad. It is a lofty arch of one solid stone, and forms the entrance of a grotto dug out of the rising ground behind it. The rock is overshadowed by large spreading trees, and commands an extensive and magnificent view of the sea and the interspersed islands. On the 11th of January, 2 seamen belonging to the Resolution found means to run off with a 6-oared cutter, and notwithstanding diligent search was made, both that and the following day, we were never able to learn any tidings of her. It was supposed that these people had been seduced by the prevailing notion of making a fortune by returning to the Fur Islands. As we heard nothing during our stay in the Typa of the measurement of the ships, it may be concluded that the point so strongly contested by the Chinese in Lord Anson's time has, in consequence of his firmness and resolution, never since been insisted on. The following nautical observations were made while we lay here. Harbour of Macao, latitude 22 degrees 12 minutes 0 seconds north, longitude 113 degrees 47 minutes 0 seconds east. Anchoring place in the Typa, latitude 22 degrees 9 minutes 20 seconds north, longitude 113 degrees 48 minutes 34 seconds east. Mean dip of the North Pole of the magnetic needle, 21 degrees 1 minute 0 seconds. Variation of the compass, 0 degrees 19 minutes 0 seconds west. On the full and change days, it was high water in the Typa at 5 hours 15 minutes, and in Macao harbour at 5 hours 50 minutes. The greatest rise was 6 feet 1 inch. The flood appeared to come from the south-eastward, but we could not determine this point with certainty on account of the great number of islands which lie off the mouth of the river of Canton. Price of provisions at Canton 1780. Ananas 4 shillings 0 pence a score. Arrack, 8d per bottle. Butter, 2 shillings 4 4/5 per catty. Footnote: a catty is 18 ounce, a peckle 100 catty. End footnote. Beef Canton, 2 3/4. Ditto Macao, 5 1/5. Birds' nests, £3 6 shillings and 8d. Biscuit, 4d. Biache de mar, 2 shillings and 4/5 penny. Calf, £1 6 shillings 9 3/5 each. Caravanses dried, 2 2/5 per catty. Cabbage nankeen, 4 4/5. Curry stuff, 1 shilling 4d. Coffee, 1 shilling 4d. Coconuts, 4d each. Charcoal, 3 shillings 4d per peckle. Coccyx, 1 shilling 4d per catty. Canton nuts, 4d. Chestnuts, 2 2/5. Cockles, 3 1/5. Ducks, 5 1/5. Ditto wild, 1 shilling and 4/5 each. Deer sinews, 2 shillings 1 3/5 per catty. Eels, 6 2/5. Eggs, 2 shillings 0d per 100. Fish common, 3 4/5 per catty. Ditto best, 6 2/5 per catty. Ditto salted nankeen, 9 3/5. Fruit, 1 3/5. Ditto nankeen, 2 shillings 0d. Frogs, 6 2/5. Flour, 1 76/100. Fowls, capons, etc., 7 1/5. Fish maws, 2 shillings 1 3/5. Geese, 6 2/5. Greens, 1 3/4. Grass, 2 2/5 per bundle. Grapes, 1 shilling and 4/5 per catty. Ham, 1 shilling 2 2/5. Hartshorn, 1 shilling 4d. Hog's lard, 7 2/5. Hog alive, 4 3/4. Kid alive, 4 3/4. Limes, 4/5. Liches dried, 2 2/5. Locksoy, 6 2/5. Lobchocks, 5 3/5 per catty. Lamp oil, 5 3/5. Lamp wick, 8d. Melons, 4 4/5 each. Milk, 1 1/4 per catty. Ditto Macao, 3 1/5. Mustard seed, 6 2/5. Mushrooms pickled, 2 shillings 8d. Ditto fresh, 1 shilling 4d. Oysters, 3 shillings 4d per peckle. Onions dried, 2 2/5 per catty. Pork, 7 1/7. Pig, 5 3/5. Paddy, 4/5. Pepper, 1 shilling and 4/5. Pheasants, 5 shillings 4d each. Partridges, 9 3/5. Pigeons, 5 1/5. Pomegranates, 2 2/5. Quails, 1 3/5. Rabbits, 1 shilling 4d. Rice, 2d per catty. Ditto red, 2 2/5. Ditto course, 1 1/5 pence. Ditto Japan, 8 pence. Raisins, 2 shillings 0 pence. Sheep, £3, 6 shillings 8 pence each. Snipes, 1 1/2 pence per catty. Sturgeon, 4 shillings 9 3/5 pence. Ditto small, 2 shillings 4 4/5 pence. Sugar, 3 1/5 pence. Salt, 1 3/5 pence. Saltpetre, 2 shillings 1 3/5 pence. Soy, 1 3/5 pence. Spices, 16 shillings 8 pence. Sweetmeats, 6 2/5 pence per catty. Sago, 3 1/5 pence. Salad, 2 2/5 pence. Shark's fins, 2 shillings 1 3/5 pence. Samsui soy, 2 2/5 pence. Teal, 6 2/5 pence each. Turtle, 9 3/5 pence per catty. Tea, 2 shillings 0 pence. Turmeric, 2 2/5 pence. Tamarinds, 8 pence. Vinegar, 1 3/5 pence. Vermicelli, 3 1/5 pence. Wax candles, 3 shillings 0 pence. Walnuts, 4 4/5 pence. Wood, 1 shilling 4 pence per peckle. Water, 6 shillings 8 pence per 100 barrels. Rent of Poho factory, £400 per annum. Rent of Lunsoon, £316 13 shillings 4 pence per annum. Servants' rice, 8 shillings per month. Ditto wages, 19 shillings 2 2/5 pence per month for residents. Servants' wages for the season, $20. Steward's wages, $80 per annum. Butler's ditto, $80 per annum. Prices of labour: a coolie or porter, 8 pence per day. A tailor, 5 pence and rice. A handicraftsman, 8 pence. A common labourer, from 3d to 5d. A woman's labour considerably cheaper. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 10. Leave the Typa. Orders of the Court of France respecting Captain Cook. Resolutions in consequence thereof. Strike soundings on the Macclesfield banks. Pass Pulo Zapata. Steer for Pulo Condore. Anchor at Pulo Condore. Transactions during our stay. Journey to the principal town. Receive a visit from a mandarin. Examine his letters. Refreshments to be procured. Description and present state of the island. Its produce. An assertion of Mr. Sonorat refuted. Astronomical and nautical observations. On the 12th of January 1780, at noon, we unmoored and scaled the guns, which on board my ship now amounted to 10, so that by means of 4 additional ports we could, if occasion required, fight 7 on a side. In like manner, the Resolution had increased the number of her guns from 12 to 16, and in both ships a stout barricade was carried round their upper works and every other precaution taken to give our small force as respectable an appearance as possible. We thought it our duty to provide ourselves with these means of defence, though we had some reason to believe that the generosity of our enemies had, in a great measure, rendered them superfluous. We were informed at Canton that the public prince, which had arrived last from England, made mention of instructions having been found on board all the French ships of war captured in Europe, directing their commanders, in case of falling in with the ships that sailed under the command of Captain Clerke, to suffer them to proceed on their voyage without molestation. The same orders were also said to have been given by the American Congress to the vessels employed in their service. As this intelligence was further confirmed by private letters of several of the supercargoes, Captain Gore thought himself bound, in return for the liberal exceptions made in our favour, to refrain from availing himself of any opportunities of capture which these might afford, and to preserve throughout his voyage the strictest neutrality. At 2 in the afternoon, having got under sail, the Resolution saluted the fort of Macao with 11 guns, which was returned with the same number. At 5, the wind dropping, the ship missed stays and drove into shallow water, but by carrying out an anchor, she was hauled off without receiving the smallest damage. The weather continuing calm, we were obliged to warp out into the entrance of the Typa, which we gained by 8 o'clock, and lay there till 9 the next morning, when, by the help of a fresh breeze from the east, we stood to the southward between Patoi and Wongbu. At noon we were saluted by a Swedish ship as she passed us on her way to Europe. At 4 the Ladrone bore east, distant 2 leagues. We now steered south half east, with a fresh breeze from the east-northeast, without any occurrence worth remarking, till noon of the 15th, when, being in latitude 18 degrees 57 minutes and longitude 114 degrees 13 minutes, the wind veering to the north, we directed our course half a point more to the eastward, in order to strike soundings over the Macclesfield bank. This we effected at 8 in the evening of the 16th, and found the depth of water to be 50 fathoms, over a bottom of white sand and shells. This part of the Macclesfield shoals we placed in latitude 15 degrees 51 minutes and longitude 114 degrees 20 minutes, which agrees very exactly with the position given in Mr. Dalrymple's map, whose general accuracy, if it stood in need of any support, was confirmed, in this instance, by a great number of lunar observations, which we had an opportunity of making every day since we left the Typa. The variation was found to be, in the forenoon, 0 degrees 39 minutes west. On the 17th, we had heavy gales from the east by north, with a rough tumbling sea, and the weather overcast and boisterous. On the 18th, the wind still continued to blow strong, and the sea to run high. We altered our course to southwest by south, and at noon, being in latitude 12 degrees 34 minutes, longitude 132 degrees, we began to steer a point more to the westward for Pulo Zapata, which we saw on the 19th at 4 in the afternoon, bearing northwest by west, about 4 leagues distant. This small, high, barren island is called Zapata, from its resemblance of a shoe. Our observations, compared with Mr. Bailey's timekeeper, place it in latitude 10 degrees 4 minutes north, longitude 109 degrees 10 minutes east. The gale had, at this time, increased with such violence, and the sea ran so high, as to oblige us to close reef the topsails. During the last 3 days, the ships had outrun their reckoning at the rate of 20 miles a day, and as we could not attribute the whole of this to the effects of a following sea, we imputed it in part to a current which, according to my own calculations, had set 42 miles to the south-southwest between the noon of the 19th and the noon of the 20th, and is taken into the account in determining the situation of the island. After passing Zapata, we steered to the westward, and at midnight sounded and had ground with 50 fathoms of line over a fine sandy bottom. In the morning of the 20th, the wind becoming more moderate, we let out the reefs and steered west by south for Pulo Condore. At noon, the latitude was 8 degrees 46 minutes north, longitude 106 degrees 45 minutes east, and at 12:30 we got sight of the island bearing west. At 4, the extremes of Pulo Condore and the islands that lie off it bore southeast and southwest by west, our distance from the nearest islands being 2 miles. We kept to the north of the islands and stood for the harbour on the southwest end of Condore, which, having its entrance from the northwest, is the best shelter during the northeast monsoon. At 6 we anchored with the best bower in 6 fathoms, veered away 2/3 of the cable, and kept the ship steady with a stream anchor and cable to the southeast. When moored, the extremes of the entrance of the harbour bore north by west and west-northwest 1/4 west, the opening at the upper end southeast by east 3/4 east. Our distance from the nearest shore 1/4 mile. As soon as we were come to anchor, Captain Gore fired a gun with a view of apprising the natives of our arrival and drawing them toward the shore, but without effect. Early in the morning of the 21st, parties were sent to cut wood, which was Captain Gore's principal motive for coming hither. In the afternoon, a sudden gust of wind broke the stream cable by which the Discovery was riding and obliged us to moor with the bower anchors. None of the natives having yet made their appearance, notwithstanding a second gun had been fired, Captain Gore thought it advisable to land and go in search of them, that no time might be lost in opening a trade for such provisions as the place could afford. With this view he appointed me to accompany him in the morning of the 22nd, and as the wind at this time blew strong from the east, we did not think it prudent to coast in our boats to the town, which is situated on the east side of the island, but rowed round the north point of the harbour. We had proceeded about 2 miles along the shore, when observing a road that led into a wood, we landed. Here I quitted Captain Gore, taking with me a midshipman and 4 armed sailors, and pursued the path which seemed to point directly across the island. We proceeded through a thick wood up a steep hill to the distance of a mile, when, after descending through a wood of the same extent on the other side, we came out into a flat, open, sandy country, interspersed with cultivated spots of rice and tobacco, and groves of cabbage palm trees and coconut trees. We here spied 2 huts situated on the edge of the wood, to which we directed our course, and before we came up to them were descried by 2 men, who immediately ran away from us, notwithstanding all the peaceable and supplicating gestures we could devise. On reaching the huts, I ordered the party to stay without, lest the sight of so many armed men should terrify the inhabitants, whilst I entered and reconnoitred alone. I found in one of the huts an elderly man who was in a great fright, and preparing to make off with the most valuable of his effects that he could carry. However, I was fortunate enough, in a very little time, so entirely to dispel his fears, that he came out and called to the two men who were running away to return. The old man and I now soon came to a perfect understanding. A few signs, particularly that most significant one of holding out a handful of dollars, and then pointing to a herd of buffaloes, and the fowls that were running about the huts in great numbers, left him without any doubts as to the real objects of our visit. He pointed toward a place where the town stood, and made us comprehend that, by going thither, all our wants would be supplied. By this time the young men who had fled were returned, and the old man ordered one of them to conduct us to the town as soon as an obstacle should be removed, of which we were not aware. On our first coming out of the wood, a herd of buffaloes, to the number of 20 at least, came running toward us, tossing up their heads, snuffing the air, and roaring in a hideous manner. They had followed us to the huts, and stood drawn up in a body at a little distance, and the old man made us understand that it would be exceedingly dangerous for us to move till they were driven into the woods. But so enraged were the animals grown at the sight of us, that this was not effected without a good deal of time and difficulty. The men not being able to accomplish it, we were surprised to see them call to their assistance a few little boys, who soon drove them out of sight. Afterward we had occasion to observe that in driving these animals and securing them, which is done by putting a rope through a hole which is made in their nostrils, little boys were always employed, who could stroke and handle them with impunity at times when the men durst not approach them. Having got rid of the buffaloes, we were conducted to the town, which was at a mile's distance, the road to it lying through a deep white sand. It is situated near the seaside, at the bottom of a retired bay, which must afford a safe roadstead during the prevalence of the southwest monsoons. This town consists of between 20 and 30 houses, built close together, besides 6 or 7 others that are scattered about the beach. The roof, the two ends, and the side fronting the country are neatly constructed of reeds. The opposite side, facing the sea, is entirely open, but by means of a sort of bamboo screens they can exclude or let in as much of the sun and air as they please. We observed likewise other large screens or partitions for the purpose of dividing, as occasion required, the single room of which the house, properly speaking, consists, into separate apartments. We were conducted to the largest house in the town belonging to their chief, or, as they called him, their captain. This house had a room at each end, separated by a partition of reeds from the middle space, which was open on both sides, and provided with partition screens like the others. It had, besides, a penthouse projecting 4 or 5 feet beyond the roof, and running the whole length on each side. At each end of the middle room were hung some Chinese paintings representing men and women in ludicrous attitudes. In this apartment we were civilly desired to seat ourselves on mats, and betel was presented to us. By means of my money, and pointing at different objects in sight, I had no difficulty in making a man, who seemed to be the principal person of the company, comprehend the main business of our errand, and I as readily understood from him that the chief or captain was absent, but would soon return, and that, without his consent, no purchases of any kind could be made. We availed ourselves of the opportunity which this circumstance afforded us to walk about the town, and did not forget to search, though in vain, for the remains of a fort which had been built by our countrymen near the spot we were now upon in 1702. Footnote: the English settled here in the year 1702, when the factory of Chusan on the coast of China was broken up, and brought with them some Macassar soldiers who were hired to assist in building a fort. But the president not fulfilling his engagement with them, they watched an opportunity, and one night murdered all the English in the fort. Those without the fort, hearing a noise, took the alarm and ran to their boats, very narrowly escaping with their lives, but not without much fatigue, hunger, and thirst, to the Johore dominions, where they were treated with great humanity. Some of these afterward went to form a settlement at Banjar Masin on the island of Borneo. East India Directory, page 86. End footnote. On returning to the captain's house, we were sorry to find that he was not yet arrived, and the more so as the time was almost elapsed which Captain Gore had fixed for our return to the boat. The natives were desirous we should lengthen our stay. They even proposed our passing the night there, and offered to accommodate us in the best manner in their power. I had observed when we were in the house before, and now remarked it the more, that the man I have mentioned above frequently retired into one of the end rooms, and stayed there some little time before he answered the questions that were put to him, which led me to suspect that the captain was all the time there, though, for reasons best known to himself, he did not choose to appear, and I was confirmed in this opinion by being stopped as I was attempting to go into the room. At length it clearly appeared that my suspicions were well founded, for, on our preparing to depart, the person who had so often passed in and out came from the room with a paper in his hand and gave it to me to read, and I was not a little surprised to find it a sort of certificate in French, as follows: Pierre Joseph George, évêque d'Anran, vicaire apostolique de Cochin, China, etc., etc. Le petit mandarin, porteur de ces écrits, est véritablement envoyé de la cour à Pulo Condore pour y attendre et recevoir tout vaisseau européen qu'aura sa destination d'approcher ici. Le capitaine, en conséquence, pourra se fier ou pour conduire le vaisseau au port ou pour faire passer les nouvelles qu'il pourrait croire nécessaires. Pierre Joseph George, évêque d'Andran, à Sagoum, 10e d'Août 1779. We returned the paper with many protestations of our being the Mandarin's good friends, begging he might be informed that we hoped he would do us the favour to visit the ships, that we might convince him of it. We now took our leave, well satisfied on the whole with what had passed, but full of conjectures about this extraordinary French paper. 3 of the natives offered their services to accompany us back, which we readily accepted, and returned by the way we came. Captain Gore felt peculiar satisfaction at seeing us, for, as we had exceeded our time near an hour, he began to be alarmed for our safety, and was preparing to march after us. He and his party had, during our absence, been profitably employed in loading the boat with the cabbage palm, which abounds in this bay. Our guides were made exceedingly happy on our presenting them with $1 each for their trouble, and entrusting to their care a bottle of rum for the mandarin. One of them chose to accompany us on board. At 2 in the afternoon we joined the ships, and several of our shooting parties returned about the same time from the woods, having had little success, though they saw a great variety of birds and animals, some of which will be hereafter noticed. At 5, a proa with 6 men rowed up to the ship from the upper end of the harbour, and a decent-looking personage introduced himself to Captain Gore with an ease and good breeding which convinced us his time had been spent in other company than what this island afforded. He brought with him the French paper above transcribed, and said he was the Mandarin mentioned in it. He spoke a few Portuguese words, but as none of us were acquainted with this language, we were obliged to have recourse to a black man on board who could speak the Malay, which is the general language of these islanders, and was understood by the Mandarin. After a little previous conversation, he declared to us that he was a Christian and had been baptized by the name of Luco, that he had been sent hither in August last from Saigon, the capital of Cochin China, and had since waited in expectation of some French ships, which he was to pilot to a safe port, not more than a day's sail hence, upon the coast of Cochin China. We acquainted him that we were not French but English, and asked him whether he did not know that these two nations were now at war with one another. He made answer in the affirmative, but at the same time signified to us that it was indifferent to him to what nation the ships he was instructed to wait for belonged, provided their object was to trade with the people of Cochin China. He here produced another paper which he desired us to read. This was a letter sealed and directed to the captains of any European vessels that may touch at Condore. Although we apprehended that this letter was designed for French ships in particular, yet as the direction included all European captains, and as Luco was desirous of our perusing it, we broke the seal and found it to be written by the bishop who wrote the certificate. Its contents were as follows: that having reason to expect, by some late intelligence from Europe, that a vessel would soon come to Cochin China, he had, in consequence of this news, got the court to send a Mandarin, the bearer, to Pulo Condore to await its arrival, that if the vessel should put in there, the commander might either send by the bearer an account to him of his arrival, or trust himself to the Mandarin, who would pilot him into a well-sheltered port in Cochin China, not more than a day's sail from Condore, that should he choose to remain in Condore till the return of the messenger, proper interpreters would be sent back, and any other assistance which a letter should point out be furnished, that it was unnecessary to be more particular, of which the captain himself must be sensible. This letter had the same date as the certificate, and was returned to Luco again without any copy being taken. From this letter, and the whole of Luco's conversation, there remained little doubt that it was a French ship he was to expect. At the same time, we found that he would be glad not to lose his errand, and had no objection to become our pilot. We could not discover from the Mandarin the exact object and business which the vessel he was waiting for intended to prosecute in Cochin China. It is true that our interpreter, the black, was extremely dull and stupid, and I should therefore be sorry, with such imperfect means of information, to run the risk of misleading the reader by any conjectures of my own respecting the object of Luco's visit to this island. I shall only add that he told us the French ships might perhaps have put into Tianan, and from thence sail to Cochin China, and as he had received no intelligence of them, he thought this most likely to have been the case. Captain Gore's inquiries were next directed to find out what supplies could be obtained from the island. Luco said that he had 2 buffaloes of his own, which were at our service, and that there were plenty on the island which might be purchased for $4 or $5 a head. But finding that Captain Gore thought that sum exceedingly moderate, and would willingly give for them a much greater, the price was afterwards raised upon us to $7 and $8. Early in the morning of the 23rd, the launches of both ships were sent to the town to fetch the buffaloes which we had given orders to be purchased, but they were obliged to wait till it was high water, as they could at no other time get through the opening at the head of the harbour. On their arrival at the village, they found the surf breaking on the beach with such force that it was with the utmost difficulty each launch brought a buffalo on board in the evening, and the officers who were sent on this service gave it as their opinion that between the violence of the surf and the fierceness of the buffaloes, it would be extremely imprudent to attempt bringing any more off in this way. We had purchased 8, and were now at a loss in what manner to proceed to get them on board. We could kill no more than was just necessary for the consumption of one day, as in this climate meat will not keep till the next. After consulting with Luco, it was concluded that the remainder should be driven through the wood and over the hill down to the bay, where Captain Gore and I had landed the day before, which, being sheltered from the wind, was more free from surf. This plan was accordingly put in execution, but the untractableness and prodigious strength of the buffaloes rendered it a tedious and difficult operation. The method of conducting them was by passing ropes through their nostrils and round their horns, but having been once enraged at the sight of our men, they became so furious that they sometimes broke the trees, to which we were often under the necessity of tying them. Sometimes they tore asunder the cartilage of the nostril, through which the ropes ran and got loose. On these occasions, all the exertions of our men to recover them would have been ineffectual, without the assistance of some young boys, whom the animals would permit to approach them, and by whose little managements their rage was soon appeased. And, when at length they were got down to the beach, it was by their aid, in twisting ropes round their legs, in the manner they were directed, that we were enabled to throw them down, and by that means to get them into the boats. A circumstance respecting these animals, which I thought no less singular than this gentleness toward, and, as it should seem, affection for little children, was, that they had not been 24 hours on board before they became the tamest of all creatures. I kept 2 of them, a male and female, for a considerable time, which became great favourites with the sailors, and thinking that a breed of animals of such strength and size, some of them weighing, when dressed, 700 pounds weight, would be a valuable acquisition, I was inclined to have brought them with me to England, but my intention was frustrated by an incurable hurt that one of them received at sea. It was not till the 28th that the buffaloes were all got on board. However, there was no reason to regret the time taken up by this service, since, in the interim, 2 wells of excellent water had been discovered, of which, as also of wood, part of the ship's companies had been employed in laying in a good supply, so that a shorter stop would be necessary for replenishing our stock of these articles in the Strait of Sunda. A party had likewise been occupied in drawing the Seine at the head of the harbour, where they took a great many good fish, and another party in cutting down the cabbage palm, which was boiled and served out with the meat. Besides this, having been able to procure only a scanty supply of cordage at Macao, the repairing of our rigging was become an object of constant attention, and demanded all our spare time. Pulo Condore is high and mountainous and surrounded by several smaller islands, some of which are less than 1 and others 2 miles distant. It takes its name from 2 Malay words, Pulo, signifying an island, and Condore, a calabash, of which it produces great quantities. It is of the form of a crescent, extending near 8 miles from the southernmost point in a northeast direction, but its breadth nowhere exceeds 2 miles. From the westernmost extremity, the land trends to the southeast for about 4 miles, and opposite to this part of the coast there is an island called by Monsieur d'Après, footnote, Neptune Oriental, end footnote, Little Condore, which runs 2 miles in the same direction. This position of the 2 islands affords a safe and commodious harbour, the entrance into which is from the northwest. The distance between the 2 opposite coasts is 3/4 of a mile, exclusive of a border of coral rock, which runs down along each side, extending about 100 yards from the shore. The anchorage is very good, from 11 to 5 fathoms water, but the bottom is so soft and clayey that we found great difficulty in weighing our anchors. Toward the bottom of the harbour there is shallow water for about half a mile, beyond which the 2 islands approach so near each other as to leave only a passage at high water for boats. The most convenient place for watering is at a beach on the eastern side, where there is a small stream which furnished us with 14 or 15 tons of water a day. This island, both with respect to animal and vegetable productions, is considerably improved since the time when Dampier visited it. Neither that writer nor the compiler of the East India Directory make mention of any other quadrupeds than hogs, which are said to be very scarce, lizards, and the guanos, and the latter, on the authority of Monsieur Dedier, a French engineer, who surveyed the island about the year 1720, says that none of the fruits and esculent plants, so common in other parts of India, are to be found here, except watermelons, a few potatoes, small gourds, chibols, a small species of onion, and little black beans. At present, besides the buffaloes, of which we understood there were several large herds, we purchased from the natives some remarkably fine fat hogs of the Chinese breed. They brought us 3 or 4 of the wild sort, and our sportsmen reported that they frequently met with their tracks in the woods, which also abound with monkeys and squirrels, but so shy that it was difficult to shoot them. One species of the squirrel was of a beautiful shining black color, and another species striped brown and white. This is called the flying squirrel, from being provided with a thin membrane resembling a bat's wing, extending on each side the belly, from the neck to the thighs, which, on stretching out the legs, spreads and enables them to fly from tree to tree at a considerable distance. Lizards were in great abundance, but I do not know that any of us saw the guano, and another animal described by Dampier. Footnote, vide Dampier, Volume 1, page 392, end footnote, as resembling the guano, only much larger. Amongst its vegetable improvements, I have already mentioned the fields of rice we passed through, and plantains, various kinds of pompions, coconuts, oranges, shaddocks, and pomegranates were also met with, though, except the plantains and shaddocks, in no great abundance. It is probable, from what has been already said relative to the Bishop of Adran, that the French have introduced these improvements into the island for the purpose of making it a more convenient refreshing station for any of their ships that may be bound for Cambodia or Cochin China. Should they have made or intend to make any settlement in those countries, it is certainly well situated for that purpose or for annoying the trade of their enemies in case of war. Our sportsmen were very unsuccessful in their pursuit of the feathered game, with which the woods are well stocked. One of our gentlemen had the good fortune to shoot a wild hen, and all the shooting parties agreed that they heard the crowing of the cocks on every side, which they described to be like that of our common cock, but shriller, that they saw several of them on the wing, but that they were exceedingly shy. The hen that was shot was of a speckled colour and of the same shape, though not quite so large, as a full-grown pullet of this country. Monsieur Sonorat has entered into a long dissertation to prove that he was the first person who determined the country to which this most beautiful and useful bird belongs, and denies that Dampier met with it here. The land in the neighbourhood of the harbour is a continued high hill, richly adorned with a variety of fine tall trees from the summit to the water's edge. Among others, we observed what Dampier calls the tar tree. Footnote, Dampier, Volume 1, page 390, end footnote, but observed none that were tapped in the manner he describes. The inhabitants, who are fugitives from Cambodia and Cochin China, are not numerous. They are of a short stature and very swarthy, and of a weak and unhealthy aspect, but, as far as we could judge, of a gentle disposition. We remained here till the 28th of January, and, at taking leave of the Mandarin, Captain Gore, at his own request, gave him a letter of recommendation to the commanders of any other ships that might put in here, to which he added a handsome present. He likewise gave him a letter for the Bishop of Adran, together with a telescope, which he begged might be presented to him as a compliment for the services he had received through his means at Condore. The harbour at Pulo Condore is in latitude 8 degrees 40 minutes 0 seconds north. Longitude, deduced from a great number of lunar observations, 106 degrees 18 minutes 46 seconds east. Dip of the North Pole of the magnetic needle, 2 degrees 1 minute 0 seconds. Variation of the compass, 0 degrees 14 minutes 0 seconds west. High water at the full and change of the moon, 4 hours 16 minutes apparent time. From this time, the water continued for 12 hours without any visible alteration, viz. till 16 hours 15 minutes apparent time, when it began to ebb, and at 22 hours 15 minutes apparent time it was low water. The change from ebbing to flowing was very quick, or in less than 5 minutes. The water rose and fell 7 feet 4 inches perpendicular, and every day the same whilst we continued there. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 11, Part 1. Departure from Pulo Condore, past the Straits of Bangka, view of the island of Sumatra, Straits of Sunda, occurrences there, description of the island of Krakatoa, Prince's Island, effects of the climate of Java, run to the Cape of Good Hope, transactions there, Description of False Bay. Passage to the Orkneys. General reflections. On the 28th day of January 1780 we unmoored, and, as soon as we were clear of the harbour, steered south-southwest for Pulo Timoan. On the 30th, at noon, the latitude by observation being 5 degrees 0 minutes north and longitude 104 degrees 45 minutes east, we altered our course to south 3/4 west, having a moderate breeze from the northeast, accompanied by fair weather. At 2 in the morning of the 31st, we had soundings of 45 fathoms over a bottom of fine white sand, at which time our latitude was 4 degrees 4 minutes north, longitude 104 degrees 29 minutes east, and the variation of the compass 0 degrees 31 minutes east. At 1 in the afternoon we saw Pulo Timoan, and at 3 it bore south-southwest 3/4 west, distant 10 miles. This island is high and woody, and has several small ones lying off to the westward. At 5, Pulo Pusang was seen bearing south by east 3/4 east, and at 9, the weather being thick and hazy, and having outrun our reckoning from the effect of some current, we were close upon Pulo Aor in latitude 2 degrees 46 minutes north, longitude 104 degrees 37 minutes east, before we were well aware of it, which obliged us to haul the wind to the east-south-east. We kept this course till midnight, and then bore away south-south-east for the Straits of Banka. On the 1st of February, at noon, our latitude by observation was 1 degree 20 minutes north, and our longitude, deduced from a great number of lunar observations taken in the course of the preceding 12 hours, 105 degrees east. At the same time, the longitude by Mr. Bailey's timekeeper corrected was 105 degrees 15 minutes east. We now steered south by east, and at sunset, having fine clear weather, saw Pulo Panjang, the body of the island bearing west-northwest, and the small islands lying on the south-east of it, west half south, 7 leagues distant. Our latitude at this time was 0 degrees 53 minutes north. On the 2nd, at 8 in the morning, we tried for soundings, continuing to do the same every hour, till we had passed the Straits of Sunda, and found the bottom with 23 fathoms of line. At noon, being in latitude by observation 0 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 105 degrees 14 minutes east, and our soundings 20 fathoms, we came in sight of the little islands called Dominis, which lie off the eastern part of Lingen, and which bore from north 62 degrees west to north 80 degrees west, 5 leagues distant. At this time we passed a great deal of wood drifting on the sea, and at 1 o'clock we saw Pulo Tea bearing southwest by west, distant 7 leagues. It is a small high island with 2 round peaks and 2 detached rocks lying off it to the northward. When abreast of this island we had soundings of 15 fathoms. During this and the preceding day we saw great quantities of a reddish-coloured scum or spawn floating on the water in a southerly direction. At daylight on the 3rd we came in sight of the 3 islands, and soon after of Monopin Hill on the island of Banka. At noon this hill, which forms the northeast point of the entrance of the straits, bore southeast half south, distant 6 leagues. our latitude by observation being 1 degree 48 minutes south and longitude 105 degrees 3 minutes east, the sounding 17 fathoms, and no perceptible variation in the compass. Having got to the westward of the shoal, called Frederick Endrick, at 2:30 we entered the straits and bore away to the southward, and in the afternoon, Monopin Hill bearing due east, we determined its latitude to be 2 degrees 3 minutes south, the same as in Monsieur d'Après' map, and its longitude 105 degrees 18 minutes east. At 9, a boat came off from the Banker shore, and having rowed round the ships, went away again. We hailed her in the Malay tongue to come on board, but received no answer. At midnight, finding a strong tide against us, we anchored in 12 fathoms, Monopin Hill bearing north 29 degrees west. On the 4th, in the morning, after experiencing some difficulty in weighing our anchors, owing to the stiff, tenacious quality of the ground, we proceeded with the tide down the straits, the little wind we had from the northward dying away as the day advanced. At noon, there being a perfect calm, and the tide making against us, we dropped our anchor in 13 fathoms water, about 3 miles from what is called the third point on the Sumatra shore, Monopin Hill bearing north 54 degrees west. The latitude by observation was 2 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 105 degrees 38 minutes east. At 3 in the afternoon, we weighed and stood on through the straits with a light breeze, and at 8 were abreast of the second point and passed it within 2 miles in 17 fathoms water, a sufficient proof that this point may be boarded upon with safety. At midnight we again came to anchor, on account of the tide, in 13 fathoms, Mount Permisang, on the island of Banker, bearing north 7 degrees east, and the first point south 54 degrees east, distant about 3 leagues. In the morning of the 5th, we weighed and kept on to the southeast, and at 10 passed a small shoal, lying in a line with Lucipara and the first point, at the distance of 5 miles from the latter. At noon, the island of Lucipara, bearing south 57.5 degrees east, 4 miles distant, we determined its latitude to be 3 degrees 10.5 minutes south, and longitude 106 degrees 15 minutes east. The difference of longitude between the island Lucipara, which lies in the south entrance of the Straits of Banker, and Monopin Hill, which forms one side of the entrance from the north, we found to be 55 minutes, which is only 2 miles less than what is given in d'Après' chart. In passing these straits, the coast of Sumatra may be approached somewhat closer than that of Banker. At the distance of 2 or 3 miles from the shore, there are 10, 11, 12, or 13 fathoms, free from rocks or shoals. However, the lead is the surest guide. The country is covered with wood down to the water's edge, and the shores are so low that the sea overflows the land and washes the trunks of the trees. To this flat and marshy situation of the shore, we may attribute those thick fogs and vapours which we perceived every morning, not without dread and horror, hanging over the island till they were dispersed by the rays of the sun. The shores of Banker are much bolder, and the country inland rises to a moderate height and appears to be well wooded throughout. We often saw fires on this island during the night time, but none on the opposite shore. The tide runs through the straits at the rate of between 2 and 3 knots an hour. In the morning of the 6th we passed to the westward of Lucipara at the distance of 4 or 5 miles, generally carrying soundings of 5 and 6 fathoms water and never less than 4. We afterwards steered south by east, and having brought Lucipara to bear due north and deepened our water to 7 fathoms, we altered our course to south by west, keeping the lead going and hauling out a little whenever we shoaled our water. The soundings on the Sumatra side we still found to be regular and gradually shoaling as we approached the shore. At 5 in the afternoon we saw the Three Sisters bearing south by west half west, and at 7 we came to an anchor in 10 fathoms, about 8 miles to the north of the islands. The weather was close and sultry, with light winds generally from the northwest, but sometimes varying round as far as the northeast, and during the night we observed much lightning over Sumatra. We weighed the next morning at 5, and at 8 were close in with the Sisters. These are 2 very small islands, well covered with wood, lying in latitude 5 degrees half a minute south, longitude 106 degrees 12 minutes east, nearly north and south from each other, and surrounded by a reef of coral rocks, the whole circumference of which is about 4 or 5 miles. At noon we got sight of the island of Java to the southward, the northwest extremity of which, Cape St. Nicholas, bore south. North Island on the Sumatra shore south 27 degrees west, and the Sisters north 27 degrees east, distant 4 leagues. Our latitude was 5 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 105 degrees 57 minutes east. At 4 in the afternoon we saw 2 sail in the Straits of Sunday, one lying at anchor near the mid-channel island, the other nearer the Java shore. Not knowing to what nation they might belong, we cleared our ships for action, and at 6 came to an anchor in 25 fathoms, 4 miles east by south from North Island. Here we lay all night and had very heavy thunder and lightning to the northwest, from which quarter the wind blew in light breezes, accompanied with hard rain. At 8 o'clock the next morning we weighed and proceeded through the straits, the tide setting to the southward as it had done all night, but about 10, the breeze failing, we came to again in 35 fathoms, a high island, or rather rock, called the Grand Toke, bearing south by east. We were at this time not more than 2 miles from the ships, which now hoisting Dutch colours, Captain Gore sent a boat on board for intelligence. The rain still continued with thunder and lightning. Early in the afternoon the boat returned with an account that the large ship was a Dutch East Indiaman bound for Europe, and the other a packet from Batavia, with orders for the several ships lying in the straits. It is the custom for the Dutch ships, as soon as their lading is nearly completed, to leave Batavia on account of its extreme unwholesomeness, and proceed to some of the more healthy islands in the straits, where they wait for the remainder of their cargo and their dispatches. Notwithstanding this precaution, the Indiaman had lost, since her departure from Batavia, 4 men, and had as many more whose recovery was despaired of. She had lain here a fortnight, and was now about to proceed to water at Krakatoa, having just received final orders by the packet. At 7 in the morning of the 9th, we weighed and stood on through the straits to the southwest, keeping pretty close in with the islands on the Sumatra shore, in order to avoid a rock near Mid-Channel Island, which lay on our left. At 10:30, I received orders from Captain Gore to make sail toward a Dutch ship which now hove in sight to the southward, and which we supposed to be from Europe, and, according to the nature of the intelligence we could procure from her, either to join him at Krakatoa, where he intended to stop for the purpose of supplying the ships with arrack, or to proceed to the southeast end of Prince's Island, and there take in our water and wait for him. I accordingly bore down toward the Dutch ship, which, soon after, came to an anchor to the eastward, when the wind slackening, and the current still setting very strong through the strait to the southwest, we found it impossible to fetch her, and having, therefore, got as near her as the tide would permit, we also dropped anchor. I immediately dispatched Mr. Williamson in the cutter, with orders to get on board her if possible, but as she lay near a mile off, and the tide ran with great rapidity, we soon perceived that the boat was dropping far astern. We therefore made the signal to return, and immediately began to veer away the cable, and sent out a boy astern in order to assist him in getting on board again. Our poverty in the article of cordage was here very conspicuous, for we had not a single coil of rope in the storeroom to fix to the buoy, but were obliged to set about unreeving the studding sail gear, the topsail halyards, and the tackle falls for that purpose, and the boat was at this time driving to the southward so fast that it was not before we had veered away 2 cables and almost all our running rigging that she could fetch the buoy. I was now under the necessity of waiting till the strength of the tide should abate, which did not happen till the next morning, when Mr. Williamson got on board the ship and learnt that she had been 7 months from Europe and 3 from the Cape of Good Hope, that before she sailed France and Spain had declared war against Great Britain, and that she had left Sir Edward Hughes with a squadron of men of war and a fleet of East India ships at the Cape, Mr. Williamson having at the same time been informed that the water at Krakatoa was very good and always preferred by the Dutch ships to that of Prince's Island, I resolved to rejoin the Resolution at the former place, and a fair breeze springing up, we weighed and stood over toward the island, where we soon after saw her at anchor. But the wind falling and the tide setting strong against us, I was obliged to drop anchor at the distance of about 5 miles from the Resolution, and immediately sent a boat on board to acquaint Captain Gore with the intelligence we had received. As soon as the Resolution saw us preparing to come to, she fired her guns and hoisted an English jack at the ensign staff, the signal at sea to lead ahead. This we afterward understood was intended to prevent our anchoring on account of the foul ground which the maps she had on board placed here. However, as we found none, having a muddy bottom and good holding ground, in 60 fathoms water, we kept fast till the return of the boat, which brought orders to proceed the next morning to Prince's Island. We were at this time 2 miles distant from the shore. The peak of Krakatoa bore northwest by north, Bantam Point east-northeast half east, Prince's Island southwest by west. The island of Krakatoa is the southernmost of a group situated in the entrance of the Straits of Sunda. It has a high-peaked hill at the south end. Footnote: the island of Tamarin or Samburiku, which lies about 4 leagues to the north of Krakatoa, may be easily mistaken for the latter, having a hill of nearly the same size and form, situated also near its southern extremity, end footnote, which lies in latitude 6 degrees 9 minutes south and longitude 105 degrees 15 minutes east. The whole circuit of the island is not more than 3 leagues. Off the northeast end lies a small island, which forms the road where the Resolution anchored. and within a reef that runs off the south end of the latter, there is good shelter against all northerly winds, with 18 fathoms water near the reef and 27 in the mid-channel. To the northwest there is a narrow pass for boats between the two islands. The shore, which forms the western side of the road, is in a northwest direction and has a bank of coral stretching into the sea about 1/3 of a cable's length, which makes the landing difficult for boats except at high water. But the anchoring ground is very good and free from rocks. The place where the Resolution watered is a small spring, situated abreast of the south end of the small island, at a short distance from the waterside. A little to the southward there is a very hot spring, which is used by the natives as a bath. Whilst we were lying off the south end of this island, we sent a boat with the master on shore to look for water, but after having landed with some difficulty, he returned unsuccessful. Krakatoa is esteemed very healthy in comparison of the neighbouring countries. It consists of high land, rising gradually on all sides from the sea, and the whole is covered with trees, except a few spots which the natives have cleared for rice fields. The number of people on the island is very inconsiderable. Their chief, as are those of all the other islands in the straits, is subject to the king of Bantam. The coral reefs afford plenty of small turtles, but other refreshments are very scarce and sold at an enormous price. Latitude of the road where the Resolution anchored, 8 degrees 6 minutes south. Longitude, by Mr. Bailey's timekeeper, 104 degrees 48 minutes east. Ditto by observation, 105 degrees 36 minutes east. Dip of the south end of the magnetic needle, 26 degrees 3 minutes. Variation of the compass 1 degree 0 minutes west. On the full and change days, it is high water at 7 hours in the morning. The water rises 3 feet 2 inches perpendicular. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it began to blow fresh from the westward, with violent thunder, lightning, and rain. And at 3 the next morning, we weighed and stood over for Prince's Island, but the westerly wind dying away, was succeeded by a breeze from the southeast, and, at the same time, a strong tide setting to the southwest prevented our fetching the island, and obliged us, at 2 in the afternoon, to drop anchor in 65 fathoms over a muddy bottom at 3 leagues distance from it. The high hill bearing southwest by south, and the peak on Krakatoa north by east. We had light airs and calms till 6 next morning, when we weighed and made sail, having, in our endeavours to heave the anchor out of the ground, twice broken the old messenger, and afterward a new one, cut out of our best hawser. This, however, was entirely owing to the wretched state of our cordage, as the strain was not very considerable, and we had besides assisted the cable in coming in by clapping the cat tackle on it. The wind continuing fair, at noon we came to an anchor off the southeast end of Prince's Island in 26 fathoms over a sandy bottom. The east end of the island bearing north-northeast, the southernmost point in sight southwest by south, the high peak northwest half-west, distant from the nearest shore half a mile. As soon as we had come to anchor, Lieutenant Lanyon, who had been here before with Captain Clerke in the year 1770, was sent along with the master to look for the watering place. The brook from which, according to the best of his recollection, the Endeavour had been supplied, was found quite salt. Further inland they saw a dry bed, where the water seemed to have lodged in rainy seasons. and, about a cable's length below, another run, supplied from an extensive pool, the bottom of which, as well as the surface, was covered with dead leaves. This, though a little brackish, being much preferable to the other, we began watering here early the next morning and finished the same day. The natives, who came to us soon after we anchored, brought a plentiful supply of large fowls and some turtles, but the last were for the most part very small. In the course of the night we had heavy rain, and on the 14th, at daylight, we saw the Resolution to the northward, standing toward the island, and at 2 in the afternoon she dropped anchor close to us. In the course of the day we heeled the ship and scrubbed and hogged her bottom, which was very foul, and got ready for sea. The next day, Captain Gore, not having completed his stock of water at Krakatoa, sent his men on shore, who now found the brook that was first mentioned rendered perfectly sweet by the rain and flowing in great abundance. This being too valuable a treasure to be neglected, I gave orders that all the casks we had filled before should be started and replenished with the fresh water, which was accordingly done before noon the next day, and in the evening we cleared the decks and both ships were ready for sea. In the forenoon of the 18th we had heavy rains and variable winds, which prevented our getting under way till 2 in the afternoon, when a light wind sprung up from the northward. But this soon after leaving us, we were obliged to drop our anchor again at 8 o'clock that night in 50 fathoms water, and wait till the same hour the next morning. At that time, being favoured by a breeze from the northwest, we broke ground, to our inexpressible satisfaction, for the last time in the Straits of Sunda, and the next day had entirely lost sight of Prince's Island. This island having been already described by Captain Clerke in the history of a former voyage, I shall only add that we were exceedingly struck with the great general resemblance of the natives, both in figure, colour, manners, and even language, to the nations we had been so much conversant with in the South Seas. The effects of the Javanese climate, and I did not escape without my full share of it, made me incapable of pursuing the comparison so minutely as I could have wished. The country abounds with wood to such a degree that, notwithstanding the quantity cut down every year by the ships which put into the road, there is no appearance of its diminution. We were well supplied with small turtle and fowls of a moderate size. The last were sold at the rate of 10 for a Spanish dollar. The natives also brought us many hog deer and a prodigious number of monkeys, to our great annoyance, as most of our sailors provided themselves with one, if not two, of these troublesome animals. As we should have met with some difficulty in finding the watering place, if Mr. Lanyon had not been with us, it may be worth while, for the use of future navigators, to describe its situation more particularly. The peaked hill on the island bears from it northwest by north. A remarkable tree growing up on a coral reef, and quite detached from the neighbouring shrubs, stands just to the northward, and close by it there is a small plot of reedy grass, the only piece of the kind that can be seen hereabout. These marks will show the place where the pool empties itself into the sea, but the water here is generally salt as well as that which is in the pool. The casks must therefore be filled about 50 yards higher up, where, in dry seasons, the fresh water that comes down from the hills is lost among the leaves and must be searched for by clearing them away. The latitude of the anchoring place at Prince's Island was 6 degrees 36 minutes 15 seconds south. longitude 105 degrees 17 minutes 30 seconds east, dip of the south pole of the magnetic needle 28 degrees 15 minutes 0 seconds, variation of the compass 0 degrees 54 minutes 0 seconds west, mean of the thermometer 83 degrees half a minute 0 seconds. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 11, Part 2. Departure from Pulo Condore, past the Straits of Bangka, view of the island of Sumatra, Straits of Sunda, occurrences there, description of the island of Krakatoa, Princess Island, effects of the climate of Java, run to the Cape of Good Hope, transactions there, description of False Bay, passage to the Orkneys, general reflections. Continued. From the time of our entering the Straits of Bangka, we began to experience the powerful effects of this pestilential climate. 2 of our people fell dangerously ill of malignant putrid fevers, which, however, we prevented from spreading by putting the patients apart from the rest in the most airy berths. Many were attacked with teasing coughs, others complained of violent pains in the head, and even the healthiest among us felt a sensation of suffocating heat, attended by an insufferable languor and a total loss of appetite. But though our situation was, for a time, thus uneasy and alarming, we had, at last, the singular satisfaction of escaping from these fatal seas without the loss of a single life, a circumstance which was probably owing in part to the vigorous health of the crews when we first arrived here, as well as to the strict attention now become habitual in our men to the salutary regulations introduced amongst us by Captain Cook. On our leaving Prince's Island, and during the whole time of our run from thence to the Cape of Good Hope, the crew of the Resolution was in a much more sickly state than that of the Discovery. For, though many of us continued for some time complaining of the effects of the noxious climate we had left, yet happily we all recovered from them. Of the 2 who had been ill of fevers, one, after being seized with violent convulsions on the 12th of February, which made us despair of his life, was relieved by the application of blisters, and was soon after out of danger. The other recovered, but more slowly. On board the Resolution, besides the obstinate coughs and fevers under which they very generally laboured, a great many were afflicted with fluxes, the number of whom, contrary to our expectations, continued increasing till our arrival at the Cape. Captain Gore attributed this difference in part, and probably with some reason, to the Discovery having her fireplace between decks, the heat and smoke of which he conceived might help to mitigate the bad effects of the damp night air. But I am rather inclined to believe that we escaped the flux by the precautions that were taken to prevent our catching it from others. For if some kinds of fluxes be, as I apprehend there is no doubt they are, contagious, it is not improbable that the Resolution caught this disorder from the Dutch ships at Krakatoa. In order to avoid this danger, when Mr. Williamson was sent to the Indiaman in the entrance of the Straits of Sunda, he had the strictest orders not to suffer any of our people, on any account whatever, to go on board, and whenever we had afterward occasion to have any communication with the Resolution, the same caution was constantly observed. We were no sooner clear of Prince's Island than we had a gentle breeze from the west-northwest, but this did not last long. For the following day the wind became again variable, and continued so till the noon of the 25th, when it blew squally and blew fresh from the north. On the 22nd at noon, being in latitude 10 degrees 28 minutes south and longitude 104 degrees 14 minutes, we saw great quantities of boobies and other fowls that seldom go far from land, from which we conjectured that we were near some small unknown island. In the evening of the 25th, the wind changed suddenly to the southward, accompanied with heavy rains, and began to blow with great violence. During the night, almost every sail we had bent gave way, and most of them were split to rags. Our rigging also suffered materially, and we were, the next day, obliged to bend our last suit of sails and to knot and splice the rigging, our cordage being all expended. This sudden storm we attributed to the change from the monsoon to the regular trade wind. Our latitude was about 13 degrees 10 minutes south, and we had made by our reckoning about 4½ degrees of longitude west from Java Head. From the 26th of this month to the 28th of March, we had a regular trade wind from the southeast to east by south, with fine weather, and being in an old beaten track, met no occurrence that deserved the smallest notice. In the morning of the 28th of March, being in latitude 31 degrees 42 minutes south and longitude 35 degrees 26 minutes east, the trade wind left us in a violent thunderstorm. From this time to the 3rd of April, when our latitude was 35 degrees 1 minute south and longitude 26 degrees 3 minutes east, the winds were moderate and generally from the south quarter. A fresh breeze then sprung up from the eastward, which continued till the afternoon of the 4th, after which we had a calm that lasted the 2 following days. It had hitherto been Captain Gore's intention to proceed directly to St. Helena without stopping at the Cape, but the rudder of the Resolution having been for some time complaining, and on being examined reported to be in a dangerous state, he resolved to steer immediately for the Cape as the most eligible place, both for the recovery of his sick and for procuring a new main piece to the rudder. From the 21st of March, when we were in latitude 27 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 52 degrees 25 minutes east, to the 5th of April, when we had got into latitude 36 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 22 degrees 7 minutes east, we were strongly affected by the currents, which set to the south-southwest and southwest by west, sometimes at the rate of 80 knots a day. On the 6th, having got under the lee of the African coast, we lost them entirely. In the morning of the 6th, a sail was seen to the southwest standing toward us, and, as the wind soon after rose from the same quarter, we cleared our ships for action. We now discovered, from the masthead, 5 sail more on our lee bow, standing to the eastward, but the weather coming on hazy, we lost sight of them all in an hour's time. Our latitude at noon was 35 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 21 degrees 32 minutes east. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the 7th, we made the land to the northward at a considerable distance. On the 8th, the weather was squally and blew fresh from the northwest. The following day it settled to the west, and we passed pretty close to the sail seen on the 6th, but did not hail her. She was clumsy in figure and, to appearance, unskilfully managed, yet she outsailed us exceedingly. The colours which she hoisted were different from any we had seen. Some supposed them to be Portuguese, others imperial. At daylight the next morning, the land again appeared to the north-northwest, and in the forenoon a snow was seen bearing down to us, which proved to be an English East India packet that had left Table Bay 3 days before and was cruising with orders for the China fleet and other India ships. She told us that about 3 weeks before, Monsieur Trongole's squadron, consisting of 6 ships, had sailed from the Cape and was gone to cruise off St. Helena for our East India fleet. This intelligence made us conjecture that the 5 sail we had seen standing to the eastward must have been the French squadron, who, in that case, had given over their crews and were probably proceeding to the Mauritius. Having informed the packet of our conjectures, and also of the time we understood the China ships were to sail from Canton, we left them and proceeded towards the Cape. In the evening of the 10th, the gunner's quoin bore north by east and false Cape east-northeast, but the wind being at southwest and variable prevented our getting into False Bay till the evening of the 12th, when we dropped anchor abreast of Simon's Bay. We found a strong current setting to the westward round the Cape, which, for some time, we could but just stem, with a breeze that would have carried us 4 knots an hour. The next morning we stood into Simon's Bay, and at 8 came to anchor and moored a cable each way, the best bower to the east-southeast and small bower west-northwest. The southeast point of the bay bearing south by east, Table Mountain northeast half north, distant from the nearest shore 1/3 of a mile. We found lying here the Nassau and Southampton East Indiamen waiting for convoy for Europe. The Resolution saluted the fort with 11 guns, and the same number was returned. Mr. Brant, the governor of this place, came to visit us as soon as we had anchored. This gentleman had conceived a great affection for Captain Cook, who had been his constant guest the many times he had visited the Cape, and though he had received the news of his melancholy fate some time before, he was exceedingly affected at the sight of our ships returning without their old commander. He appeared much surprised to see our crew in so stout and healthy a condition, as the Dutch ship that had left Macao on our arrival there, and had touched at the Cape some time before, reported that we were in a most wretched state, having only 14 hands left on board the Resolution and 7 on board the Discovery. It is not easy to conceive the motive these people could have had for propagating so wanton and malicious a falsehood. On the 15th, I accompanied Captain Gore to Cape Town, and the next morning we waited on Baron Plattenberg, the governor, by whom we were received with every possible attention and civility. He had also conceived a great personal affection for Captain Cook, as well as the highest admiration of his character, and heard the recital of his misfortune with many expressions of unaffected sorrow. In one of the principal apartments of the governor's house, he showed us 2 pictures of Van Tromp and de Ruyter, with a vacant space left between them, which he said he meant to fill up with a portrait of Captain Cook, and for that purpose he requested our assistance when we should arrive in England in purchasing one for him at any price. We were afterward informed by the governor that all the powers at this time at war with England had given orders to their cruisers to let us pass unmolested. This, as far as related to the French, we had sufficient reason to think true, as Mr. Brandt had already delivered to Captain Gore a letter from Mr. Stevens, enclosing a letter of Monsieur de Sartin's orders taken on board the Licorne. With respect to the Americans, the matter still rested on report, but Baron Plettenberg assured us that he had been expressly told by the commander of a Spanish ship which had touched at the Cape that he and all the officers of his nation had received orders to the same effect. These assurances confirmed Captain Gore in the resolution he had taken of maintaining on his part a neutral conduct, and accordingly when, on the arrival of the Sybil to convoy the India ships home, it was proposed to him to accompany them on their passage, he thought proper to decline an offer, the acceptance of which might, in case we had fallen in with any of the enemy's ships, have brought him into a very difficult and embarrassing situation. During our stay at the Cape, we met with every proof of the most friendly disposition toward us, both in the governor and principal persons of the place, as well Africans as Europeans. At our first arrival, Colonel Gordon, the commander of the Dutch forces, with whom, on our former visit here, I had the happiness of being on a footing of intimacy and friendship, was absent on a journey into the interior parts of Africa, but returned before our departure. He had, on this occasion, penetrated farther up the country than any other traveller had done before him, and made great additions to the valuable collection of natural curiosities with which he has enriched the museum of the Prince of Orange. Indeed, a long residence at the Cape, and the powerful assistance he has derived from his rank and situation there, joined to an active and indefatigable spirit, and an eager thirst after knowledge, have enabled him to acquire a more intimate and perfect knowledge of this part of Africa than could have fallen to the lot of any other person, and it is with great pleasure I can congratulate the public on the information I have received of his intention to give the world, from his own hand, a history of his travels. False Bay, situated to the eastward of the Cape of Good Hope, is frequented by shipping during the prevalence of the northwest winds, which begin to blow in May and make it dangerous to lie in Table Bay. It is terminated on the west by the Cape of Good Hope and on the eastward by False Cape. The entrance of the bay is 6 leagues wide, the 2 capes bearing from each other due east and west. About 11 miles from the Cape of Good Hope, on the west side, is situated Simon's Bay, the only convenient station for ships to lie in, for although the road without it affords good anchorage, it is too open and but ill circumstanced for procuring necessaries, the town being small and supplied with provisions from Cape Town, which is about 24 miles distant. To the north-northeast of Simon's Bay there are several others, from which it may be easily distinguished by a remarkable sandy way to the northward of the town, which makes a striking object. In steering for the harbour along the west shore, there is a small flat rock called Noah's Ark, and about a mile to the northeast of it several others called the Roman Rocks. These lie 1.5 miles from the anchoring place, and either between them or to the northward of the Roman Rocks there is a safe passage into the bay. When the northwest gales are set in, the following bearings will direct the mariner to a safe and commodious berth: Noah's Ark south 51 degrees east, and the centre of the hospital south 53 degrees west, in 7 fathoms. But if the southeast winds are not done blowing, it is better to stay farther out in 8 or 9 fathoms. The bottom is sandy, and the anchors settle considerably before they get hold. All the northern part of the bay is low sandy land, but the east side is very high. About 6 miles east of Noah's Ark lies Seal Island, the south part of which is said to be dangerous and not to be approached with safety nearer than in 22 fathoms. Off the Cape of Good Hope are many sunk rocks, some of which appear at low water, and others have breakers constantly on them. The latitude of the anchoring place in Simon's Bay, by observation, 34 degrees 20 minutes south. The longitude, 18 degrees 29 minutes east. Dip of the south end of the magnetic needle, 46 degrees 47 minutes. Variation of the compass, 22 degrees 16 minutes west. On the full and change days, it was high water at 5 hours 55 minutes apparent time. The tide rose and fell 5 feet 5 inches. At the neap tides, it rose 4 feet 1 inch. From the observations taken by Mr. Bailey and myself on the 11th of this month, when the Cape of Good Hope bore due west, we found its latitude to be 34 degrees 23 minutes south, which is 4 minutes to the northward of its position, as determined by the Abbé de la Caille. Having completed our victualling and furnished ourselves with the necessary supply of naval stores, we sailed out of the bay on the 9th of May, and on the 14th we got into the southeast trade wind and steered to the westward of the islands of St. Helena and Ascension. On the 31st, being in latitude 12 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 15 degrees 40 minutes west, the magnetic needle was found to have no dip. On the 12th of June, we passed the equator for the 4th time during this voyage in longitude 26 degrees 16 minutes west. We now began to perceive the effects of a current setting north by east half a knot an hour. It continued in this direction until the middle of July, when it began to set a little to the southward of the west. On the 12th of August, we made the western coast of Ireland, and, after a fruitless attempt to get into Port Galway, from whence it was Captain Gore's intention to have sent the journals and maps of our voyage to London, we were obliged, by strong southerly winds, to steer to the northward. Our next object was to put into Loch Swilly, but the wind continuing in the same quarter, we stood on to the northward of Lewis Island, and on the 22nd of August, at 11 in the morning, both ships came to an anchor at Stromness. From hence I was dispatched by Captain Gore to acquaint the Board of Admiralty with our arrival, and on the 4th day of October the ships arrived safe at the Nore, after an absence of 4 years, 2 months, and 22 days. On quitting the Discovery at Stromness, I had the satisfaction of leaving the whole crew in perfect health, and at the same time the number of convalescents on board the Resolution did not exceed 2 or 3, of whom only 1 was incapable of service. In the course of our voyage, the Resolution lost but 5 men by sickness, 3 of whom were in a precarious state of health at our departure from England. The Discovery did not lose a man. An unremitting attention to the regulations established by Captain Cook, with which the world is already acquainted, may be justly considered as the principal cause, under the blessing of divine providence, of this singular success. But the baneful effects of salt provisions might perhaps, in the end, have been felt, notwithstanding these salutary precautions, if we had not assisted them by availing ourselves of every substitute our situation at various times afforded. These frequently consisting of articles which our people had not been used to consider as food for men, and being sometimes exceedingly nauseous, it required the joint aid of persuasion, authority, and example to conquer their prejudices and disgusts. The preventives we principally relied on were sauerkraut and portable soup. As to the anti-scorbutic remedies, with which we were amply supplied, we had no opportunity of trying their effects, as there did not appear the slightest symptoms of the scurvy in either ship during the whole voyage. Our malt and hops had also been kept as a resource in case of actual sickness, and on examination at the Cape of Good Hope were found entirely spoiled. About the same time, we opened some casks of biscuit, flour, malt, peas, oatmeal, and groats, which, by way of experiment, had been put up in small casks lined with tinfoil, and found all except the peas in a much better state than could have been expected in the usual manner of package. I cannot neglect this opportunity of recommending to the consideration of government the necessity of allowing a sufficient quantity of Peruvian bark to such of His Majesty's ships as may be exposed to the influence of unwholesome climates. It happened very fortunately in the Discovery that only one of the men that had fevers in the Straits of Sunda stood in need of this medicine, as he alone consumed the whole quantity usually carried out by surgeons in such vessels as ours. Had more been affected in the same manner, they would probably all have perished, from the want of the only remedy capable of affording them effectual relief. Another circumstance attending this voyage, which, if we consider its duration, and the nature of the service in which we were engaged, will appear scarcely less singular than the extraordinary healthiness of the crews, was that the two ships never lost sight of each other for a day together, except twice, which was owing, the first time, to an accident that happened to the Discovery off the coast of Hawaii, and the second to the fogs we met with at the entrance of Owatska Bay. A stronger proof cannot be given of the skill and vigilance of our subaltern officers, to whom this share of merit almost entirely belongs. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix Part 1. Vocabulary of the language of the Friendly Islands, May, etc., 1777. 2-column listing, first column Friendly Isles, second column English. Vifena, a woman. Mai, breadfruit. Whakatu, barter. Woa, admiration. Mai, fogger, good. Atahoa, a bead, a necklace. Kohia or Kohaia, what is that or what is the name of it? Magu, give me. Lilai, good. Hu, come here. Mori, a shaddock. Omi, give me. Hoba, a sort of plantain. Koaji or Kog, done, finished. Koia, yes, it is so. Amu, got, to hold fast. Horo, a handkerchief or wiper. Ungofuru, 10. Gehai or Gefai, there and that. Kato, a basket. Egiai, a mat they wear round them. Furu or fulu, hair. Fuivai, the leg. Tuavai, upper part of the foot. Fulu, fulumata, the eyebrow. Emame, pointed plantains. Evatavata, the breast. Eburi, ditto. Etua, the back. Erongutu, the lips. El elo, the tongue. Edenga, the thigh. Eraimu, the hips. Evai, vini, the armpit. Tu, the finger. Vaka vaka, the side. Hekaita, the belly. Taringa, the ear. Horo, to wipe. Kuta, beating with 2 sticks. Fangu, fangu, a flute. Motu, to break. Pu omai, burnt circular marks. Tafa, raised marks burnt. Kowi, the cheeks. Kumu kumu, the beard. Pitu, the navel. Eu, the nipple. Etara, to cough. Hengatoi, cloth. Efangu, to sneeze. Ianu, to spit. Etugi, to beat or strike. Etui, the elbow. Ephilo, a small rope or thread. Haro or halo, go, be gone. Egia, the throat. Eki, to eat or chew. Evagu, to scratch. Mamata, let me look or see. Egia, the neck. Enaphoa, hail, a seat. Etu, to rise up. Mamao, to yawn. Ehapa, a box or chest. Moi or moha, sleep. Tanguru, to snore. Ekata, to laugh. Aka, to kick or stamp. Fija, a fillip. Ekakava, sweat. Eoho, to hollow or cry. Epou, a post or stanchion. Etola, a hatchet. Malava, to breathe. Hyla, to pant. O, to bite. Tafa, to cut. Moevi, the heel. Eigu, the tail of a dog. Mapu, to whistle. Ipa, a fishing hook. Ainga, a sort of paint. Evaika, a rail. Kuru kuru, a green dove. Ekupamia, chili, a net. Efuo, a gimlet or shark's tooth used for that purpose. I.e., a fan. Emimia or mimia, a reed or small organ. Enio, a coconut. Iono, tortoise shell. Inu, a belt. Afunima, the palm of the hand. Moem oia, a ceremony of putting the foot of one on the head and turning the hand several times, etc. Poa, taringa, a sort of plantains. Kaho unga, an arrow or reed. Atoi fara, the roof of a house. Etovi, a club. Emama, a ring. Io, a hat. Tehu, 100. Kiru, 1,000. Lao vari, 10,000. Lao Noah, 100,000, or the greatest number they can reckon. Paori, night, darkness. Mahina, a month. Fokatana, to sit cross-legged. Kafa, a rope or cord of coconut core. Higi, to lift up. togu, to set down, fetoa tagi, to tie, viveta, to untie, tolo tola, coconut skin, oma, the shoulder, fa'o, a nail of iron, atu, to give, palo, a rat, elafo, to throw away, hi'aili, to go, hi'aili atu, to go away, ha'aili mai, to come, eloa, to puke, matangi, wind, mama or mama riva, light, tahi, the sea, paho paho, to paddle, haka'o or tori, wood, a tree, ho ri-o, to scoop water out of a boat, bolo bolo, a sail, fana or fana tu-i-o-rungo, a mast, tula, a hook, tamaji, a child, tangi, to weep, elango, a fly, hengu, tulai, a tropic bird, epala, a bird's tail, kapuku, a wing, hepuna, to fly, togoto, to lie down, finaka, a bird cage, alo, the rolling of a ship, etoi, a needle, epipg, a girl that is a maid, ephono, a turtle, maya, a thing, mahi maya, give me something, koia, yes it is, gili, a file, owo, wait a little, kamadu, shall I come, kai or ikai, no, kalai, a blue coat, olonga, a stool, takabu, a coarse mat to sleep upon, takula, a sweet smell, sweet-smelled, namoa, the smell, smell it, koi, it is, as koi ma, it is food, koi mai, it is fruitful, ko atu-o, a kingfisher, mogo, a lizard, tutu, a cord, matilaiva, dead, mohia, more, vinaga, fine, charming, wonderful, tugi mai, bring it here, I, lung, angrily, no, tama, boy, man, friend, calling to one, ekoa, here I am, answering one who calls, halu, go, to go, hengallo, at a distance, a great way off, iafi or iafoi, higher, yehahia, inquisitively, what is that? Kohai koa or kowaikoa, what is your name? Kovi or kovi-ia, bad. Bongi bongi, tomorrow. Pipi, a pair of scissors. Chena, friend, I say. Harki, gili or giri, the skin. Echi, to peel a coconut. Kahapai, one thing, as a day, etc. Toto, blood. Roatu, shall I go? Wakai, look, see. Wakai mo, let me see it. Aruwivo, below, to let down a rope or to go down over the ship's side to trade. Aingi, large clams or cockles. Eiji, a chief. Iatua, God. Abo, tonight, at night. Ani, presently, by and by. Elangi, the sky. Elah, the sun. Ao, clouds. Gila, a canoe's yard. La, a sail. Falawakia, the hut in a large canoe. Fa'i, to play. Talafu, the fireplace in a large boat. Guli, a sort of windlass or belaying place for the rope of their sail. Tata, a scoop for bailing out a boat. Taya, white. Oli, black. Gola, red. Ahu afi, smoke. Gi, a close kind of mat. Fafoa, pimples. Malunga, high, mountainous. Mai, motions with the hands in dancing. Tuva, a cap or bonnet they wear to shade them from the sun. Magila, a large bamboo fishing rod. Pai, a thing. Mamahi, pain. Echi or iki, small, little. Chiata, a looking glass. Tangamima, a bladder. Gubenga, a fishing net. Elilo, below, underneath. Fa'i, to shave. Motua, a parent. Mumi, to paddle or row. Avi, Ava, or Govi, a harbour or anchoring place. Po, Taha, pie, in one day. Ebaika, a large bat. Kaka, a parrot. Togi, marks on the cheek made by beating. Nono, to hide a thing. Fonoa, or Kainga, land. Bo, a palm which bears clusters of very small nuts. Haomu, a large blunt sort of plantains. Golo, a globular earthen pot or vessel. Manga, mangatai, a large blue starfish. Hainga, a parakeet. Margona, full, satisfied with eating. Mahina, the moon. Tiliamu, a secret. Fonoabu, a land of plenty. Obai, a song. Fuli haiu, the green wattle bird. Pailu, a spoon. Kula, the lava, a large white spider with brown and white legs. Fagita, a ceremony of kissing, etc., on a new acquaintance. Goma, a rat. Aguta, omu, to put a thing in an oven. Omu, an oven. Ida, a path. Mataba, a door. Toga, a large stick used as a bar behind the door. Kohiabu, the paper mulberry plant. Far, palm, called pandanus. Tangata or Tangata, a man. Tahina, a child. Ona, white sand. Pai, ripe, old. Ia, a fence made of bamboo, etc. To'i, the wood which they make their canoes of. Mafa'i, wasp's nest built in the pod of a plant. Kappa, a large cylindrical edible root. Ongo, a small palm growing to the height of 8 feet. Gohola, it is gone or flown. Mai, kawaya, to take away a thing. Mai, ivahiu, to let a thing remain. Kainga, land or properly the shore. Fayatuka, a burying place. Woe, admiration. Ko'ia, a fan. Wagihu, let it alone. Bai, great. Laika, good. O, a crayfish. Fingafi, a black and white mat. Engatuia, stained red rushes which they wear round the waist. Annie, a little while ago. Hengatu, glazed cloth which they wear. Thala, a thick, strong mat. Mahagi, a sort of ulcer that leaves large laced scars. Akari, a stool to lay the head on when asleep. Nafa, a large cylindrical piece of wood hollowed with a slit which serves as a drum. Toa, a spear. Etano, to bury underground. Afai, when. Otugu, finished. Mari or Marii, well done, an acclamation. Fafa, to carry one on the back. Mammoth, a great way, distant. Mija, mija, to drink out of a coconut. Mata, the face. Tai or etai, excrement. Phaitanu, a sort of pepper tree, the juice of which is very acrid. Nafi, nafi, a fine white sort of mat. Abbey, a house to sleep in. Tu-a, a square bonnet. Foca feti, to give a thing gratis or for friendship's sake. Tu-a or tu-a-ia, a servant or person of inferior rank. Foca-tua, a challenging motion made by striking the hand on the bend of the opposite arm. Kahi-haya or kahi-ha, a thief. Fulu, a quill. Mujikaka, a basket made of coconut core and white beads. Mahanga, a brother. Maila, an odoriferous shrub planted near the Fayatuka. Fofola, to unfold a piece of cloth. Kochi, none. Tabuna, to close or shut a partition or screen. Two, to draw back a curtain or screen. Ava, a window, hole. Fonua, fohu, a land of warriors. Taboo, not to touch a thing. Gumu, gumu, a species of lichen that grows plentifully in some trees. Liva, for good and all, certainly. Bagui, a prickly starfish. Bejiloa, a crab with black claws. Phai, a sister. Makafatu, coral rock. Gaili, gaili, dirt. Ma, clean. Ma, taga taga, let me look at it. Kona, poison. Fikai, or smaati, fikai, hunger. Mati, fi I inu, thirst. I inu, to drink. Ahwaini, near at hand. Monu, an expression of thanks. Matahoa, very good. To'ua, both, we, both of us. Foa, repeated, a great number. Bula, small white shells. Anu, anu, to swim. Anga, a man. Hala, a knife. Hala fofu, a knife that shuts. Adu, give it, to give. Gihia, which or what. Tohaga, let me look at or see it. Namugu, a stink or bad smell. Namu kakula, a sweet smell. Bubua tahi, salt. Mima, urine. Owo, 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 no, no, no. Fohi, to peel a plantain. Ajinan, a vessel to put drink in. Tanji fitugi, striking the cheeks on the death of their relatives. Mamaha, coral rock under water. Ohi, a species of diosma. Mawaha, an excellent root like a potato. Ba, a crackling noise, to crack or snap. Bugo, the largest sort of tree in the islands. Typho, a mullet. Amu, whole, sound, true. valid. Faigi Aika, Yambos. Kaku, a shoal or reef on which the sea breaks. Shainga, in the language of Fiji, no, there is not. Fangu, a small calabash shell. Ori ori, black. Lulu, an owl. Muru, soft. Faifaka, hard. Feengota, a sort of shell. Wuani, I am here, i.e. when called upon. Mahaga fatu, a dropsy. Goi eni, near at hand. Fuka mafua, an arbor in which they catch pigeons, etc. Faturi, thunder. Afar, a storm, lightning. Tufara, a besom. Tongo, a wood of which bows are made. Oha, rain. Tubu, to grow. Tawaga, toto, the red-tailed tropic bird. Kaji, there is no more, or none. Fana, fana, to wash the hands before meals. Muanga, mountains, a mountain. Kineo, lowland. Lao Ali, a great many, an endless number. Ogu Kai, no, there is not. Lea or Ko-Ilea, speech, words. Kaho, an arrow. Ibu, a vessel or dish. Toi, a club. Fela, to pull a rope. Ev, aya, a cheer in pulling a rope. Philea, too, a word given by one on pulling a rope, and the rest repeat woa as a response. Engago, fat or lard of a hog. Cano, mati, the lean part of meat. Kofua, a kidney. Kolofia, the name of the volcano on Tofua. Mogochia, cold. Hua, the going about or tacking of a ship. Ongona, to understand. Kai ongona, I do not understand you. Mafana, warm. Anapo, last night. Fakahua, the southerly wind or a foul wind. Lulu, to roll as a ship. Matangi, the wind. Matangi anger or Matangi liu, the east and north wind or a fair wind. Amoi or Tamuri, from behind. Amua or Tamua, from before. Aha or Kohia, for what reason? Mohife, where shall I sleep? Kumafura, to lie along or yield as a ship close hauled. Pala, rotten. Ilua, a hole. Molly or mole, smooth. Ki, a plant they make mats of, the cultivated pandanus. Tongo lai, mangrove. Rimu, seaweed. Feti, a term of friendship. Gigi, esculent dracina. Tabulaya, don't speak, hold your tongue. Tu noa, dressed, cooked. Toka, a measure. Tu haga, let me see it. Tahaina, a young girl, a daughter. Haina, here. By a who, a swell of the sea. Maya, a rope. Otter, raw, as raw meat. Moho, meat well dressed. Mao Lilo, low land. Moana, deep water, sea. Kaihaya, which is it you want? Vavatahi, red coral. Fifi, a species of mimosa. Fatu, the belly. Mimi, to suck bones. Mija, miji, to suck as a child. Ori, a rudder. Tenga, a seed of a plant. Olel tefi, incisions in the foreskin which, contracting, prevent its covering the glands. Vifu, to hide a thing. Lifa, a silverfish. Hina hina, white, yellow. Fio, acrid, bitter. Gumo, to look for a thing that is lost. Ita, angry. Aniafi, yesterday. Gefai, unknown, strange, as a strange man. Phono, to eat. Kaili toki, a Panama shell. Toffee, a sort of hammer oyster. Tugu, let it be or remain. Kohi-a, hono hengoa, what is the name of it? Loi, to understand. Buga, to hold fast. Loloa, long. Kochi, to cut. Fatchi, to break. Fohena, a son, a brother. Mati, a fig tree. Lohi, a lie. Matao, steep, high. Patu, a stroke, to strike. Huho, the breasts. Momogo, cold. Sai uhai, admiration. Nu, mine, of me. Valor, a piece of cloth worn round the waist. Du ou, a matu, e, a sung in favour of a victor. Mulu, serene, settled, smooth. Vaiti, to untie a thing. Mohifo, come down below. Fetigi, Malawi, to fight. Tau, a spear. Ini, now, immediately. Mamana, O mana, engaged, contracted to. Fokabu aka, an epithet of abuse, contempt. Alo, to fan or cool. Tamaha, certain great chiefs. Tamoloa, chief. Mahai, a torn hole. Go efi, what is. Lao-o, to count or reckon. Manako, to give. Fo-u, new, lately made. Madua, old, worn. Mar, a sour plantain, by being put underground. Kaifu, a brownish yellow. Iafi, to play on the flute. Muafai, when do you go? Afaya, how many? Chifa, a pearl oyster. Goey, a saw shell. Fotuhoa, a rock oyster. Ogu, of me, belonging to me. Lalanga, to make. Bihanga, let me see it. Fu, to box. Kiva, a song with many women singing different keys. Olu Poko, the head. Cuckoo, to bathe. Maba, a three-kerneled nut. Elo, to know. Fota, to squeeze gently with the hands. Fangutua, wrestling. Momoho, ripe. Coffee, bamboo which they beat with on the ground. Allah, I say. Whala, hot. Pango, bad. Orlangar, thread, of which they make their nets, or the plant. Moni, truth. Anger, a shark. Laffa, ringworm. Fua, fruit, flower. Cocker, a tree they stain their cloth brown with, i.e. the bark. Muoi, alive, life, soul, God, or divine spirit. Tuo, a tree with the berries of which they stain their cloth. Ogu haika, who shall I give this to? Who shall I help? Maha, finished, empty. Paga, a little paddle they exercise with. Phao, small branched coral. Chiaga, to throw a thing away. Tama, pregnancy. Lalanga, to make. Vow, a wild uncultivated country. Neogula, cabbage tree. Ruta, hibiscus. Rosa sinensis. Foa, a custom of beating the head with a tooth till it bleeds. Chili nifu, a custom of beating the teeth on the same occasion. Hogatenga, a custom of thrusting a spear into their thighs, also a mourning ceremony. Tufatau, thrusting a spear into the sides under the armpits on these occasions. Tuengutu, doing the same through the cheeks into the mouth. Kafu, the garment they commonly wear. Offer, a term of friendship, as. Tayo offer, my friend, I am glad to see you. Tufa, to divide or share out food. My nini, to tickle. Hailula, sarcosma. Huo, a wooden instrument with which they clear away grass from their fences. Aho, the dawn or daybreak. Gu-ah, who is it? Avo, to go or take away. Valor, mad. Lilai abi kovi, is it good or bad? Tabuni, to shut or close. Ta'ai, to beat or strike. Ahai, who or where. Mama, light. Mamafa, heavy. Fika, a cuttlefish. Vaivigu, wet, moist. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Third Voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix Part 2. Vocabulary of the language of Nootka or King George's Sound, April 1778. Two-column listing. First column Nootka, second column English. Opal, the sun. Onul, the moon. Nas, or Ian I Il Nas, the sky. Nu Chai, a mountain or hill. Muxi, rocks or the shore. Tanas or Tanas, a man. Un uk, a song. In ik or elik, fire. Nuchi or Nukchi, the land, a country. Koesama, the ground. Amatai, a house. Night or neat, a candle or lamplight. Neat opok, the smoke of a lamp. Tasyai, a door. I and Io, yes. Wook or wick, no. Wickite, none, not any. Makuk, to barter. Kaimai or Kayamai, give me some more for it. Kuchi or Kochi, to paddle. Uk or Chiamis, to eat, to chew. Topa or Tupi, the sea. Uwaba, a paddle. Shapats or Shapits or Chapas, a canoe. Towailok, white bugle beads. Sikimale, iron or metal of any sort. Aku or Aku, this. Ka or Karcheli, give it to me, let me look at it or examine it. Wook hack, will he not do it? Ma or Ma, take it. Chak cook, a hatchet or hacking tool. Ichi or abish, displeasure. Haomi or hayama, food. Taco, bad. This iron is bad. Taco sikimale. Cella, I, me. Keio, broken. Ale or Allah, speaking to one. Friend, harkee. Clau ape or clow, keep it, I'll not have it. Asco, long or large. Iaku eshmesh, clothing in general. Tuquoa or tuquoa, a metal button or earring. Why, calling to one perhaps, you. Wiki tatesh, sparkling sand, which they sprinkle on their faces. Chalk, water. Pachital or pachital, to give me. Hawilch or hawal, friendship, friend. Clicital, to paint or mark with a pencil. Abitzel, to go away or depart. Shisukto, to remain or abide. Siake, a stone weapon with a square point. Suyek, a spear pointed with bone. Tak, the wood of the depending pine. Lukshit or lukshitel, to drink. Sukis, a tree, a wood. Hai-i-aipt, a broadleaf shrub or underwood. Tohumbit, variegated pine, silver pine. Atliu, the depending pine or cypress. Co-eclipt, the Canadian pine. Cho, go. Satu, a pine top. Klitink, the little cloak that they wear. Klithak, a bear's skin. Clochimi, muscles. Okulik, a wooden box they hold things in. Hislai aklasl, or slaika, coarse mats of bark. Isi, an instrument of bone to beat bark. Chapit's kula, the model of a canoe. Klapat uketil, a bag made of mat. Tarmis, to spit, spittle. Wasukshit, to cough. Poop, common moss. Okumha, the wind. Chutzquabilch, a bag made of sealskin. Connie emis, a kind of seaweed. Quaukul or tukpetal, to sit down. Clu ki or quo-e, to rise up. Tsuk etats, to walk. Kumuch chutel, to run. Klutsk laya, to strike or beat. Teach cheetle, to throw a stone. Ti, to rub or sharpen metal. Tsuk, to cleave or strike hard. Marcata, a small liliaceous root which they eat. Umatama, fur of a sea otter. Chimena, their largest fishing hooks. Mustata, a bow. Kashitel, dead. Cleach sheetle, to shoot with a bow. Tsihata, an arrow. Katshak, a flaxen garment worn as their common dress. Hishchina, a plain Venus shell. Kumini, a bag rattle. Akiok, a plain bone point for striking seals with. Kahaita, a barbed bone point for ditto. Chitaku haiwa, bracelets of white bugle beads. Mitem thongs of skin worn about the wrist and neck. Yayo pox, pieces of copper worn in the ear. Nisk sheetle, to sneeze. Suchkas, a comb. Sihel, small feathers which they strew on their heads. Wamuta, twisted thongs and sinews worn about their ankles. Kuchi o ataya, veins under the skin. Tuk kurk, the skin. Mu, pain. Wa ich, to sleep. Sixe maha, to breathe or pant. Tu sheetal, to weep. Mat scoot, a fly. Matuk, to fly. Ku is or quois, snow or hail. Aopk, to whistle. Ashi aik sheetal, to yawn. Elst lek, an instrument of two sticks standing from each other with barbs. Chi e akis, a scar of a wound. Chu, throw it down or to me. Cheat hu heb kai, or cheat ko aik, a wooden instrument with many bone teeth to catch small fish with. Kaena, or koenai, a crow, a bird. Kisapa, a fish, a white bream. Kla amu, a bream striped with blue and gold colours. Ta awish, or tu skia, a stone weapon or tomahawk with a wooden handle. Klamaistlik, a kind of snare to catch fish or animals with. Klama, wing feathers of a red bird. Sitsai enok, anger, scolding. Hi or hi a brown streaked snake. Clapissimi, a raccoon. Owatini, a white-headed eagle. Clumis, train oil, a bladder filled with it. Ukkuma, large carved wooden faces. Kot yuk or hot yok, a knife. Si ima, a fishing net. Weena, a stranger. Quamis, fish roe strewed upon pine branches and seaweed. Cartle, give me. Hook squaw boo, a whale harpoon and rope. Komuk, Chimera monstrosa. Quatluk or quatlukak, a sea otter skin. Ma asenuk, an oblong wooden weapon 2 feet long. Hukuma, a wooden mask of the human face. Trukakumuk, a sealskin. Cha, let me see it. Suma, a kind of haddock of a reddish-brown colour. Aia, a sardine. Koitsak, a wolf-skin dress. Keepsleetoxel, a woolen garment. Isu, pine bark. Wanshi, wild cat skin. Lynx bruneus. Chastimets, a common and also pine marten. Uk-u-mil, a little round wooden cup. Ku-omits, a human skull. Kiel-wa-mut, a skin bladder used in fishing. Tsiapuks, a conic cap made of mat worn on the head. Sometto, a squirrel, they also called a rat by this name. Mal, a deer's horn. Jacobs, a man or male. Kol sheetal or kol sheet, to sup with a spoon. Akatla or ak-aklak, what is your name? Akatlaha, what is his name? Akas shiha or akasha, what is the name of that? Heismusik, a wooden sabre. Ma eat sal ut, a bone weapon like the patu. Kukalixo, a fish fin, the hand. Nacha, a fish tail. Klik, the hoof of an animal. Klaklasm, a bracelet. Ko, an article to give strength of expression to another word. Nahai or nahais, friendship. Tealchup, a large cuttlefish. Pakas, he gave it to me. Kwa-i-aitsak, a yellow or red fox. Achako, a limpet. Ahaita, a sweet fern root they eat. Kishkiltup, the strawberry plant. Akmupt, a narrow grass that grows on the rocks. Kaiwamis, a cloud. Molsthapite, a feather. Ta'icha, full, satisfied with eating. Ka'aits, a necklace of small volute shells. Tahu Kwasim, a carved human head of wood decorated with hair. Muwacha, a carved wooden visor like the head of a Quabrantahquesus. Mamat, a black linnet with a white bill. Kla o Kotl, give me something. Pal Patel, glimmer, sheet. Ein Etel, the name they apply to a goat, probably of a deer. Sita, the tail of an animal. Si Sheetal, to kill. O Ulf, a sandpiper. Siamits, checkered straw baskets. Chukwak, to go up or away. Klusasht, smoked herrings. Kitsma, puncturation. Mikil list, to fasten or tie a thing. Cheetah akil milsh, white beads. Kakum ipt, a seaweed or grass on which they strew fish roe. Isuk, a sort of leek. Allium triquetrum. Kut shu she, tear a thing. Mitzleo, a knot. Mamakio, to tie a knot. Kluk, to loosen or untie. Klakaikom, the leaf of a plant. Sasina or sassin, a hummingbird. Kuquopa, a granulated lily root they eat. Seaweeped, alder tree. Kaweeped, raspberry bush. Kleeseep, the flower of a plant. Kluma, large wooden images placed at one end of their houses. Ayatup or Ayatupsh, a porpoise. Toshko, a small brown spotted cod. Aslimupt or imipt, flaxen stuff of which they make their garments. Wakash, an expression of approbation or friendship. Kulikia, troughs out of which they eat. Kaots, a twig basket. Sliluk, the roof of a house, boards. Althmukt, nettles. Koiklas, a wooden stage or frame on which the fish roe is dried. Matliu, a withe of bark for fastening planks. Nahas, a circular hole that serves as a window. Nitso anima, large planks of which their houses are built. Chapma, straw. Hakwanok, a chest or large box. Charcots, a square wooden bucket to hold water. Charquana, a spare wooden drinking cup. Quenot, a wooden wedge. Kalkalsanum, a large chest. Cleartasunium, a board to kneel on when they paddle. Tsi uk, a frame of square poles. Animu, a fish. Nachkoa and Matsita, the particular names of two of the monstrous images called Kluma. Huua, to go that way. Achichil, what does he say? Aik, the oval part of a whale dart. Apt cheetle, to steal. Quo e up, to break. Ush sapai, to pull. Tsika, a general song. Apta or appa, you. Kai, thanks. Kottle, me, I. Puni puni, a black beating stone. Nutka, the name of the bay or sound. Yatsini quo papa, kakal lak ki he luk, No Lo Lo Kum, the names of 3 men. Satsu Cheek, the name of a woman. Subheading, names of different parts of the body. O omits the head. Apsu, the hair of the head. Upekul or upia, the forehead. Chichits, the teeth. Chup, the tongue. Kusi or kasi, the eye. Neats, the nose. Papai, the ear. Anus, the cheek. Ethlox, the chin. Apuxim, the beard. Sikumits, the neck. Sikuts, the throat. Eslu, the face. Eth lux uth, the lips. Plush koa, claw, tamai, the nostrils. Each, the eyebrow. Apso, the arm. Apsonilk, the armpit. Enema, the nipple. Quoquenux or quoquenuxu, the fingers. Shushchu, nail of the finger. Klishklina, the thighs and legs. Klathtima, the foot. Komits, the thumb. Kopika, the forefinger. Ta'i, the middle finger. Otso or Aku Kluk, the ring finger. Kazlika, the little finger. Vocabulary of the language of Atui, one of the Sandwich Islands, January 1778. 2-column listing, first column Atui, second column English. Tihaya, where. Mahaya, ditto. Aora or Aoi, no. He oho, the hair. Po, the head. Papa ao, the ear. Hera the forehead. Mata, the eye. Papa ringa, the cheek. Haia, fish. Ihu, the nose. Uma, the beard. Hira, to go. Erawa, tears of joy. Ai, the neck. Pohiva, the arm. Uma, the breast. Hio, the nipple. Pito, the navel. Hu-ha, the thigh. Hiwawi, the leg. Erui, wait a little. Aria, wait a little. Maeo, finger and toenails. Eno, bad. Huti, to pluck up or out. To Anna, a brother. Taina, a younger brother. Otuma Kiva, a man's name. Nana, let me see it. Noho, to sit. Hoa, to go. Huara, sweet potatoes. Itai, calling to one. Wahena, a woman. Ora, to throw away a thing. Iri, the skin. Titi, to look at or survey a thing. Tomomi, come here. Erui, to retch, to puke. Tu, sugar cane. Mona, sweet or savory food. Tu hara, to spit. Matu, I, first person singular. Mai tai, good. Ata iao, Terurotoa, names of 2 chiefs. Uma, a great number. Poa, taro pudding. Uhi, yams. Bua, a hog. Iu, coconuts. Ono, to understand. Iti, to understand or know. Otai, a man's name. Ma'ona, full, satisfied with eating. Owaitu ihenoa, what is your name? Tanata, a man. Tangata, ditto. Paho, a drum. Ihura, a kind of dance. Maro, a narrow stripe of cloth they wear. Humi, haremi, to come. Ero emi, fetch it here. Ta'oa, we, first person plural. Tura, a rope. Uru, breadfruit. Eti, dracaena. Appa, Virginian arum. Matter, dead. Aonai, in a short time, presently. Paha, perhaps. I, yes. Atira, done, at an end. Heveta, to unfold. Nuna, above. Tapaya, to abide, to keep or restrain from going. Pura, a prayer. Tahuna, a priest. Ati, to fetch or bring. Mima, to make water. Ehaya, where. Huta, a hole. Mau, that way. Marera, this place. Eo, there. Eva, a canoe. Turunoa, a man's name. Maitai, let me look. Ibu, a vessel of gourd shell. Ahaweta, Mullus cretaceus. Opora, Sparus parvus punctatus. Ta'i, the sea. Evi, fresh water. Ava, a harbour. Eroto, within, into. Owite eri, what is the chief's name? Tonio neo, a chief's name. Motu, to tear or break. Toa, a stone adds. Vahio, let it lie or remain. Haiiha, a barbed dart. Huru manu, bird's feathers. Motu, an island. Hamoia, a ceremony of clapping the hands to the head and prostrating themselves to the chief. Wariro, lost, stole. Inu, to drink. Tehaya Orua, where are you? U, I, first person singular. Une, here at this place. Parori, hunger, hungry. Herima, a species of cedar. Mira, mira, to look at or behold. Moa, a fowl. Manu, a bird. Diro, below. Madua, Tana, father. Madua Wahina, mother. Naiwi, Naiwi, pleasant, agreeable. Hai Ra, the sun. Hirani, the sky. Abobo, tomorrow. Hiaho, a small rope. Terera, there, that way. Pimi, throw it here. Ewu uta, moros papyrif. Moe, to sleep. Nu'a, large. Puwa, to yawn. Ahaya, when, at what time. Wihai, to uncover and undo a thing. Tuto, a small straw rope. Iaha nai, what is this? Ma'ia, plantains. Para, ripe, as ripe fruit. Toi toi, cold. Matani, the wind. Etu, to rise up. Hairetu, to go there. Hoatu, to give. Iapo, night. Iahoy, evening. Ura, red feathers. Tiha, a present of cloth. Herer emi, a place on which fruit is laid as an offering to God. Henan anu, a square pile of wickerwork or religious obelisk. Hera era, a burying ground. Eti papa, the inside of a burying ground. Hara, a house. Harapahu, a drum house in a burying ground. Henina, a wall, the wall of a burying ground. Hiho, a stone set up in a burying ground consecrated to the deity. Iatua, a god. Tangaroa, the name of the god of the place we were at. Nona, Morinda citrifolia. Heriani, small twig things in a burying ground. Hemanana, a house or hut where they bury their dead. Hero anu, wooden images in a burying house. Turaipa, a kind of headdress or helmet on an image. Iahoi, higher. Pohutu noa, a cream-coloured whetstone. Putapira, a district at the western part of the isle. Ianotena, a short cloak of black and white feathers. Otahoinu, one article or thing. Ipapa, a board used to swim upon. Onita, a kind of cloth. He orotairi, a small scarlet bird, or Merops scarlatina. Ta, an interjection of admiration. Epu, a bracelet of a single shell. Iu, to swim. Tiara, a gardenia or Cape jasmine. He udu, a refusal, I will not do it or take that for this. I ora, a rat. I ho u, a gimblet or any instrument to bore with. I pa u or uapa, there is no more, it is done or finished. Matu, a particular kind of fishhook. Erohoi dehoi, thin, as thin cloth, board, etc. Patahai or hirui, a sort of musical instrument or rattle ornamented with red feathers. Iapanai, a plume of feathers they wear. Etuo, the Cordenia sebestina, water, to break. Oia, yes, it is so. Hio ri o ri, a song. Parao, a wooden bowl. Apu ava, a shallow wooden dish they drink ava out of. Etuhi, tuhi, a particular sort of cloth. Oti or oti oti, to cut. Papan I hio mano, a wooden instrument beset with shark's teeth, used to cut up those they kill. Mahena, a wife. Homi, give me. Moena or moenga, a mat to sleep on. Eno, an adjunct, when they express anything good, though by itself it signifies bad. Thus they say, Arawa eno, good greeting, as the Otaheitans say, Ihoa eno, or my good friend. Taboo or tafu, anything not to be touched as being forbid. This is an example that shows the transmutation of the H, F, and B into each other. Thus at Otaheite, yams are ohi, at Tonga, ofi, at New Caledonia, obi, and here taboo is tafu. Ma'oa, I, first person singular. Heno, little rods about 5 feet long, with a tuft of hair on the small end. Patai, salt. Ahaya, a round pearl shell. Tianu, the cold arising from being in the water. Tamata, the sense of taste. Utu, a louse. Ehona, to salute by applying one nose to the other. Ehoga at New Zealand and Ehoa at Otaheite. Mai, a sore of any kind. Ura or ura, cured, recovered, alive, well. Mango, a shark. Te and he, the. Heni oha, the instrument made of a shark's tooth, fixed on a wooden handle to cut with. Ia, an adjunct as at Otaheite, to give strength to an expression. Pa-o-roa, quite done, finished. E, at. Tyra, that, the other. Ahu ora, red cloth. Henaro, a fly. Hia tainoa, what is the name of that? Hewiri-weri, an outrigger of a canoe. Mawaiha, the sail of a canoe. Ehiu, the mast of a canoe. Hetoa, the yard of a sail. Oamu, fast, secure, sound, whole. Hono, to go, to move. Matu, fear. Poa, an arrow. Tito, a bow. Epai, wooden bowls made from the etuo. Oha, bamboo. Henaru, the swell of the sea. Motu, land. Ehitu, a star. Marama, the moon. Uamita, a man's name. Numerals to 10 as at Otaheite. Table to show the affinity between the languages spoken at Unalashka and Norton Sound and those of the Greenlanders and Esquimaux. 5-column listing. First column English, second column Unalashka, third column Norton Sound, fourth column Greenland from Krantz, fifth column Esquimaux. English, a man. Unalashka, Schengen. Norton Sound, blank. Greenland, Angut. Esquimaux, blank. English, a woman. Unalashka, Anagoganach. Norton Sound, blank. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, blank. English, the head. Unalashka, Kamiak. Norton Sound, blank. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, knee or cock. English, the hair. Unalashka, Emelak. Norton Sound, Nuit. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, new rock. English, the eyebrow. Unalashka, Kamlik. Norton Sound, Kamaluk. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, coop, lute. English, the eye. Unalashka, Dak. Norton Sound, Enga. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, Ahich. English, the nose. Unalashka, Anosha. Norton Sound, Unga. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, Kring, York. English, the cheek. Unalashka, Ool o Ike. Norton Sound, Ool lu Ak. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, U lu Uk Ker. English, the ear. Unalashka, Tu Tush. Norton Sound, Shudeka. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, Si U Tek. English, the lip. Unalashka, Ad He. Norton Sound, Hash Law. Greenland, blank. Esquimaux, blank. English, the teeth. Unalashka, Agaloo. Blank, blank, blank. English, the tongue. Unalashka, Aganok. Blank, blank, blank. English, the beard. Unalashka, Engelagoong. Norton Sound, Ungai, blank, blank. English, the Chin, Unalashka, Ismaloch, Norton Sound, Tamlook, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Tap, Lu. English, the Neck, Unalashka, Oeok, Norton Sound, blank, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Coon e Soak. English, the Breast, Unalashka, Shimson, Norton Sound, blank, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Suck ki Uck. English, the Arm, Unalashka, Tulak, Norton Sound, Dalek, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Teluk. English, the Hand, Unalashka, Ted Hack Hunga, Norton Sound, Aishet, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Alguit. English, the Finger, Unalashka, Atuch, blank, blank, blank. English, the Nails, Unalashka, Calgelch, Norton Sound, Sheltoa, blank, blank. English, the Thigh, Unalashka, Kachamak, Norton Sound, Cook Doshak, blank, blank. English, the Leg, Unalashka, Ketak, Norton Sound, Kanayak, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Ki Nor Ork. English, the Foot, Unalashka, Uliak, Norton Sound, Etchiak, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Itaket. English, the Sun, Unalashka, Agadak, Norton Sound, Madja, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Suck ki Nuch. English, the Moon, Unalashka, Tu Gedha, Norton Sound, blank, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Tak Kok. English, the Sky, Unalashka, En-ak-ak, blank, blank, blank. English, the Cloud, Unalashka, Aigen-gitch, blank, blank, blank. English, the Wind, Unalashka, Kite-chi, blank, blank, blank. English, the Sea, Unalashka, Ala-uch, Norton Sound, Mi, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Otku-tuk-li. English, Water, Unalashka, Tangach, Norton Sound, Mua, blank, blank. English, Fire, Unalashka, Kaiganak, Norton Sound, blank, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Ekoma. English, Wood, Unalashka, Hirak, blank, blank, blank. English, a Knife, Unalashka, Camelak, blank, blank, blank. English, a House, Unalashka, Ulak, Norton Sound, blank, Greenland, Iglo, Esquimau, Topi Uk. English, a Canoe, Unalashka, Ikiak, Norton Sound, Kayak, Greenland, Kayak, Esquimau, Kirok. English, a Paddle, Unalashka, Chasek, Norton Sound, Pangehon, Greenland, Pautik, Esquimau, Pow. English, Iron, Unalashka, Komeluch, Norton Sound, Shawik, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Shavik. English, a Bow, Unalashka, Sayech, Norton Sound, blank, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Petik, Seek. English, Arrows, Unalashka, Agad Hock, Norton Sound, blank, Greenland, blank, Esquimau, Korkjuk. English, Darts, Unalashka, Agwaluk, Norton Sound, blank, Greenland, Aglikak, Eskimo blank. English a fishhook. Unalashka uchtak blank blank blank. English no. Unalashka net. Norton Sound enna. Greenland nag. Eskimo blank. English yes or yay. Unalashka ah. Norton Sound a. Greenland ilisva. Eskimo blank. English 1. Unalashka Taradak, Norton Sound Adojak, Greenland Atusek, Eskimo Atuset. English 2. Unalashka Alak, Norton Sound Iba, Greenland Arlak, Eskimo Mardluk. English 3. Unalashka Kanoog, Norton Sound Pingashuk, Greenland Pingajua, Eskimo Pingasut. English 4. Unalashka Sechen, Norton Sound Shetamik, Greenland Sisamat, Eskimo Sisamat. English 5. Unalashka Chang, Norton Sound Dolomic, Greenland Telemat, Eskimo Telemat. English 6. Unalashka Atu, Norton Sound. In counting more than 5, they repeat the same words over again. Greenland blank, Eskimo Arbanget. English 7. Unalashka Ulu, Norton Sound, see preceding note. Greenland blank, Eskimo Arbanget or Atosek. English 8. Unalashka Kamching, Norton Sound, see preceding note. Greenland blank, Eskimo Arbanget Mardlik. English 9. Unalashka Seching, Norton Sound blank, Greenland blank, Eskimo Colin Iloit. English 10. Unalashka Hask, Norton Sound blank, Greenland blank, Eskimo Collet. The end. End of section 35. End of the third voyage of James Cook, Volume 3 by James King.